Oogie boogie. And whatnot. What's going on, everybody? Yes, I heard Big Lenny died.
Breaking news: Sv3rige Big Lenny has passed away.
I have sad news.
Yep, he did indeed. Well, that was a death I saw coming from a mile away. He was clearly in really bad health for a while. I'm actually surprised he lived as long as he did. And with the amount of hospital visits he was making and the liver, kidney, and heart failure, like, yeah, he was done for. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
To tell everyone that Big Lenny of the Delray Misfits passed away this morning. And it was of heart failure.
I'm killing two birds with one stone, even though I'm out of the gym and I got the Ruby next year. I'm serious about that. Yes, Lee, congestive heart failure, which makes the left ventricle of my heart doesn't pump blood out as it properly should. I firmly believe that those heart ablation procedures I had caused this problem with the left ventricle. I really do. I'll probably come out at 300, 310, get a nice discharge. Gene Lasker, I haven't eaten since 10 minutes ago. That's right, Joey. I look at it like an oil change or a drainage. Do I think my brother finds...
Dude, he was so fucking heavy, too. Like, that is an insane amount of weight for somebody his age.
In debating a CA surgeon in DMs who volunteered in Gaza, he published a shit op-ed with a poll of other doctors in NY Times. Says he has no idea if Hamas has a practical interest in preventing their civilians' death relative to other nations. Baffling.
Did you ask him why they didn't build a single fucking bomb shelter? You should also ask him why all of these Hamas leaders are billionaires and living in Qatar. I don't think they won that money playing poker. Like, what? You know, it's kind of what you'd expect from fucking dickheads like that, too, because what kind of fucking doctor is going to go to Gaza to help Palestinian civilians? Probably dipshits who are fucking sympathetic to Hamas, right? Thanks for the donation, retard. That sounds fucking awful.
Can you judge my form on these bicep curls? The weight moved easy, but I'm unsure about my form. Like it's hard to keep my left arm straight.
Let me take a look. So, it's not necessarily wrong to have your arm supinated at the bottom, but when you're using sufficiently heavy dumbbells, like, the dumbbells are going to kind of get in the way, so I would recommend turning your hand in at the bottom just so the dumbbells don't get in the way, and then leaning to one side so that you have a bit more room, then turning your hand over, then curling up. The other thing that I think you should work on is making sure you fully extend your arm to stretch your bicep as much as you possibly can. It's not a big deal that you're not going up all the way. Like, that shortened position isn't particularly hypertrophic, but what you really want to make sure you do is you slow the weight down. You're kind of letting it drop a little too quickly. So yeah, I would just make those changes. Twist your hand at the bottom so that the dumbbells don't get in the way, because you're strong enough where the dumbbells just get too large to really manage. And just slower eccentric. That would be my critique. Thanks for the donation, though, Killing Titan. Hope it helps.
I guess we don't have react to this guy anymore since he is dead.
I have a funny feeling we're probably still going to react to him for quite a while. There have been a lot of Lenny and Delray misfit ments over the years that we still haven't seen. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Okay, we have to start with some ments. Can we react to the iconic episode 103?
I suppose we can do that. We're just gonna watch the John Bravo video first. Thanks for the donation, Matthew.
I saw a video title in my suggestions just before falling asleep that said Prismo had died. Obviously this was some idiotic anti-vegan channel. Is this claim actually true? If so, what happened?
Yeah, unfortunately, Prismo did die. He had sudden acute kidney failure. The vet isn't entirely sure what caused it. She's skeptical whether or not the infection in his feet had anything to do with it. We initially took him to the vet because he had an infection in a few of his paws. He was doing fine, though. He was taking the antibiotics, eating, running around, playing, jumping. So it wasn't really bothering him. And then all of a sudden, after a few days, he just stopped eating, stopped moving. We took him to the vet again, and then we did a blood test. Turned out he had severe kidney failure that was like, he's just going to die in a few days in horrible pain. So we euthanized him so that he wouldn't suffer for a few more days. She doesn't, like, from the conversation I had with her, it doesn't sound like the infection caused the kidney, like the kidneys to fail. It was probably the kidneys were failing to begin with, and that might have triggered the infection. So I don't know. It was probably some sort of genetic thing, because he wasn't like a bred cat. He was literally found in a barn. So who knows? He might have been like inbred or something, or he might have just gotten bad genes from two different cats. A lot of fucking people are saying it's the vegan diet. There's no evidence that cats on a vegan diet have higher rates of kidney disease, and overall, cats on a vegan diet have lower risk of overall disease burden. So it wasn't the fucking vegan diet. The vet knew we were feeding Prismo the vegan diet. She never mentioned anything about the fucking vegan diet. She said it was either a genetic thing, or it may have had something to do with the infection itself. So suck my fucking dick to everybody who's telling me Prismo died and it's my fault. I will literally shove your mother up your ass. But thanks for the donation. Absolutely not trolling.
PJQ, it wouldn't surprise me. Not that big of a deal. It wouldn't surprise me. Life is very short. Good night.
And I'm having trouble with words for this video because Big Lenny was somebody that I got to know. Somebody who gave an opportunity.
Yeah, dude, it's so fucking annoying. Like, everybody blames veganism on fucking everything. I could get fucking shot, and they're like, the only reason that bullet fucking killed you is because you're vegan. Like, I can't stand it.
To me, a nobody, to do his first interview before anybody else, you know. And over the years, I had a chance to know him, and he was a gentle giant, you know, one of the biggest guys, the biggest guy in the room. And, you know, if there's one thing, you know, we can all learn from Big Lenny, is that he lived each day to the fullest. And it didn't matter if he lived in a rundown apartment filled with roaches and...
Yeah, so animals and people can get acute kidney failure from ingesting some kind of poison. The thing is, though, there was nothing in the house that Prismo could have possibly eaten. Like, we're not stupid. We don't leave, like, turpentine or something in a fucking bowl on the counter, right? So, Our house is pretty pet proof. The only thing he could have possibly gotten access to that could have harmed him would be like in the garage. But he was never in the garage. I do have some like chemicals in the garage, but they're sealed. Like, so even that doesn't make any fucking sense. But yeah, our house is cat and dog and puppy proof and everything. There's nothing he could have gotten access to that would have caused like acute poisoning. So again, it was either a genetic thing where he was just genetically predisposed to kidney failure, or it had something to do with the infection he got in his paw. But even that seems pretty unlikely, because as soon as I noticed it, I took him to the vet, gave him antibiotics, and the infection was going down really rapidly. So, I don't know. That was just horrifically fucking devastating for me. Like, I feel a lot better about it now, and when I think of Prismo, I'm not thinking of, like, just his death. I'm just thinking about all the happy times that I spent with him, and all the fun we had, and cuddles and everything. So, it's, you know, it's not, when I think about it and talk about it, it's not like gut-wrenching right now. When it happened, I had a huge problem dealing with it for that first 2 days, but you know, we all have, you know, borrowed time on this earth, and unfortunately he didn't get to live too long, but I gave him the best life I could. Sunday, donate $2. Your BFF is streaming. Is that just President Sunday? Okay, like I give a shit. He doesn't have anything interesting to say, and he won't debate me. So thanks for the donation, Sunday.
Dirt and mold. Each day, he had a smile on his face, and each day he found a way to make himself happy. It didn't matter if he was in that apartment or on a sidewalk with no money. Each day, he had that same energy and that same smile on his face, living each day to the fullest. So if there's something that we can all take from him, is that we have to take each day, live it to the fullest, and be happy, because you never know what day is your time. And I want to send my regards to all his fans. He was well loved in the fitness.
All the canister retards clutching their pearls. I know you're trying to bury your guilty conscience up your ass. That's why you're lashing out at Sv3rige, you pathetic animal abusers. Sv3rige prevented hundreds of animals from dying feeding Prismo vegan. Go fuck yourselves.
Couldn't agree more, 269. Thanks for the donation, man. Appreciate the support. Don't be sad it ended, be happy because it happened. Yeah, exactly. Like, after that mushroom trip I had, you know, I've learned to think positively like that. You can catastrophize any situation, and you can make the best of any situation, and, you know, there are things that are out of your control, you know, Prismo dying being one of them. There's literally nothing I could have done, like, unless I had some sort of power to see into the future. So, you know, I'm just grateful for the time I had with him.
Richard, I am so sorry about your loss. I know Lenny and you are very close. What was your favorite memory you had with Lenny? Was Lenny your favorite pet? It was probably the vegan diet you fed Lenny. Also, do you like trannies like Lenny?
So, I think Lenny probably would have lived probably a fair bit longer if he would have eaten the same kind of way I do. He was way too overweight, especially for his age and the health conditions he had. Like, he had kidney failure for a long time. and he was still sitting at around 300 pounds. Like, that's just asking for it. It's actually literally a fucking miracle that he lived as long as he did. Like, Lenny has to have just the most fucking horse genetics imaginable when it comes to just not succumbing to disease. But I'm pretty sure Lenny didn't die because I fed him a vegan diet. Thanks for the donation, though, Death of a Rabbit.
My condolences, thank you for answering my question about Prismo. He lived a good life surrounded by poor pals and was taken care of until the end. It is unfortunate, but this kidney thing does pop up. I have had this acute issue, so I understand.
What a lot of stupid fucks don't understand is that cats are extremely prone to kidney disease, and it's actually shocking how many cats, even at a young age, have some stage of kidney disease. There was a systematic review that I came across. 37.5% of cats under the age of 5 have some stage of kidney disease. So it's not uncommon. A lot of cats end up dying at a young age due to kidney disease. So blaming it on a vegan diet is just remarkably fucking stupid and ignorant. But thanks for the donation, Rip Prismo. Where the fuck is the...
I buttered him up with a little criticism of IDF, so don't yell at me. But here's the article he published, should be free if you sign in.
I'm not signing up to the New York Times. I love how they even block out the fucking title of the article. 65 doctors in Gaza give opinions. Who the fuck cares about some stupid-ass doctor opinion? Like, they'd know fucking shit. That's just an anecdote. You can ask any fucking dumb fuck off the street. Like, ask any fucking dickhead what they think is going on. How is a doctor's opinion any more valuable? That's just a stupid article. DM. Oh yeah, well look at that. Look at his fucking name. Yeah, that's a 9/11 ass name if I've ever fucking seen one. Gee, I wonder why he's biased against the IDF. Your article was that I haven't seen evidence that Hamas and other Palestinian resistance group have a practical interest in preventing civilian casualties relative to other militaries or nations. While I condemn overreactions and disproportionate attacks on part of the IDF, I weigh the morality way differently when I take this into account. What a dickhead. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Hello, my friend. I just wanted to do you and everyone else a favor by addressing the elephant in the room. You're black. Done hearing about your hamster bro. My tarantula got eaten alive by a prayer Jew. You got rid of your hamster.
Okay, think you're a little confused, but thanks for the donation, Franklin.
Have you heard of these guys? Giant Doc. They are Lebanese Christians who are pro-Israel and hate Islam. They have a lot to say about Islam. They are ex-Muslims but still live in Lebanon. They are now Catholics.
Well, Lebanon used to be majority Christian at one point, right? Before the Civil War. So there's still a fair number of Christians and Catholics living in Lebanon. A lot of them got massacred, though. Including by the fucking PLO. Let me see. And yeah, I'd imagine most Christians in Lebanon don't love Hamas.
Trump. The name of that. There's a
Okay, that is way too long for me to react to. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Sander Bling donated $2. Are you able to react to Reddit links? As long as there's not porn in the Reddit links, then yeah. If you send me something too violent, I can't react to it on stream. So if there's like a shooting or stabbing, I probably won't be able to react to that. And especially if there's anything involving child endangerment, so like a Chinese dude, like just landing a haymaker or smashing some like 5-year-old, I can't watch anything like that on stream. Thanks for the donation though, Sanderbling.
With Lenny gone, who will we jerk off to? We all used to imagine ourselves nutting on that big bronze pot belly. You know you did. I did. I wanted to let my cum dry and crust on that beautiful gut like a glazed donut. Let's all come for Lenny.
Lenny isn't really my type. But, you know, if you're into, I don't know, big stomachs and dudes who you can't quite tell if they're black or not from a distance, you know, I could see how you'd be into him.
You read my DM to him. I say I haven't seen evidence Hamas gives a fuck about their civilians and that even if IDF is shit at their aim, Hamas is horrifically negligent. You didn't read his response where he answers my question with another question, lol.
Oh.
Hello, I just wanted to mention you have a fine live stream and I love to tune in. In regards to blackness, there's no such thing as black people and I knew this since I was a little kid. I've never met anyone who was black. I've never seen a black person.
Okay, well. Congratulations. Thanks for the donation, Jewish. I don't know how to respond to that specific claim. No idea if Hamas and other Palestinian resistance groups have a practical interest in preventing civilian casualties. Or guess I'd answer your question with another question. Do you believe Israel has a practical interest in preventing civilian casualties? What kind of fucking question is that? That's like asking, do you think it's a good idea to wipe your ass? Like, that guy's a fucking retard. Well, thanks again, retard. Did you know donate $2? Lol, let me see.
Did you know why engineers paint themselves purple in Canada? This long-standing tradition is done to honor the engineers who came before them during the orientation week. This tradition dates back to the time when engineers in the military used purple armbands to distinguish themselves from others. Subscribe if you like it. Did you know why engineers paint themselves?
Well, that sounds gay as fuck, and I'd never do that. Muslim versus gay.
And for society, there is a conflict between the pursuit of individual happiness and...
Does Matt Dillahunty identify as, like, gay or bi? I heard he was dating a trans woman. I wouldn't say that necessarily makes anybody gay or bi, but does he actually identify that way? I never really thought about Matt Dillahunty's sexuality, so...
And what will make me personally happy versus the needs of these other institutions. I have to sacrifice, and sometimes I have to do things that I don't actually consent to. Yet it is for the greater good of humanity. That's the main problem with secular humanism, is that it prioritizes individual happiness.
So I don't know why you're thinking about my girlfriend during the debate, but she says thanks. Now, back to secular humanism. See, one of us.
Oh, sorry, I thought you had a boyfriend. I didn't realize.
It's assuming you ascribe to a label.
I do. For the most part, I would consider myself a binary trans woman. Definitely, that seems to be the most accurate way to describe my experience.
What counts as...
This is the thing they're doing now? I hate trans people and you're dating a trans person. Haha, faggot. Like... Yes. That will certainly help to spread Islam in, liberal fucking progressive areas. Like, my God. They're doing my job for me, Like, I don't even have to argue against Islam. Like, they just make themselves look like complete fucking bigots.
Is dating.
What if a 9-year-old wants to have sex with another 9-year-old boy? Do we have laws? Should we have laws that prevent that?
This isn't about.
Should we? Oh, now it's not about.
This is coming from the guy who thinks it's acceptable for a grown man to have sex with a 5-year-old.
Now it's not about 9-year-olds. Okay.
I'm sorry. Do I get to answer your question?
Yes, please answer.
Answer?
Are you in favor of laws that would ban a 9-year-old girl from sleeping with a 9-year-old boy? Yes or no?
We don't have
yes
law.
Or no?
Okay, one more time, since you're going to do the yes or no thing. Like one more time with the question. Am I in favor of laws that would ban that? No.
Okay. So you don't have a problem with.
Many kids begin discovering that they feel more affection or interest in boys or.
I mean, I don't think 9-year-olds should be having sex, period, even if it's with other 9-year-olds, but I don't know exactly how you would regulate that. Like, are you going to charge a 9-year-old with a sex offense? I don't even understand how you would charge the parents. Like, you can't constantly supervise your children. Like, you're going to be at work or something, or you're going to have to go to the grocery store or whatever, and then your kid might be playing outside with some other kid, and then they end up running into the other kid's backyard playing doctor. Like, what? Like, again, why is this clip getting taken out of context? Fucking Daniel Hakikajo thinks it's okay for a grown man to have sex with a 5-year-old.
Feel more affection or interest in girls at very, very young ages. Why is it moral? Why is it a moral issue for a parent to tell a kid, no, this is your gender? What makes that a moral issue?
Here.
All right. Nice.
I'm happy to chill out. I don't do anything. I'm not violent.
Go ahead.
Here and so loud.
Do it. All right.
I'm saying I have an answer.
Sit down. Sit down.
Okay. Over there and say never do
You
anything.
can't respond to.
All right.
Just letting you know right now, because of that guy's op-ed you're going to soon hear all the usual suspects claiming the IDF is sniping children in the head and chest daily because most the doctors he polled said they regularly find kids shot in the head.
I don't even know exactly what they mean by that. Like, are they doing forensic investigations where they're able to pull out bullet fragments or an entire slug where they determined it was in fact a bullet, and it was in fact a bullet fired by an IDF soldier because of the caliber and metallurgy associated with, that type of weapon? Because if there's bombs and shit going off, guess what? Shrapnel travels very quickly, and yeah, it'll leave a fucking hole in your head if you're near a blast. I don't know what the fuck they mean by this. Like, just because you get a fucking anecdotal claim from some stupid dipshit with a 9/11 fucking last name saying, yeah, I'm finding fucking children shot in the head all the time. That's an anecdotal claim. Show the research. Show us the forensic report confirming that, yeah, this child was shot in the head by an IDF soldier, and we know this because the slug or bullet fragments match the metallurgy or, rifling or whatever of the, slug that, they fire from, like, the Tavor or AR or whatever the fuck the Israeli military uses. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Big Lenny is dead? That sucks. I found his content entertaining. React to this.
An Iranian refugee in Canada tries to wave a Canadian flag and is immediately beset upon by an angry mob who steal his flag.
Palestine! Viva, viva Palestina! Viva, viva Palestina!
This is either in Montreal or British Columbia, right? I can't quite tell where it is. I'm assuming since they're speaking English, it's probably British Columbia. For some reason in BC and in Quebec, the pro-Palestine protesters are absolutely fucking unhinged. Yeah. Attack the Iranian refugee. We care about Arabs. Well, thanks for the donation, Sanderbling.
Do you agree that Terry's no such thing as black people? I'm willing to debate you if you feel otherwise. There's so much thing as black people. They don't exist. It's brown, dark brown. Just like my hair, it's not black but dark brown, looks black.
I don't know, I'm pretty sure there are some black people. Blackest black person. There's some fucking people who are definitely friggin' black. So they're out there. She's pretty damn cute, damn. Yeah, there's definitely some people who are black. Thanks for the donation, though. Sexy chick. Gender ideologue donated $2.
When I hear the word postmodern, I reach for my revolver.
Fucking boomer uses a revolver.
If somebody wishes to call themselves a different gender from their biological one, then that's their privilege, and I'm happy to go along with calling them that.
So he's doing the same thing Jordan Peterson does. When he's at big speaking events and he's asked, okay, well, why can't you just call somebody the gender they prefer when they're making an effort to transition? And then he'll say, oh, well, obviously out of respect, I do that. But then he makes like an endless series of fucking Twitter posts saying trans people are deranged. There's no such thing as gender dysphoria. You can't have a gender that's opposite your sex. And he's a biologist. He should know some of this. Sex and gender are bimodal. So they're a bimodal distribution where at the two extreme ends of the distribution, you have the most amount of people, but there are a small amount in the fucking middle. There's intersex people, and because it would logically follow if there's intersex people, there's probably intergender people. So, and again, we know for a fact that gender does not have to coincide with sex. You can have a gender opposite your sex. Like, if you're going to deny, a condition like gender dysphoria, by the same standard, you're going to have to deny conditions like schizophrenia, because most of these diagnoses, they're made not just based on patient behavior, but on like the patient telling you what they're experiencing. So yeah, if a patient comes into your office and they say, gee, I really fucking feel like a girl, but I'm in this man's body, and every time I put on like girl's clothes or wear a wig or get surgeries or something to look more female, I feel much better and I feel more in place in my body. Like, are you just gonna say, no, you don't feel that? Like, so it's stupid. It's just like saying, oh, gee, I'm hearing voices and they're talking to me and they're telling me to do things. No, you're not hearing voices. You're just lying, I guess. I don't need to give you medication. Like, it's so stupid.
It's a semantic issue whether they really are. I mean, you can define the sex of somebody by their chromosomes, by their gender.
You can't determine somebody's sex based on their chromosomes. the way you determine sex is based on sexual traits, and there's primary and secondary sexual traits. So primary sexual traits would be something like gametes, whether you produce male or female gametes. So like you have ovaries or you have testicles, you produce sperm. Secondary sexual traits are things like upper body muscle mass, body hair. There's some mental aspects to it too, like aggression. So you do not determine sex by chromosomes. If you could determine sex by chromosomes, that would literally mean men can give birth.
By their, those are the two main ways.
Again, this guy's a biologist. He should know this. So either he's a complete fucking moron or he's just deliberately fucking lying.
Or you can define it by their preference, and so according to one definition, a person may be female. According to another definition, which would be the biological definition, they'd be male, or vice versa. So, I don't get worked up about it.
So, and
he's full of shit. I've seen him posting on fucking Twitter all the fucking time. Like, is this a video from like 10 years ago or something?
And I'll jump in for a minute on this, because this gets back to what we were talking about prescriptivism in language. And one of the things I push for is to make sure that we are honestly evaluating what somebody else has to say. So even the people who you may disagree with, or somebody may disagree with, who are talking about gender as a social construct, they have been pretty specific in the language that there's a distinction between gender identity, gender expression, and in no case are they denying the physical facts about biological sex. They are talking about the roles that we take in society, the language around it, the pronouns, the him, gender, when they're talking about...
Okay, whatever.
Richard, you are African American, and half Jewish. Your father is from Nigeria, and your Jewish side is a rare tribe called the Lemba. Your half-brother is Oluwale, and your cousin is Vince. On the Jewish side your grandfather is Skolatuda Parfit.
I don't think that's true, but thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit. Big Lenny deserved it. Donate $2. Can you react to this video?
Hey guys, in this video...
I guess. Thanks for the donation, Big Lenny.
The op-ed shows x-rays of a handful of kids' skulls with high-velocity rounds in them. They do not go as far as identifying the bullet. The New York Times is incredibly irresponsible for allowing it to get published. It goes on and on about anecdotal cases.
Like, by the way, there are so many circumstances in which it is entirely fucking plausible and reasonable for IDF soldiers to shoot at civilians. There have been a few cases where, for, like, some inexplicable reason, you have dumbasses who are driving in a car towards IDF armored vehicles. Now, Hamas plants car bombs, and they have suicide bombers, and they even use children as suicide bombers. So if you have a security threat like that, you have to engage. So if that's happening regularly, I don't know how often that actually happens, but I know there have been a few news reports for it where people who are fucking retarded condemned the IDF for shooting a car that was coming towards their armored vehicles. They told them to stop. Apparently, they even fired warning shots. Guy still didn't stop. He was still driving towards the tanks. And he got fucking lit up. And I think it was father, mother, child who ended up getting shot. That's a perfectly fucking reasonable circumstance in which the IDF would engage with civilians. And on top of that, like, again, they're in a war zone. Hamas prevents its own citizens from evacuating. So if you're, like, in a firefight with Hamas, who are, like, coming out of tunnels, coming out of every, like, little hidey hole you can imagine, and then, like, out of nowhere you see, like, some random person, you're probably going to shoot them. So I don't know how often that's happening, but yeah, it sounds like they didn't do any actual forensic investigation to see if they were even rounds fired by the IDF. What's also hard to believe is they're claiming, so you said it shows x-rays of a handful of kids' skulls with high velocity rounds in them. There are very few circumstances in which you would get shot by a high velocity 5.56 round and the round would still be inside your skull. So that is highly fucking questionable. Even intermediate rounds, if you're shot from a pretty far distance, like chances are, especially if it's a kid's skull, which is like smaller and softer than an adult man, the bullet's going to go straight through. Or it's going to fragment into little pieces, and then like your brains are just going to get scattered everywhere, and then like you're not going to find any real, large slug or bullet fragment. So I don't know what the fuck they're even talking about. I'd have to read the whole article, but it sounds like horseshit. Thanks for the donation, retard.
I know I'm late on this. KSI released a new song. And he has gotten absolutely roasted. I would ask you what you think of the fucking song. But that would be like me asking you if I should eat steak.
Yo, what's up? Your boy KSI. Yo, what's up? I'm in my prime, but this ain't even final form. They know me down, but still my feet, they find the floor. So I've been told. No, nothing but no ice on. Everybody knows, they know me where it's.
It sounds like he's not making real people words. So it's not good. Thanks for the donation, though, Killing Titan. Colin donated $2. He's doing a Colin stream. Anyone's open.
No, okay. Then who created? Like they smuggled eventually.
There's.
A permit.
But I mean, like
Is
people
that what
can
you're
do that honestly, though, right? You can be honestly like.
Well, yeah,
arrogant or
it wouldn't work. It's through Discord. He's just gonna see my profile and boot me. I've already debated him. He ran. Who fucking cares? Thanks for the donation, Colin.
Fitness industry for so many years. He's a staple of the fitness industry, and he's another one that we have lost too early. And I want to also send my regards to his family, his loved ones, the Delray Misfits.
That's Jasmine Beam.
And this is a really hard video. This is somebody that I knew in my life, somebody that I respected, and again, I'm forever grateful to him because he gave me a chance when many people would have said no. So rest in peace, Big Lenny, and you're somebody that I know the world will never forget.
He gave me all the tools I needed. The mental aspect, physical aspect, how to intimidate people, running with the sprinting, the strength. And for some reason, I was just too caught up and wanted to be like all the other kids.
Hey, what's up, brother? Here to take a break. Lenny, what's up, buddy?
Good to see you. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. My pleasure to meet you, Lenny.
Lenny, come right.
Getting ready for the.
I'm Sandy Calora. Very nice to meet you, Lenny.
And this is the mama of the Misfits. Nice to see you. I've been seeing you in.
Well, that's that.
Video. I am going to react to a video about the evil vegan Tash Peterson, and I will explain in detail why she is evil.
So vegan activists are one of the most widely hated group and have been for as long as I can remember. It makes a lot of sense why. A lot of the ways they communicate their message fall on deaf ears because of the way they actually communicate being completely horrible. They rely on guilt heavily and they basically antagonize you and are super aggressive to people they need to be nice to in order to get them to be on their team. Like, I don't know, I'm not a genius, but I think maybe going up to someone enjoying their dinner at a restaurant and saying that they're worse than the slave owner because they're having a medium rare steak might not be an effective way to get people to look into your cause. Nevertheless, agree with it. But hey, that's just my opinion.
I completely agree. I hate vegans because their mere existence is a testament that I can do better, and my ego is too fragile for me to admit fault. I can't accept the idea that maybe vegans are right and I'm wrong. So whenever I see any form of vegan activism, instead of engaging with the arguments they're making in good faith, I try to focus on the way they present their arguments, and try to paint myself as a victim as much as I can, even though I am actually the victimizer, and the animals are the real victims. Guilt is a instinctive, moral,
never will work, and the vegans do this quite a bit.
The next best thing I like to do is trying to strawman vegans as much as I can. This guy is doing a great job at minimizing the issue that vegans are trying to raise awareness about. He is basically equating the act of paying for over 80 billion animals to be abused, exploited, and murdered every year to the act of not posting an Instagram story about Gaza. Obviously, vegans are trying to convince me to stop funding animal abuse, which is real violence. But let me just act like they're claiming that silence is violence, because that would be a ridiculous claim that is way easier for me to dismiss and make fun of.
The rise of social media, it's allowed for more and more people to shame the masses from the comfort of their own home and the For You page. The greatest example being, you know her, you love her, she's still kicking, that vegan teacher. She's one of the rare examples where when you see her face for the 900th time on like a commentary thumbnail, you actually should click because you're underappreciating the insane shit that you're gonna watch when you see that video. The vegan teacher has said some of the craziest things that I've seen someone say on the internet.
I'm actually very nervous. I don't know what
He is nervous. He is nervous. There are people right now who are being bombed to death in Palestine, and he is a white male in a car, and he is nervous.
This video itself is performance art, representing a man drowning.
And when commentary channels have been clocking her shit for like 4 years, I gotta say, like, I still am genuinely surprised sometimes. Like, damn, okay, I guess she really is like saying something newly worse than I could have imagined. But what if I told you there's a TikToker who's worse than the vegan teacher? Meet the vegan TikToker who's worse than the vegan teacher.
Kid Boot and tellers can't believe you niggas support this dumb bitch.
Seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
Well, Bill, the work that we have done has resulted in a number of movements in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by or a result of many things, including our advocacy for what needs to happen in the region.
But it seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
We're not going to stop pursuing what is necessary for the United States to be clear about where we stand on the need.
I'm assuming this was an edit for a trailer and not an edit from the actual 60 Minutes episode.
For this war to end.
But it seems that...
Okay, great. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. By the way, Donald Trump refused to even do the interview, so I don't know how that's worse.
I don't know her yet, but we're gonna find out.
Again, this is another great example of the first tactic I told you about. When you watch a video of that vegan teacher, don't think about what she is saying, dismiss it all, and focus on how much of a cringe old lady she is. Also focus on anything she says that is funny or cringe, in her opinion. Unlike that vegan teacher, she actually has the ovaries to stand up for what's right, and is willing to endure the enormous amount of harassment and bullying from meat flakes like us.
Vegan Booty is often called the vegan teacher's daughter.
I mean, yeah, I kind of see it. They look a little similar. But what a crazy name, bro. Vegan Booty is the name. Hey, bro, what you watching? Oh, man, I'm just scrolling on Vegan Booty. What the hell?
Thinks walking your dog is animal abuse, has been on the news for calling horses slaves, and believes it's okay fighting butchers, service workers, and even children at their birthday party. The government has banned her from living in her hometown.
Another liar. Another big liar. The government has banned you from living in your hometown. What the fuck?
Viral video will start to show you why. The event scene behind her is the Million Paws Walk, where families meet to walk their dogs together and help raise funds for animals in need.
Now, I'm gonna guess 1,000% what the issue is here. So basically, to her, it won't matter that they're raising funds for animals in need, because the animals in need are the ones that are being walked by the owners, because it's like animal abuse or something.
I don't think you can strawman a vegan more than that. Sunny V2 didn't even hide the title of her video that says RSPCA, because he knows that fellow anti-vegan meat flakes will take everything he says at face value. He also made up an insane lie, which could really be a result of his extreme anti-vegan bias, that even after watching the full video and reading the title, it makes his brain think that what she's protesting was the act of walking dogs and not the RSPCA.
Thinks walking your dog is animal abuse.
Pause there.
What? God.
Do you think that walking your dog is animal abuse?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I think there are ways of walking your dog that could be considered abuse. I've seen people drag their dogs along in sweltering heat, then yeah, of course, I would consider that animal abuse. But the act itself of walking your dog is not animal abuse.
No, of course not. It's stupid, but he's trying to create...
who care about animals but literally make money from their enslavement, torture, abuse, rape, and murder.
And your dog doesn't have a room in your house. He has to sleep...
The only reason why she's able to run is because she was the Democrats' only option, because my nigga Trump spanked the Tess against Biden in that debate back in May. She literally dropped out in the primary in 2020. No one voted for her. Trump 2024 nigga.
Pretty sure that's not what happened, but thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
On a dog bed, you're basically Hitler.
The humans will sleep in the human beds, and the dogs will sleep in the dog beds.
I can assure you that making dogs sleep in a dog bed is not something Hitler would have preached or done. However, using gas chambers to Holocaust a group of people is...
Nut Muffin donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, that was a plot point thing in the book American Psycho. That was probably my favorite part in that book.
Yeah, I mean, I think so, and the advantage of you know, I also think I'd be curious to hear what you thought about it, but I you know now you.
Yeah, he's not funny. I don't know why anybody watches Moist Critical. Thanks for the donation, though, Nut Muffin.
It's definitely something Hitler would have done. That is where we got our inspiration from.
It started with Hitler. That's actually where we got the schematics for gas chambers here in Australia. Did you know that? So what we do to pigs, we actually learned that from Hitler himself.
Really?
Yeah, mate. He's a man of efficiency.
He was beyond his thought.
Dogs are.
Why would you love one but pay for the suffering and abuse of other animals? Pigs are in fact more intelligent than dogs.
Hypocritically, however, Vegan Booty owned a dog herself, which she tied to a leash and used it to pull her while she skated. It's pretty funny how you're protesting, yet you have a dog pulling you. Pretty hypocritical.
This is actually definitional hypocrisy because you can't say it's bad to own a dog and then own a dog. It's not like the thing where, oh, I say gambling is bad, but I also gamble, right?
Saying I'm a hypocrite.
Yeah.
Hypocrite. So yeah, he's completely twisted the narrative of what's going on. And I will mention that that video says it was posted 5 years ago, but I actually wasn't vegan at that point in time. I've been vegan for 7 years, so I don't know why that's posted so late. But anyway, that video was maybe 3 years before I became vegan. So again, I haven't been vegan for my entire life. Most of my life I was an animal abuser, and I made the decision to go vegan after seeing the documentary Dominion and animal abuse footage.
Also, we're gonna eat the best food we can.
This is where I would have to disagree with you. You're starting to sound like a soy boy. Because another important tactic when it comes to owning the crazy vegans is biting the bullets. Now, an evil vegan might say to you that dogs taste good too. And that is right. Dogs are bred for food in various places around the world. That means they taste great and are useful in the kitchen. And so are cats. Who are you to judge and shame people for eating dogs and cats? Why are you acting like a vegan Karen now when it comes to dogs and cats? You need
the state. They have been abandoned by their parents.
Yeah.
Is it proper? Is it right to deny these people moral consideration entirely?
Possibly. Yeah, I think so, but I'm not comfortable saying that on stream. But
yeah.
We are going to do an airborne jump in honor of Prismo Supreme Ruler. It'll be 1st Battalion from the 505th Infantry Regiment, 3rd Infantry Brigade from the 82nd Airborne Division.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, Benedict Arnold.
Get ready to call him Daddy once again.
Hey, pooty guy. No, in a minute. That's a good boy. Yeah, so this is just polling data. Polling data is not predictive of election results, so don't really care. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo. Yeah, Destiny debate broed pretty fucking hard with the veganism thing. He actually bit the bullet on harvesting people with Down syndrome for meat.
Is this morally okay because they cannot fight back? You would say, oh, go ahead.
Maybe the I think I understand like where the huge problem is. We can focus on this example though, if you want, to finish out this hypothetical. So in this example, no other nation would ever have the ability to come back and do anything or whatever, or
no one loves Mexico.
Okay. Then yeah, I guess I would have to argue that it'd be like a morally neutral action.
It is morally neutral for us to enslave Mexico.
Yeah, I guess so.
So you don't think there's anything wrong with just like just killing animals, like just because you want to?
I mean, we already do that, don't we? Socially?
Yeah, but it seems like most people, when they actually think about it, they actually are going to have issues with it usually.
Probably. Well, then they can make it illegal, but personally, I don't give a fuck about it, so.
Oh, you don't care about, why don't you care about animals?
Because I eat them. Animals, we rule all of them.
Do you think that because Americans are superior to non-Americans, it'd be okay for Americans to eat non-Americans then?
Yes.
Like just kill them?
Especially British people.
Alright.
Cheat meal? You don't need a cheat meal. All you need to do is get some protein and some complex carbs.
Yeah.
You're not an idiot. We tell you the right things to do and you don't listen. You do whatever you want.
Yeah.
So depending on, the show, you either win or you lose. And if you lose, it's your...
Nope, Vince did not agree on debating me about cats being vegan, because he is just a lying dipshit.
Not to your, it's your own fault. It's not anyone else's fault.
Yeah, I know.
I told you got to do more. Concentrate on your muscle groups more. You can't come in here and screw around and fucking work out for 20 minutes and think you're going to get ripped. It's not going to happen, man. Hour and a half, 2 hours each muscle group. I'm telling you, stop showing me your dick. Pull your pants down. What's the matter with you?
Honestly,
Anyhow.
I gotta tell you something. Somebody paid me.
Yeah.
And they want me to do a script, and they want me to read it off on your channel because they gave me a lot of money. I don't want.
You want to read it on my channel?
Yeah.
Then you got to give me all the money.
Look,
right, Rich?
The movie The Karate Kid. I'm going to put you to a test. I'm going to have you wax on, wax off.
Yeah.
I got a couple cars out front. I want you to get out there, and for like a week, I want you to do nothing but wash and clean cars. All right?
What's the script?
It's not that long. It's easy. He wants a Misfit. He told me. I mean,
why doesn't he do it? Why doesn't he want you to do it on your channel?
well, I have to do it on my channel then. But listen, we're gonna have to break it up because it can't be edited. We're gonna have to break it, and that's gonna be bad.
So do it on your channel. I don't like that kind of stuff on my channel.
We're gonna have to edit it, break it down like part one with this guy, part two with this guy.
I'll do it for you, but it's going on your channel, not mine. I don't do that kind of crap on my channel.
No problem. If I get down to 170 for my next show in November, because I'm going to compete in Miami, I said I was going to do a second show like I agreed on.
Yeah.
What do you think my body fat will be at 170 if I get down?
I don't.
I've never played poker. I can't stand card games, so I've just never played. Would you be a good Muslim resistance fighter in another life? What do you mean by that? Like, if I were Muslim in another life, would I fight for, like, ISIS? Is that what you're asking? Or would I resist Muslims by fighting them?
I think in that episode of the Delray Misfits you're watching Big Richard tears Jason a new asshole over his meat and mustard diet.
Alright, good. Thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo.
Like, you know what?
See, here's the thing.
I heard you're going to be doing a porn movie with Kim Kardashian.
No.
He's the wrong color. Maybe Lenny will.
No.
He's not black enough.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Tell you the truth?
Yeah.
I talked to... Don't film this, because it's about...
It's about what? What? It's about what?
I don't want to
it's about PEDs?
I don't want to talk about it, not on camera.
Let's get back to your original question. In November, at 170, what?
I think my body fat will be like 5 if I get down that low.
Lots of what ifs, Jason. It all depends on...
honest opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to my guy who told me, he says if I got down to like 180, I'm doing cardio.
Where is that, France?
Yeah.
That looks beautiful.
He says if I get down to 180, I'll probably be 8% if I get down to 180.
Is that Notre Dame? Look at that.
Yeah. He says I'll be 180 at like 8 or 9 for the show.
These are all hypotheticals.
Yeah, but if it's done correctly, 8 or 9.
If.
But if I do the next show in November and I compete,
anything is possible.
170, I'll be 4 or 5, peeled to the bone like a Skittle man.
Here's the thing: it's 5:30 in the morning, and it's way too early for all these Kreskin the magician math formulas about weight and body fat and percentages. I'm just trying to make sure I put the right amount of weight on the bar.
So. Look at these ruins. It's beautiful.
Isn't that nice? Look at that. It's lovely.
Yeah.
Another thing you can do to lose a lot of weight is give yourself a colonic regularly.
What's a colonic?
Colonic is where you
bend over and we'll show you.
You wash out your lower bowels, and you got to take a shit a lot. Take a shit a lot, man. I think you should be shitting. Let's see, 3 or 4 times a day.
I'm shitting.
So you should eat like every few hours.
I'm shitting 3 times a day.
Good. I want you to save the stool samples because they need to be examined by some freak in here.
Lenny needs to examine them. Huh? Well.
When I told you, what's the deal with my fucking mail, man? I know you, and I figured you could do something about the mail.
I did. I spoke to her.
You spoke to her?
Yeah. She's gonna take care of it.
Yeah, she's gonna take care of me, all right. Yeah, if I bend over in the fucking parking lot, she'll take care of me.
You like it that way?
I'm gonna go out there and scare the shit out of her.
He'll help you.
Yeah.
What's going on? How you been?
Okay.
Everything's good?
Yeah, I'm gonna go out and talk to her and tell her I know you and see what her reaction is.
It's fine.
She'll probably say that freak. What are you talking about?
You're calling me a freak. Easy, big guy.
That's right.
I don't want to fuck
with
with
the kettle black.
Yeah. Look at. Speaking of freaks, look at this
I know.
asshole.
You're videoing
Hey, Jason,
us videoing.
Jason, who are you calling out today?
Nobody.
I got an idea. Why don't you call out your mother for shitting you out 30 years ago?
Oh, Jesus, Brad.
Why not?
Wow.
That's not good, bro.
Why?
Don't mention
That's just fucking brutal.
That is, I think you need some sensitivity. You need some sensitivity training, Brad.
You're gonna put that in there,
You're
bro?
gonna give it to me, right?
You're gonna
All
put
right,
that
cool.
You know what I'll put in there?
I'm
You telling him to go
taking
fuck
your
himself. How about that? Say, Brad, go fuck yourself. Don't you ever talk about my mom like that
Don't
again,
ever
or I'll
talk about my
punch you in the
mom, bro.
face.
That's my son.
I just said to call her out.
I'm not calling her.
Why not? You call everybody else out that you don't even know what you're doing. Why don't you stick the camera in your mouth while you're filming? Everybody.
Jason just gave you a look that I've never seen him give you before.
He's mad. He's mad.
He's
Brad's
pissed.
Or call out Harvey for not pulling out.
Oh.
Brad's
What's up?
the son.
Sv3rige, I know what really happened. You ate Prismo. Don't worry, you are not an animal abuser. You just ate food. You really needed the glucine and B12. R.I.P. Prim Prim, you honored him by turning him into feces. I know you're not a cat-abusing vegan.
Thanks for the donation, Prismo Burger.
Not too much. He's been out there in the sun.
Sick gun, he said. What the fuck are you doing, Jason? What? Oh my god. You done? That's it? Remember, don't forget to call out Mom today.
He didn't do much of a workout.
Who's the latest call out? I haven't seen it. Who do you call out lately?
Jason, you're still training, right? Okay, good. Just making sure.
No, he said he was going to leave. He hasn't done jack shit. He went on a fucking treadmill, and he was pedaling like, like he was pedaling to his death. He was going so slow, it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
I said, you got to speed it up, buddy. And then he's telling me he wants to have a cheat meal. I said, you don't need a cheat meal.
Already. See that?
What's he going to do?
Fucking one day being on that
ribs.
no carb.
He wants fucking ribs and French fries.
Well, he did a video last night
I know.
about being on the keto diet. What is a keto diet? Is what, protein only? Is that right?
You eat the keto balls. You know what keto the dog? That's what an keto diet is.
That's an Akita, yeah. That's close.
Yeah, close enough.
I know. Never heard of these diets. How about that mustard diet he was on 2 years ago? Almost put him in the hospital. Fucking mustard diet. Whoever gave him that shit,
Well, we should give him the onion diet, where you just eat a raw onion for every meal. See if he does that. It's so great that he's back.
I've never even heard of that. Mustard diet?
I wish you would stay later. Why the fuck do you leave so early?
One thing I will confide in you, I cry when I come. I'm a very sensitive motherfucker.
We should introduce Richard to the J Masters puke bucket. You aware of this?
Puke bucket? That sounds familiar.
We have a bucket and we're collecting bodily fluids for a month, and Lenny's gonna drink it on camera.
Didn't he shit in it the other day? Didn't you show me a picture of him taking a fucking dump?
Yeah. I don't think.
Did he shit in it or no?
Don't you want to know?
No, I don't.
Why don't you go smell it and you can find
A
out?
lot of people in sports, they drink their own urine.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I told you, but I've been eating my own stool. And it's really starting to fucking.
Would you say Jason really cracked you up with that naked photo? Yeah, that was the funniest image I think I've ever seen in my life. I was laughing so hard from that.
Jack me up.
Yeah, I could tell.
Where is the J Masters puke bucket? Let's see if we can find it and Brad can smell it on camera. It's usually back here. Ah. Come here, Brad.
I don't even want, don't get that shit close to me. I'm sure so.
Honey, I need to show you this because people will not stop leaving me alone.
I love that, Christina. You seeing that cheerleading outfit they should?
Okay. And I quote from Miss Celtec Bro.
Yeah.
Tell fat fucking Lenny to quit bragging about lifting 3 plates with quarter reps. And on top of him being 300 pounds, I have a challenge for him. If he can bench press 2 plates for 10 reps with full range of motion, I will shut the fuck up about him being a bitch.
I've done over 30. Look, here's my arm. See, look. That's as far as they go. You want to take a look? They don't extend. Look. See that? Can't put it. This is as far as it goes. I couldn't put a phone in my ear. This arm. Okay, so whatever you talk about reps, you're so obsessed with that, guess what?
And Dale wants to show
That's a good excuse.
you one last video.
Well, this ought to be good.
It's him showing off his legs.
Piss poor, Dale. How old are you?
My legs are
Piss poor, Dale. I know you're a young guy. I mean, yeah, no, you're pretty good actually, Dale. You got good
Come on,
foundation.
you gotta give him some love. Look at those calves.
Oh yeah, I
That is
do.
Huge.
But he's a young punk. He's got all the advantage I didn't have. And I'm talking about with the internet, the connections to you know what. We didn't have that stuff in my 20s. Matter of fact, when I was his age, I wasn't even hitting the gym. I was hitting the streets.
Well, that's what he says.
He didn't know. That's when you're flattening out. None of us need cheat meals.
So when he goes up to you and asks him how he looks, tell me he looks like fucking shit.
See, I don't want to discourage him doing the show.
Well, you can't kiss his ass.
Yeah, but he'll listen to you. You feed his
Yeah, but
fucking
the thing
delusion.
is,
You
he
gotta-
doesn't
you gotta talk to him
understand.
straight.
He does.
Lardy daddy, I don't come to party, my name's Oluwale and I block everybody. He come to decried, just to grow his channel, and steal VG's donos in the guise of saving animals. I'm the vegan cannibal, bring me all the animals and I'll feed them benevo, lol.
That was a beautiful poem. Thanks for the donation, less is more.
Understand, you have to suffer. Even Dorian, some of those guys are ripped. They suffer for that. All he needs to do, he's got the muscle. I'm not a bodybuilder.
No,
Look at my
he's gotta-
calves.
he's gotta work.
He fucking hey, put it this way, he could not work out, and if he comes in ripped, he's going to hold enough muscle to where he's going to be doing damn well.
He does have enough muscle. But
He does.
doesn't
That's
stick
a
to the
Ruby
diet.
classic, dude. I mean, the reason I don't win is because I'm not a bodybuilder. But you know why? Like I said, I like coming in last.
Is the average bodybuilder gayer than a gay man? I don't know. I'd say it's 50-50.
I just like it.
Legit guys don't compete in that.
What?
The Ruby class.
That's
Is
not a
that
big
amateur?
show.
Okay.
I'm just saying, someone like Andrew, I mean, he'd win that right now, in my opinion. I'm not sure he doesn't like me to kiss his ass, but I'll tell you right now, guys like him beat me before. He pissed me off, but you know, he's got the calves, he's got a trim waist. That's a guy that down the line, so he gets some sponsorship, he could be a Mr. Olympia.
Okay, this is about Jason. The fact of the matter is, we all have to keep Jason on track.
Not possible.
Don't enable
It's not
it.
possible. You got to live with him 24 hours a day like
I was
Adam
gonna
Harper
say,
did.
that would be
It's
the only way to do it.
Only way.
But I'm
Period.
saying, in terms of what he does here, we have to do everything he can to make
What about the other 22 hours of the day? You know, that's the question.
which matters, I know a lot,
Yeah.
but we still have to
This has been the story for years and years.
Are you going to do MMA training? Yeah. Yeah, I'm planning to.
It's going to end. He comes in ripped. He don't understand how much. He wants to get a documentary from a big-time producer.
He doesn't come in ripped. Order 66 on Jason Genova.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Order fucking.
on all carbohydrates.
Order 66 on all of Jason's viewers.
I told him to get fucking the head of lettuce. I don't even give him clean the shit. Chunk light tuna. Eat a small can of chunk light tuna with a 30-gram protein with a little green vegetable 6 times a day. Every 3 hours, eat that. The only thing you drink is water. Do that 4 months. A little bit of cardio in the morning, empty stomach.
4
You'll get
months?
ripped. I'm sorry, 4.
I saw them there and recorded them just for you, Richard.
Let me see.
The cat.
Take a look at this map of.
The cats are really, 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 really cute right now.
Oh my god. Oh my god, there's Joey. Oh my god. Joey and Maui are good friends. They love to cuddle and sit outside together and have a good relax. Oh my god. Those are the kind of cats I'd love to share a pizza with. I'd love to just come outside, sit with them, and munch on a pizza with these kitties. They're just big balls of pizza dough. Look at them. Look at Maui's tummy. It's like a big pizza dough.
Really?
Oh
How
my
cute you
god.
are.
Holy shit. Look how sentient.
Joey,
Oh my god. He is so sentient.
why are you the way you are?
Jesus
Joey.
fucking Christ.
VG, I know what really happened. You were secretly poisoning Big Lenny's steroids with plants, you forced your vegan diet on him, he died because his big belly finally exploded because it couldn't take it anymore. RIP Prim Prim and Big Lenny Richards victims.
I can assure you I had nothing to do with either of their deaths. Thanks for the donation though, Big Lenny Killer. Oh my god. Maui is just having a nice, peaceful nap. Oh my god, I wonder what kitties think of when they dream.
Oh my gosh. It's ridiculous.
That is amazing. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
4 weeks, 4 weeks. You will get ripped. You will get ripped.
He's more concerned about the contact lenses and looking like Anakin Skywalker on stage
I know a guy
than
like
he
that.
is
He's
his.
living in China now. His name is Jim Stewart. Kalora knows him. He's a little fucking punk. He skipped bail. He is interested in Asian women. So he's brought up in charges in Georgia because when he had it, they break up with him. He put like fish in their car. He bust their car up. Well, they told him his ass was facing 10 years, so he went over to Shanghai. And he competed, and he was worried about the music. It was funny when they played his music at a show we were at. They didn't turn it on. He got real pissed off, you know. So that's what Jason's worried about. Coming ripped, you know.
He doesn't care about that shit, though. All he cares about is YouTube viewers.
Well, tell you what, viewers, fucking ridicule them and cut them off. That's the only way. To even tell them, say, look, you don't come.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any places that teach freestyle wrestling around me. I know there's a few BJJ places. There's another place that does judo and BJJ. There might be some more stuff in Ottawa, but it's just such a long drive.
Come and ripped. I'm not threatening them. This is between me and you, the Misfit Maniacs. It's very important. Tell him you're not going to see him anymore. He's not going to exist.
Order 66.
What's that mean?
On Jason Genova means
he's terminated.
Yes. At the very least, threaten it, you know. That's what he needs, period.
You know what we need in this gym? We need to start alliances. It's going to be Brad and Richard versus you and Jay.
Oh, yeah, Richard called you his
Yeah,
bitch.
Richard looked dead into the camera and said, Lenny, you're my bitch. And if you don't believe me, watch the next episode and you'll see it.
And Jason's my bitch.
That's right. I'm not sure whose bitch I am yet, but I'll think of someone.
Maybe Jay Masters.
No, God, no. Fuck that shit.
He would make you.
How about I'll be Tamika's bitch? How about that?
Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
But imagine Jay Masters. He actually gives me the creeps. Imagine him taking you in his house and locking you in a door and lick my armpits, bitch. Imagine that.
You would imagine something like that, you sick bastard.
I would like to see Jay Masters sit on Brad's face. I don't know why I said that, but
Yeah, I don't know why you said that either.
Brad, are you in a biker gang?
No.
If you were, I think we're gonna call it Dykes on Bikes. You look good on a motorcycle, really.
That's funny because it's so fucking stupid.
Saladino donated $2. Let me see.
Mediterranean diets have been associated with
So he went to a few big restaurants and they served meat, and then he figured, oh, people eat a lot of meat in blue zones. Genius. Would you eat this all vegan?
Oh yes I do. I'd rather be with you until that day will fly away. I just love that smile.
No, I'm not a fan of meatloaf. Meatloaf is just kind of weird. Even if it's a vegan meatloaf, I'm not super into it.
Child, I had to do it. Chicken
I had a really good vegan shepherd's pie like a week ago.
Alfredo has us in a chokehold, and most of us is lactose intolerant. So let's get into this plant-based version of the chicken Alfredo garlic bread. Start by melting some vegan butter, adding your plant-based chicken, my golden chick seasoning, link in bio, vegan Worcestershire sauce, and allow this to cook for about 10 minutes till it's nice and sear. On your garlic butter, you're going to add in a little bit of Italian herb bouillon, minced garlic, and crushed red pepper. Then you're going to take some store-bought French bread or Italian bread. Most of those breads are already vegan. Then you're going to take my Alfredo sauce recipe that's in my cookbook, Baby It's Just Vegan, and you're going to add it to your bread. Add a little bit of cheese, your cooked plant-based chicken. Then
Yeah, that is way too much cheese for me. I really don't like cheese.
you're going to add in some more cheese, use as much as you want. And you're going to put that in the oven on 400 degrees, tint with foil for about 15 minutes. Next, you're going to get into this Easer Caesar dressing. And you see I have all the ingredients right here, so make sure you screenshot it every time you see it. Pull your piece
That looks pretty good, but yeah, I just don't like cheese.
out the oven. And baby, who says vegan cheese don't melt? This thing is absolutely delicious.
It'd be good without the cheese.
Child, I have.
Thanks for the donation, though, Saladino. Seymour, can Finn come in? Finn can always come in, because he is a good boy. I'll be right back. I just gotta go take a piss. All right.
You'll like how the story ends. Don't have to watch the entire first vid, it's really obnoxious.
Free? You say free Palestine? That's what you said? He say free Palestine! Woo! Yes, thank you, brother. Sir, ma'am, can we ask your stance on Palestine? Sir, can we ask your stance? Do you get plastic surgery done, sir? What? Do you what? Sir, no stance? Guys, don't worry, we're just with the press media. Free Palestine, free! You don't give a what? What'd you say, boy? What'd you say, tough guy? What'd you say? That guy is making threats, sir, guys. Free Palestine, free. Are always lame. Free. Fuck you. You wear a diaper or rich people don't like hearing things they don't want. Yeah, we're free.
Yeah, that's definitely helping the people of Gaza, right? It's all just Jew hate. That second link he gave me is broken. It's not loading. Oh wait, there it goes.
Albanian mob got
Albanian mob.
So the only thing is, you can, of course, just letting you know our kitchen closes at 10. So you can obviously come at 9:30, but you do have to order before 10. Right, can I get your phone number?
Oh, you're insecure. Look at that ego's hitting hard, huh? Woo!
Oh my god.
He fucking clocked that piece of shit. Good, fucking dick deserved it. Dude, he got knocked the fuck out. Yeah, hopefully he learned his lesson, fucking dipshit. Thanks for the donation, retard.
What are your thoughts on fostering a cat?
Well, Jasmine and I have fostered 2 cats before. We just fed them a vegan diet while we were fostering them. It's totally fine. So I don't see a problem with it. Thanks for the donation, though, even now.
Yes, free plastine from Hamas, that is.
I agree. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Good health effects. But what is a Mediterranean diet really? I'm not so sure that a Mediterranean diet is predominantly plant-based like we're always told it is. So I came to Greece. I'm here.
So, by the way, the Mediterranean diet concept was developed in the 1950s by Ansel Keys. So there's probably going to be a significant cultural difference between then and now where, yeah, people in the Mediterranean are eating more meat.
In the Mediterranean. And I'm going to talk to people here. Totally agree.
That's my opinion.
This is where we come from, eating meat, eating honey. Mediterranean diet. 67, the Stavrakopoulos family. So it's interesting. So it's
My English, I'm not sure.
So he literally went to Greece, lied about the Mediterranean diet, interviewed a butcher, and this is his proof. Oh, see, the Mediterranean diet is high in meat, even though it's literally not described as that scientifically. Whatever, that's just a waste of time.
In the leather. Huh? You would look good on a bike in leather.
Here he goes. Lenny projecting his fantasies onto Brad.
Hey, Brad.
Oh, here we go.
Take a look at this without a pump. What do you think, Brad? Look.
Oh my God. Can you do a vacuuming pose, Lenny? Can you do a Frank Zane vacuum pose? Let's see it.
We're like,
come on, let's see a vacuum pose. Just once.
Frank Zane. You know, there's something on the internet that says Lenny the most aesthetic bodybuilder since Arnold. Look at that. I like the one where it says Lenny looks like a giant.
I've never seen someone with such a massive bulging gut where you could still see their abdominal muscles.
Cockroach. It's part of your diet to get you off the cravings. I hear you're in Burger King, Chipotle, whatever the fuck.
Sengoku donated $2. Let me
This
see.
MSNBC reporter did not like the fact that this man changed his mind about Trump on January 6th.
And I'll tell you why. I've now lived 4 years under the Biden-Harris policies, and I have to say that those policies are not only becoming an existential threat to our country's way of life, but to our allies as well.
So when you
and it has to.
Ambassador, I'll let you finish, but this is so striking. You said it was a no for me after that, after January 6th.
I did.
And here we are right now.
I did.
And you're saying it's a yes for you.
It is a yes for me. It is an absolute yes for me. That is how badly the Biden-Harris team have prosecuted their job.
But the whole point you seem to be making was that
prosecuted their job. Yeah, this guy isn't too bright.
January 6th and that kind of attack on democracy is bigger than any policy.
I am seeing so many attacks on democracy that eclipse January 6th.
What the fuck is he talking about? Yeah, these people are just strange. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Fuck that is. I'm not eating any of that. That's what I heard. You said that Monday. You came in here during our meeting.
Here's what
you said Chipotle.
Here's what we're doing, Jason.
What should you make for dinner? Have How about some stir-fry broccoli and tofu?
Chipotle.
Anytime you're caught having a cheat meal, you have to wear the puke bucket on your head. The J Masters puke bucket.
It's a dump bucket. I don't know if you saw the picture. We don't want to show it in the gym, but it's out there.
I don't want that.
Well, you're going to do it.
He took a shit in it.
We're going to get
the J Masters puke bucket. Only at the end.
I told him, eat a small can of chunk light tuna and lettuce every 3 hours and only drink water. Do you have 4 weeks?
You got to keep us. For a simpleton, you need a simple diet. You know, PJ Braun tried to put him on a sophisticated bodybuilding diet, and that's just not going to work for Jason. You got...
Hello there.
I think Lenny's got it right. Because that canned tuna, so you don't have to cook, you don't have to do shit.
Can steal them in Publix. I'll show you how to. You got to work the cameras. You know, you got to learn how to work the cameras at them stores.
What exercises is Big Lenny going to desecrate today?
I'm doing arms today. Bicep, tricep, forearm.
Any momentum. Anyone.
Cookie cutter.
Now, if Lenny didn't have that massive stomach, he'd actually have a pretty good physique.
When it goes down your throat.
21st Savage only till there's 19 million illegal immigrants have come into this country since Biden took office. Yeah, great. So you can blame fucking Trump for blocking the border bill. That's literally like half the population of Canada, or like 8 mid-sized states, literally more than the population of New York, Kamala, as the borders are. I don't even think that's true. 19 million? Border crossings under Biden. By the way, not all of these border crossings are illegal. Let's see. 54,000 apprehensions of migrants. So that's in 1 month. Yeah, so, Trump's the one who blocked the border bill, and again, Biden signed the executive order. But, thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. I know you hate consoles, but if you had to choose Xbox or PlayStation, why? Because Xbox has no, games, and their consoles suck. They had the genius idea of releasing a lower-powered system and a higher-powered system, so every game that gets released, they have to design it to run on the low-powered system, so that means if you get the more expensive Xbox, the games you're playing are at a lower quality. It's just fucking retarded. And there's no exclusive games. Like, what games can you play on Xbox? Nothing. Not a gamer, interested to know. Well, there you go, Riley. Max G, didn't he tell her so Lenny passed? Like, who would have thought he seemed so healthy? How young was he? Was he... like 54 or something? He wasn't that old. I think he was in his 50s or some shit.
The new...
But yeah, he wasn't that old. Thanks for the donation, Max G.
VG, I commented on your recent IG post and now a Palestine supporter is spamming Mila Mao. Fuck, these people are so fucked. Kappa Kappa brain slug 777, 77777777. Fuck those people, they really just support terrorists.
This guy is just wasting my time. I'm just gonna ban this guy. Block. If he wants to debate me, he knows where to find me. He's just wasting my time. Yeah, all these people are just time wasters. I challenge him to a debate, won't debate. Tell him I'm live right now, just ask, I can open up Discord. Then just says something else, won't debate. They're just all time wasters. Thanks for the donation though, Emmanuel. 21st Savage and $2. Not all of them are illegal because Biden changed how many people can get asylum. No. This is the problem. Biden had 3 years to solve the problem, so why did he wait right before an election, try to solve it? Plus, he can unilaterally shut down the border. Well, he sort of did. He signed the executive action, and again, if you care about the border so much, then why did Trump block the border bill? Why are you blaming the fucking Biden administration? Thanks for the donation, dude.
About land, it's not just about territory, it's not even about a Palestinian state. Right now in Tehran, there is a banner that says the state of Israel needs to be eliminated from the face of the earth. They even wrote it in Hebrew.
Most Arab countries in the region are very firmly on the side of Israel. They want Israel to defeat Hezbollah. They want Israel to defeat Hamas. Because they recognize that Iran...
You can use all the Queen's English that you like. It's not going to cover the truth of the matter of the fact that Zionism is working on a press release.
You don't only want to control the Middle East, you want to control the airwaves in the entire world. Bad news, but I believe we're closer to the beginning than to the end. Why is it, Mr. Kemp, why did Israel fire 2 tank shells at a building housing 54 children with disabilities? Does that sound to you like a war, Mr. Kemp, or does it sound to you like a genocide?
The world did not begin on October the 7th, but it did change. And just as it's reductive to ignore the decades of conflict before that callous attack, it's ignorant to pretend that it doesn't underpin the chaos and suffering now engulfing the Middle East. A year ago, Hamas terrorists burst through the barriers walling off Israel from Gaza and massacred more than 1,200 innocent people, taking 250 more as hostages. The sheer scale of the atrocity and the animalistic barbarism of the killers shocked the world. It decimated Israel's sense of security with chilling echoes of the Holocaust. It brought Israel into direct conflict with Iran's proxy militias and ultimately with Iran itself. The world today is a different and a more dangerous place, and it is because of what Hamas did on October the 7th. That doesn't mean that every injustice before or since can be justified. So why do I repeatedly ask supporters of the Palestinian cause to condemn Hamas? Well, quite simply, it's an assessment of their humanity. If you're so blinded by your hatred of Israel that you can't bring yourself to be repulsed by the savagery of October the 7th and condemn it, how can you possibly have a fair-minded view on the compromises that will be needed on the long road to peace? And let me be equally clear, the exact same thing applies in the other direction. If you cannot mourn the deaths of tens of thousands of innocent Palestinians, if you can't acknowledge their long-standing oppression and suffering, then why should I trust you to have a constructive view on their future? Tens of thousands of innocent Palestinians have been killed in the war on Hamas. That's a fact. Many thousands more are confined with their grief in a territory that's become little better than a prison camp, with more than half of its buildings now in ruins. And now Beirut is burning as the IDF bombards Lebanon. The world is watching anxiously to see how Iran will respond to the decapitation of its client militias. It's now more likely than ever that Israel and Iran could enter a war that would embroil the United States and Britain too. And all the while, the people of Gaza remain trapped in what looks increasingly like a permanent occupation with no Israeli exit strategy. So yes, the world did not begin on October the 7th, but wow, it did change a lot. The only thing that did not change and will not change is that Israelis and Palestinians living side by side, cheek by jowl, neighbour by neighbour, has to be the way that everybody works to find peace. There is no other way. Well, in a moment, I'll discuss this with my panel, but first, the former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett is not currently involved in politics, at least officially. The polls show he's the favoured choice of Israelis to replace Benjamin Netanyahu, and he joins me now. Naftali Bennett, thank you very much indeed for rejoining me on Uncensored. The Secretary General of the United Nations is calling for a ceasefire and overall de-escalation across the Middle East. It would seem that Israel is pursuing the complete opposite path, and you've indeed called for that Secretary General's resignation. Why?
Why would they agree to a ceasefire? Hamas is just going to regroup, rearm, attack Israel again, and they're not going to get back any of their hostages. So what would be the point of a ceasefire?
Because the idea to cease fire after we've been massively attacked and the threat continues to exist is ridiculous. Right? Iran just lobbed 200 additional ballistic missiles at Israel. Hezbollah has been pounding our cities for 11 months, now 12 months. Hamas murdered, raped, tortured, kidnapped our people.
Poop donated $2, 134.19. Jimmy says Gaza is the most important thing to him in the universe currently. You didn't give me a link. You got to give me the link. Thanks for the donation, though, Poop.
And now the Secretary General expects us to suddenly stop and say, you know, now we'll just wait, and for the next time, that doesn't make any sense.
But what is the end game?
We need to remove the threat.
But what is it? Okay, I understand that. But what is the end game? Given that we're now hearing the same rhetoric we heard in Gaza, which is that Hezbollah are hiding in civilian areas, that's why Israel has to bomb civilian areas, and if there are casualties on the civilian side, that's collateral damage. We heard all this with Gaza. Now half of Gaza has gone up in ruins.
Is the objective here that you will just destroy anything and anyone that gets in the path of removing Hezbollah and Hamas? And what is the acceptable level of civilian collateral damage in that process? And what is the end game? What happens after this? What kind of Gaza and Lebanon are we left with?
All right, let me see, Poop. 134.19.
Okay. See, if he's best for Canada.
I don't care who's best for Canada. You guys are a fully formed democracy. You are a fully formed, rich democracy that can handle your own shit. I care about who's better for Gaza. I care about who's better for the Middle East. I care about who's better for American citizens. But right now, you clean up your own fucking shit. And if you're literally sitting there going, he's better, when he kept hosing you guys on trade shit and actually not being better, I don't know if you're just trying to look for a group to blame for the fact that Canada is now letting radical right-wing populism take hold and potentially undermine institutions that actually work there. But I legitimately don't care. You can't vote anyway, but I don't give a fuck when you guys are you are more than operational enough to handle your own shit. I care who's best for people in general, the world, wars, people who are going to die, and no one in Canada is going to die because Harris wins election over Trump, but more people will die in the Middle East because Trump wins over Harris.
She's giving me out about Gaza, then Canada.
Sorry? What's that?
She's giving me out about Gaza than Canada.
Cares more about Gaza than Canada, I think.
Yes, I care more about whether innocent Gazans are going to die.
I don't know why you sent me this, but thanks for the donation, Poop. 21st Savage $20. Why did Biden wait
for the
so
black
long?
vegans? Also, go to Ital Vital.
All right.
Amazing food and all healthy.
Okay, I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Chef Joya. Why did Biden wait so long after 19 million people migrated here to do something about it? I don't care. He's incompetent. Don't care. What makes you think Kamala won't reverse it? If they waited so long in the first place, the border bill wouldn't do anything except speed up courts. That's great. I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Y'all can believe that if you want to. With his comprehension level, I'm sure he's talking about the hot dogs that Haitians use for their spaghetti. Because ain't nobody up there eating your cats and dogs, okay? But this recipe is absolutely delicious, and make sure you try it out. I'll leave all the ingredients.
That looks pretty alright.
All right, guys, I heard you loud and clear. Let's get into the details of the Cajun fried fish. I'm using hearts of palm that you could get from any grocery store. You want to make sure you split it down the middle and smash it with a fork and keep it together as much as possible. You're going to use your vegan fish sauce or some nori and season it with my amazing Cajun seasoning and allow that to sit for at least 30 minutes. Next, you're going to take some Just Egg liquid mixture and then you're going to spread it all across your hearts of palm. Then you're going to take some pre-seasoned fish batter and you can use any brand you like. Some of these are super salty, so I highly recommend that you add another cup or half a cup of cornmeal self-rising flour to it as well. You're going to make sure you season both sides and you want to get your oil up to about 360 degrees and give it a nice fry. Try to keep those hearts of palm together as much as possible because it will easily break, but once it hits that oil, it stays together. I fry these for about 2 minutes till they're nice and golden brown, then I drain on paper towel. This recipe can also be done with banana blossoms, which I also have.
That looks pretty alright.
It's soft, fluffy, hot, steamy. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my God.
That does look pretty nice. Thanks for the donation, Chef Joya.
You got an update on the TriStar fight? Also, is refined sugar not vegan BC of bone char? Also, should Israel strike Iran's nuclear program? Also, if Canada goes to war with Hamas, are you enlisting? I am. That's all my questions for today. Harris Vals 2028.
I'm not going to go to TriStar Gym because I pulled my adductor really badly a week ago. I already completely tore my adductor longus on my left side, and I got another really bad strain in my adductor on my left side, so... If we end up doing jujitsu or something and rolling, and he ends up getting me in like a leg lock or something, I could be permanently disabled for the rest of my life because doctors don't normally reattach adductor tears. So when I tore the adductor the first time, I couldn't get surgery because they don't do that. So if I tear the other ones, I literally won't have any adductor left, and I don't think they'd be able to operate, so I'm just not going to take the risk. It's not really worth it. They don't use bone char or fine sugar anymore. And yes, it was a good idea for Israel to strike Iran's nuclear program, and yeah, sure, I'll join the Canadian military if Canada goes to war with Hamas. Thanks for the donation, Kamala Harris.
Endgame is a secure Israel and indeed a secure Middle East. With the horrible threats of Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas gone, what we thought for many years, what our leadership in Israel thought, is that we can live with these sort of threats, with these sort of Nazi-type threats. What October 7th taught us is that we can't. When our enemies say we want to annihilate the Jews, they mean it. And now we've seen it in action on October 7th, but that's only a miniature model of what would happen if we do not take care of Iran and indeed Hezbollah, the regime in Iran. So
Vegan donate $2. Do you support PETA?
I'm gonna eat twice as many dogs for every person who tells me not to eat dogs. Dogs exist so I can eat them. When I watch Air Bud, I get hungry. You might love your dog, but I love my gains. Cows, chickens, dogs. What's the difference? It's just food, people.
PETA's fine, I guess. Do you support Dr. Fauci? He tortured dogs.
I know you made Big Lenny's belly explode by forcing your extreme vegan views on him. I heard you ate prismofolucine, so that's great, but why did you kill Big Lenny? Turkey Tom will make a documentary about your crime. I'm Jason Genova, by the way.
I didn't make Big Lenny's belly explode. He did that on his own, but thanks for the donation, Jason the retard. I already know that Dr. Fauci fucking ordered experiments on dogs. I don't fucking care, dude. Thanks for the donation.
In Gaza, what we want to see is a prosperous Gaza, but we must retain the security responsibility so Hamas cannot rebuild. In Lebanon, we want to see a prosperous Lebanon that has been hijacked by Hezbollah. So we are now dramatically degrading Hezbollah. So if it were a company, we've taken out the CEO, taken out the board of directors, taken out most of mid-management. This is a huge opportunity for the people of Lebanon to take charge of their country again. We will not tolerate Hezbollah on our border anymore, period, full stop.
Right, but what is the amount of collateral damage in terms of civilian deaths that you're prepared to countenance as you prosecute Hezbollah?
The question should not go to us. The question should go to Hezbollah itself. If they plant rockets within homes, that is no longer a home, it's a terror base. If they decide to murder their own children by placing children there, that's at their doorstep. You should ask them.
You indicated that you think it's time to go after Iran and its leadership and its nuclear program. There are many people who sense that there is a timidity from Iran in responding to the attacks on Hamas and Hezbollah, which suggests that they know they could not withstand a direct attack from Israel. They don't have the capability, and certainly not to do any kind of meaningful counterattack. Is that your belief? And do you believe that this is a unique opportunity for Israel to actually go and topple the Iranian regime?
Yes, this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity because Iran's strategy, as I called it, the octopus of terror, the head of the octopus is in Tehran, and it sends its arms all across the Middle East. But two of its most important arms, Hamas and Hezbollah, are dramatically weakened and right now cannot mount an effective retaliation. So in effect, Iran is laid bare and is vulnerable. And if we don't take care of Iran, if we leave Iran as it is, they'll rebuild their tentacles. They're going to fund a new Hezbollah, fund a new Hamas. Only if we neutralize their nuclear program and hit the head of the octopus, ultimately, not tomorrow, but ultimately within a few years, toppling the Iranian regime, that'll bring a whole new future to the Middle East. And it's possible because this regime is not only very radical and savage, it's also corrupt, incompetent, and despised by its own people. So what we can essentially do is give a gift to the wonderful people of Iran by hitting its regime, hitting the nuclear facilities, and allowing its people to press for regime change.
There are many critics of the Israeli government and Prime Minister Netanyahu who believe that he has been acting a lot in self-interest, that he knows he's facing corruption charges when this is all over, so there's no incentive for him to try and bring this to any speedy halt, and that he's getting more popular the more he bombs Lebanon, and therefore there's no incentive for him to even think about any kind of ceasefire in that particular fighting. You've been very critical yourself of Netanyahu. Is he the right person to...
These are such stupid questions. Like, my God, there's a valid military objective.
Leading Israel right now? Or should it be somebody like you?
I don't try to get into someone's brain and his intentions. Right now, Israel is united behind the need to hit Iran's regime and to stop its nuclear progress. I want to point out, Piers, that Iran is at its most advanced point in history in terms of its nuclear program. It's accumulated enough high-grade enriched uranium to produce 10 bombs. It's reached the amount for 10 bombs, and it's moving forward manufacturing the device itself, the detonator. We cannot allow this to be. Now, it wasn't me, it was President Biden who 2 years ago vouched that he would not allow Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon. He would use all of America's tools to stop that. This is money time. It's now. If we think this is a theoretical scenario, I'd say that until a year ago we thought that it's a theoretical scenario that 6,000 terrorists would invade Israel and butcher and burn and rape Israelis. So this is reality. Israel's doing the hard, tough work on behalf of the free world. I mean, Iran's not going to stop there. America is the big Satan in their jargon. Israel, the small Satan. So I expect the world to help us in this, in my opinion, heroic battle against the forces of evil.
But there are many people who believe that the sheer volume of civilians, women, children, being killed in such huge numbers, and if the Lebanon offensive continues the way that the Gaza one did, there'll be tens of thousands more potentially killed. That is simply...
Cool, then Hezbollah can lay down their arms if they care so much about their civilians.
Unjustified, that Israel may have a right to defend itself. Everyone understands that you want to protect yourselves and your people from Hamas and Hezbollah and obviously Iran, whose tentacles, like you say, are right behind it all. But at what cost? And you know that a lot of global...
Yes, let's legitimize terror tactics where they use civilians as human shields. So they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. They're putting civilians deliberately in harm's way, and then Israel has to tie its hands behind its back, and then you can keep killing Jews.
Public opinion has been railing against Israel. It's become a lonelier and lonelier place for Israel in these battles that you're fighting. Are you not concerned that at the end of all this, you end up with two things: a very isolated country, reviled by a lot of the world, but secondly, you would have killed the ideology. That when you kill tens of thousands of civilians in Gaza and maybe potentially again in Lebanon, you're fueling the ideology behind the groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, which were forged out of what they perceive to be Israel's oppression and occupation.
I dispute that assumption, Piers. Israel has not been aggressive towards Gaza nor Lebanon. In fact, we have no territorial claim neither in Lebanon nor in Gaza. Our strategy, Israel's strategy for many years, was to allow them to prosper, yet they decided they want to turn their countries into terror bases against Israel. So there's no basis for saying that, when we let go of them, they lay down their arms. Quite the contrary. The only way to do away with this ideology...
LLL.
Thank you for that, vegan gain bitchered wib. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Is to destroy these terror groups. It's like the Nazis. You could not barge in December of 1944 and persuade the Nazis to let go of their ideology. The only way for them to do away with that ideology is to win. Once you beat the Nazis, once you remove that regime, they could engage in the next stage. And I think that's a possibility in Lebanon and Gaza. And one last point. There's an airplane right above me right now. If we give in to this modus operandi that says that when they hide their rockets and their terrorists amid
Excatly based.
Yes. Thanks again, Dodo.
Their children, that turns them into immune. That means that every terrorist in the world, in London, Paris, New York, will use the very same strategy. That would be the biggest mistake. We have to fight terrorists, even though they use that cynical strategy. Otherwise, they'll continue to use that strategy, and you'll get it all around the world. And again, Israel is doing the hard work, the thankless work on behalf of the world. We continue getting criticized, but we're doing the work for everyone else. So it's so easy to sit on the...
Yeah, Finkelstein's gonna say the dumbest fucking shit imaginable. He's basically gonna cherry pick events with absolutely no context. Why would an Israeli tank shoot at a building filled with children? And then he won't tell you that the reason they shot at the building was because there were fucking insurgents in the building and there was only one child or something like that.
Woke benches and say, this is not okay. I would only suggest one thing. Give us an alternative. Tell us what would you do if you got 200 ballistic missiles over the weekend on your homes in Miami or New York or Los Angeles. What would you do if 1,400 Americans or Brits were raped, burnt in their houses, and kidnapped by these terror groups?
Naftali Bennett, thank you very much indeed for joining me again. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Piers.
Well, to debate all this, I'm joined by the political scientist and activist Norman Finkelstein, the Egyptian journalist Rama Zain, Israeli-American commentator Emily Schrader, and the former British Army officer and board member of Friends of Israel Initiative, Colonel Richard Kemp. Thank you all very much indeed for joining me. Rama Zain, let me start with you. What should Israel have done after October the 7th, given what Hamas did that day, and given that Hezbollah immediately joined in by firing rockets at them, and they were under a two-pronged attack from these two groups? What else could Israel have done but do what it's doing?
Okay, so the thing is, I want to start off with Benjamin Begin, who said, in spying as in war, the legend of success is in itself success. And this has been the case since October 7th. They have played the card that they are the democracy of the Middle East. It's about the hostages. They want to annihilate us. And what has happened so far is this facade of Zionism has dropped. And in Israel,
VG.
shooting...
Would you vibe to this for your next workout session? I know you put plant anti-nutrients in Big Lenny's steroids. You were caught in surveillance cameras at the hospital. You made his belly explode. I will expose you on my channel soon. I'm Sv3rige, by the way.
Alright, well, looking forward to it. Thanks for the donation, Sv3rige. It's okay. I found this song recently. It's pretty sick. That one's good. Reminds me of Highlander. Thanks for the donation, Verdant Jedi.
At the world, they have also shot themselves in the foot. I'm going to assume that your question was about October 7th because I can't hear very well.
Dude, is this chick, like, does she have Tourette's?
And what we're seeing now, which is exactly what the...
Like, the way she's bouncing and shaking and, like, radically moving her head around? Looks like she has problems.
UN Secretary General has said, which is, we have no real power. Let's be honest. The body of the UN that holds some power is paralyzed.
My name Riley Leah Riley Leah. Riley Leah Leah. Riley Riley Ria Lee Riley Leah Lee Lee say it, bitch.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Riley. I'm just gonna go grab my sweater. It's getting cold down here. I'll be right back. Dodo donated $2. Watch for 1 minute. Let me see.
That is madness. It diverges from the rational, and yet it's the logical result when we decide that the main solution to beating our rivals is to just make more weapons.
As the US spends more, Russia, China, other countries are spending more. If you look at the discretion...
Sorry. Oh my god. Okay, so increases in US military expenditure do not cause other countries to increase their military expenditure. The reason China and Russia have increased military expenditure as a percentage of their GDP is because they're planning to either conduct a war. In China's case, they plan to invade Taiwan. And in Russia's case, they were planning and are now invading Ukraine. What the fuck does that have to do with U.S. military expenditure? Nothing. If they can't afford it, they can't afford it. Vegan Balls, $20. Do you ever remember this rare clip in DBZ when Dr. Gero got killed by the androids in the original timeline? The original timeline was when all the Z fighters murdered even Goku, and Cell was eventually the only one left.
Die for when?
The blueprints for my ultimate standing like your capture.
I recall that.
Will swallow upon
man.
I remember. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Balls.
Budget, about 50% of that goes to the Department of Defense, and only 1 or 2% of that goes to the Department of State. You can see where our priorities are. A show of force is really the first.
Do they not realize that there are massive countries that would try to, like, kill us?
Foreign policy.
Or invade our allies? Like, you think there might be a reason for the U.S. military's budget?
Of the U.S.
For this one, the explanation is easy. Diplomacy is hard and complicated and long. It doesn't make...
Oh, this guy is just a fucktard.
My name is Riley and I think we should free all the Palestinians from the Israeli occupation. Babies are burning in Rye. Lee. Rye. Rye. Lee. Lee. Leah. Leah. Fucking say it, bitch.
Thanks for the donation, Riley. Riley donated $2. Why is lighting green? Looks kind of cool. Also, why won't you play Five Nights at Freddy's? I was looking forward to it. I'm just not interested. And the light in the back screen because I found my RGB light. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Sengoku donated $2. Thoughts. A lot more women dating men younger than them because women want attractive men, and one of the things that includes is men with a full head of hair. Yeah. Sure. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
الحمد لله الذي خلق الحور الحسان كأنهن الياقوت والمرجان فجعلهن للمؤمنين قاصرات الطرف لم يطمثهن إنس قبلهم ولا جان. أخي أتحبها؟ فلك زوجتان بدخولك الجنان، لا حيض ولا نفاس، لا بصاق ولا مخاط، لا بول ولا غائط، بل لو أن امرأة من أهل الجنة اطلعت على أهل الأرض لأضاءت ما بينهما ولملأته ريحا. لذا تعطى في الجنة قوة كذا وكذا من الجماع. قيل يا رسول الله أو نطيق ذلك؟ قال يعطى قوة 100 رجل. فهي تغار عليك وتغني لك. واسمع إلى قول الحبيب صلى الله عليه وسلم وهو يقول إن الحور العين لا تغنين في الجنة، لكن ليس كغناء كوكبة الشرق أو العندليب، لا، فيا من فتنت بالأغاني الماجنة ويا من استمع للأغاني الفاجرة لا تحرم نفسك من غناء الحور العين بصوتها الرخيم.
Yeah, they're pretty fucking delusional.
This is me 1 year ago. This is me 4.
And let me see this other link.
This is me.
All right, that's the last one. All right, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
4 months ago, and here I am today. What happened? You know, I used to get a lot of hate, and people were suggesting, you know, I was one step away from death. That caused a lot of reflection. And then I was like, off. Okay, so how did we get here? If you remember, when I started this project, we were trying to evaluate how close we are to being able to stop death. And the way we did that is we looked at all the scientific evidence on what you could do to slow down and reverse aging damage. And one of these therapies is known as caloric restriction, which means if a person like me consumes 2,500 calories a day to maintain the same weight, you'd reduce that. And so my caloric intake was 1,950 calories, substantially less. This caused me to lose a lot of fat, including in my face. So people started comparing me to Tilda Swinton. Now this was about—
Whoa, dude, they look like they could be brother and sister or something. Damn, they look alike.
2 years into the project, and we were pretty ecstatic. The biomarkers we had achieved in me were pretty stunning. Remember, I was 43 years old when I started. I had led a life like poor health habits as a kid, 20 years of running myself into the ground as an entrepreneur, 10 years of chronic depression. I was in a really bad state of health, and in just 2 years' time, we turned it all around. My biomarkers were fantastic. We were excited. But when I went out in public, people were like, wait, is this guy gonna die? So there was a big disconnect between the success we were feeling as a team and the perception. It turns out that facial fat is really important to how someone gauges someone else's youthfulness. The problem was, no matter how good my biomarkers were, they would look at my face and say, that guy's old. So in response, we said, we're going to do Project Babyface. We know that in our youth, we have a lot of facial fat, that over time, it lessens. In fact, in your 20s, you start losing 1% of your collagen every year. So by the time you're—
Riley Donatillers, by the way, the only thing I donated today was the green light and FNAF 1. The other two weren't me. You know, that's not me, right? Yeah, that's pretty obvious. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Say my name properly, you fucking porpoise. Rai. Lee. La. Rai. Lee. La Rai. Rai, say it. Say it, say it, say it, say it. 777777777. Riley? Bitch. Say it. Bitch. Riley, Riley. From the river to the Rai.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, Riley. Appreciate it.
80 years old, you've lost 75% of what you had in your early 20s. We wondered, could I rejuvenate my face so I had much more volume? Endless fun, I love every second of it. Now that is a hard problem. You probably are aware that people use things like fillers to compensate for the loss of volume. It's why a face can look plump and round, but it's just filler. It's just masking the problem. We wanted to figure out if we could use legitimate rejuvenation technologies to restore volume in my face. There are 5 things I did to restore volume in my face. The first thing I did is Sculptra, which is a biostimulator. It's injected into certain regions of the face. For example, the temples, right around the mouth, through here. It's designed to allow your body to naturally produce collagen. So instead of putting filler in the face, which just expands in volume, you're getting actual collagen production. My protocol has been doing 2 vials every 6 months. I think the company recommends 1 per year, so I've exceeded what they're recommending. Also, I was compensating from a place of pretty serious deficit, not starting as a maintenance mode of 1 vial per year at say age 28 and going through time. I didn't do any until I was age 46 and I'd lost a lot of weight. So I've been trying to play a little catch up, but Sculptra is first. Next is I tried Renuva, which is fat transfer. Now, ideally, you want to use your own fat. The problem was I didn't have enough fat on my body to do a transfer. And the doctor was concerned that if we tried to extract any fat I had, I would leave an indentation on my body. And so I used a donor's fat. When I did this, I had an extreme allergic reaction. In fact,
well,
the first day I
really?
did it,
That's a surprise? Like, what the fuck?
I am Big Lenny's belly. I was one of his most vital organs, but you made me fail and explode. Big Lenny died of belly failure due to the vegan diet I forced on him. I don't forgive you.
Again, if I could force him to be on a vegan diet, he probably would have lived longer. Thanks for the donation, though, Big Lenny's belly. Dude, what in the fuck was he expecting? You're injecting somebody else's fat in your face. Like, he's a little unhinged, man.
I met up with a reporter to a story for Bloomberg, and on my way home, I blew up. Like, I couldn't even see out of my eyes. I called him, I said, just a heads up, I'm gonna show up. It's me, you may not recognize it, but don't be scared. Because of the allergic reaction, we discontinued it. Now, sadly, it was a promising technology. We were excited about it, and we thought it might be a really good path to revolumize, but because I reacted...
Dude, he could have lost his face. Like that is insanely risky, injecting somebody else's fat tissue into your face. That's fucked. Like, he seems like he has a weird obsessive problem. He's like those girls who inject, like, canola oil into their fucking face, and then their face gets, like, fucked up and scarred.
So profoundly, we just couldn't continue it. So that stopped after one therapy. Next is we decided to increase my daily caloric intake, going from 1,950 to 2,250. And we were probing, can we increase my calories while also maintaining the same biomarkers and also putting on more fat? And it worked. I gained 15 pounds, just under 7 kilograms, and that helped revolumize my face. I'll also note that my life substantially improved with a few more calories. At 1950, you're in a pretty serious deficit. You're hungry all the time. It's kind of painful, but I signed up for this and I was willing to do anything in order to achieve the objective. 1950, it turns out it was not necessary, as far as we can tell, to achieve the same level of biomarkers. So this is a good example of the experiment we're doing, where if caloric restriction is a promising idea and it's still emergent, then we're trying this out and we're measuring a bunch of biomarkers. If it doesn't need to be 20%, then we can move to 10. If it doesn't need to be 10, we can move to 0. It's still very early in the days of anti-aging. And so these kinds of experiments, I think, are at least interesting as a data point on how we think about the therapies and what impact they can have on our lifespans and health spans. Next is I lessened my intake of lutein, which is a carotenoid, from 20 milligrams to 15. And so I did that because it was making my skin yellow. And I think this is why so many people were confused. They saw me, I looked gaunt, I was yellow, and they're trying to make sense. Is this really what a healthy person looks like? And so a lot of people were thinking I had liver failure that I didn't know about, but it was simply because I had too much carotenoids in my diet, and of course that I was on too much caloric restriction. Finally, I did under-eye PRF, and that is when you do a blood draw and you separate the red blood cells from the plasma, and then you put the plasma back in the body. And this is what I did for my sprained ankle. It's what you can do for hair growth, which I don't do anymore. You can also do for under eye. And so over time, you lose volume under your eye. And there's only really two ways to revolumize. One is with filler. The other is this under eye PRF. The problem with filler is it can migrate and it become a nightmare. So I would strongly recommend you do not do filler under eye. It can be very complicated. Under eye PRF is helpful because it helps revolumize the lost volume. Also, it only lasts for like 3 to 6 months. So it needs to be something you repeat on a continued basis, but does in fact work and revolumize what you see disappear over time with age. And I do under eye PRF 3 times per year right now. The past few years has been wild. When I started Blueprint, I did not expect it to be a global phenomena. Growing up in a small aesthetics became a speed. This movement to thinking different.
Yeah, he's doing some pretty stupid shit.
And it is exactly this inefficiency to stop Israel's war crimes now that has led to the 7th of October. And you will have more 7th of October to come because it is unnatural for a people to be occupied and sit idly by. It is actually quite a racist notion to assume such.
Okay, let me bring in...
They're being occupied because they're committing acts of terrorism, and Gaza isn't even occupied.
Colonel Kemp, this whole issue of occupation, I mean, it seems to me that however you try and argue this point, that after October the 7th, Israel had the ability, the power, to control food going into Gaza, energy going into Gaza, water going into Gaza. I don't know what else you would call that power and control other than occupation. I mean, I know they didn't physically occupy it since 2005 when Hamas took power, but Israel has got this control over Gaza in a way that people in Gaza and many around the world feel is completely unacceptable.
Well, you're talking about before October the 7th, I assume, are you?
Yeah, I'm not talking about the argument they put forward, which is what else would you expect but for groups to rise up to try and resist what they perceive to be a glorified prison camp life for all their people.
Yeah, well, Israel left
Again, it's because they're committing terror attacks.
Gaza in 2005 with the intention of it becoming a flourishing free territory. And what happened, Hamas took control very soon after that, and they turned it into a military base to attack Israel from. Israel had no choice other than to control what was going in and out as best it could. Of course, don't forget that Gaza also has a border with Egypt, and Israel did not control that border. But Israel controlled the borders on its own country and did everything it could to prevent weapons being developed and built up and imported into Gaza. And what would any other country do? It was the obvious thing to do. It had to be done. And that did include, of course, in some cases, control of some of the electricity and some of the water. I wouldn't personally describe it as an occupation. I think it was a very reasonable defensive operation around Gaza to prevent Hamas from attacking Israel from Gaza. And don't forget as well that Israel increasingly allowed more and more civilians from Gaza to come out of the territory and work in Israel, and allowed many to travel through Israel and go to hospitals and to fly out of Israel to get treatment when necessary. And many of those people who were working, as I understand it, who were working along the Gaza border before the 7th of October, they were the ones who provided a lot of the information to Hamas and indeed in some cases joined in the attack. So I think, Israel, to an extent, tried to open the borders, tried to make it a more bearable life for the people in Gaza and was repaid by 7th of October.
Okay, well, Rami, just respond to that then, Rami, before I get to Norman. Yeah, respond.
I'm so sorry, can I just interject really quickly?
Yes.
Can I interject really quickly? I find it very bizarre that it's Colonel Kent who is stating this, since he was embedded in the Israeli army during the Great March of Return. And I want to ask you, sir, was it your idea to shoot Palestinians and aim to...
Oh, here we go. So first of all, Israeli snipers were targeting troublemakers, so people who had Molotov cocktails, weapons, Hamas members, stuff like that. There were a few people they shot that were questionable. There was one death that was very questionable. It was a woman who I think was handing out water or something, like 300 yards away. Now, the reason those snipers might have targeted that woman is because they just misidentified what she was doing. They might have thought she was handing out Molotov cocktails, but it turned out to just be water.
To maim them as they peacefully march for their normal...
It was not a peaceful march.
...and basic rights. This is something that you have boasted about before, bear in mind.
I wasn't embedded in the IDF then or at any other time, but what I would say about that is that the Great March of Return was part of a Hamas plan to do what it did on the 7th of October. And some of the people who were so-called protesting on the border had maps on them that showed direct routes and nearest settlements and equipment so they could carry out the kind of massacre that Hamas did itself on the 7th of October.
Yes, that's right. Interrupt him when he defeats your arguments and just call it a Zionist conspiracy.
We are all so sick of
breaking through the border. All of these things. It was the first attempt to do the 7th of October, which failed.
This is, look, sir, you can use all the...
Hamas was literally handing out knives and weapons and telling people to try to cross the border, and as soon as they get across the border, kill as many people as you can.
Queen's English that you like. It's not going to cover the truth of the matter of the fact that Zionism is working on a press release. They work on this image where they regurgitate news, they repeat in order for it to be truth, whether it's Hamas, whether it's Hezbollah. Was Hamas in a car where Hind Rajab was shot at 355 times? Was Hamas in the Shifa hospital?
This is just, like, there's no point in talking to these people. They're just ideologues.
A rumor that was
pure
debunked.
Brain rot.
We keep hearing the same narrative put into
Hamas was in Shifa hospital.
Play and regurgitated, because guess what? The only way that Israel thrives is to dehumanize Arabs. So they dehumanize in order to get away with brutalizing them. And we are so sick of listening to this narrative, but this facade is not present anymore because...
That's a cool story. Mind explaining to me why Hamas made no civilian shelters for any of the bombings? Right, but it's Israel who wants to kill civilians.
Everyone is seeing Israel for what it actually is. It is an occupation. It is killing civilians. For example, just now, killing Hassan Hamid, who is a 19-year-old journalist, whose remains was left in a bag and a box. You really expect his father to then come and...
Let's see. Israel kills 19-year-old journalist. This is a new one. Hassan Hamad, 19-year-old journalist and Jabalia resident, was killed in an Israeli missile attack on his home on Sunday following threats from Israeli officials instructing him to stop filming Israeli attacks in Gaza. This is Middle East Eye. So, Al Jazeera. Israeli artillery shell struck the home 19-year-old journalist, killing him recent weeks. Received death threats via WhatsApp from an Israeli number. He also received phone calls and text messages from an Israeli officer ordering him to stop filming. Gee, I wonder why. I wonder if it had anything to do with fucking security reasons. Hassan... So he was probably filming Israeli troops in the area, and he was putting them at risk because obviously if he sends this to Hamas, they're going to use that to kill Israeli soldiers. So they told him to stop filming for incredibly valid reason. 75th Palestinian journalist killed in Gaza, blah, blah, blah. So they're not actually giving a reason for the artillery strike. Right, that reeks. Is there a... Even if, like, Routers has a, That's weird. Like, it would be good if even Routers had an article on this. Al Jazeera... Look at The Guardian. That's not it. So they're not actually giving an explanation for the artillery strike. I'm assuming it's just because he was in a targeted area like a dumbass. Dodo $20 DM, the market flipped. I bought a few $100s worth of Kamala shares when it was 55 and Trump was 46. Now it's reversed a lot. I blame Jank. Well, that's too bad. I'm sure you'll probably win in the end, though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And say, yes, I definitively want peace. In what world would that be the case? I imagine if my own father, who is a man of law, if my remains were given to him in a box and a bag, I would really solemnly doubt, and especially if the law was not on his side, that he would actually talk about peace.
Okay.
So please stop beating around the bush. It's not about Hamas. It is much bigger than Hamas. If anything, some of the main, sorry, Piers, I'm just going to finish this point, just this last point. Some of the main resistance groups were actually... Yes.
I'm sorry, we have got two other guests who haven't spoken yet. So let me bring in Emily just to respond to what Rama was just saying. Because I saw you rolling your eyes.
Yeah, I mean, yes, of course. I think a lot of what she was saying is projection.
That's what my baby sister does when I borrow the topic, not when I'm talking about genocide.
Exactly.
Don't talk over each other.
Exactly. Oh what we have seen from Palestinians. You know, she's very quick to spout off names of people who are allegedly killed by Israel in various defensive airstrikes. Remember, it wasn't Israel who started this operation. And I love that she brings up the Great March of Return as something that was peaceful, when in fact there's video and photo evidence of Palestinians who were paid by Hamas. They even threatened bus drivers and told them that they are forced to drive Palestinians to that border, knowing that their lives would be at risk if they tried to cross the border. And they were planting IEDs, they were throwing Molotov cocktails, they were acting in aggression against the IDF
and why
in
were they
order
trying
to have the IDF act defensively. But you want to talk about Palestinians. Don't interrupt me. You want to talk about, you had your chance to talk.
So this woman is a complete, insane, crazy whack job who thinks Palestinians have a right of return when they've literally never lived in Israel. Ever. They don't have Israeli citizenship. They never lived in Israel. A lot of their parents never even lived in Israel. In some cases, their grandparents never even lived in Israel. But they have a right to go to return to a place they've never been.
You had your chance to talk. You want to talk about Palestinians who have been targeted by Hamas?
But you're lying.
Why aren't you criticizing all of the Palestinians who have been persecuted by Hamas on the ground? I'm not lying. Do you know who this is?
Why should
Do you know
I
who this
criticize
is?
if
Islam
people who
Hijazi.
are
She was
occupied?
shot 90
Why
times.
should I-
She
why
was
should
shot
I
90
criticize-
times. She's a Palestinian,
What about
a
the
Palestinian
13-year-old
humanitarian
girl,
aid
a
worker
schoolgirl,
who
a
was shot
13-year-old
90 times.
All right.
90 times by Hamas.
Nobody can hear either of you when you shout over each other. All right, time out, please. Time out. I need.
So this is the game plan. As soon as they make an argument and point out that Hamas is targeting civilians, they just shout, scream, won't let you get an argument through.
Hang on, Rama. If everyone just stops shouting, we'll get somewhere. Norman, you've been waiting very patiently and quietly. I was struck by something that you posted after the Hezbollah leader Nasrallah was assassinated. You said that his death left the world a more vacant place. You said, may the force be with you, to the party of Saeed Nasrallah. And on the YouTube channel India and Global Left, you called him a smart man and said his death had left the world a more empty place. I mean, people will find that surprising about someone who...
Whoa. I didn't realize Finkelstein was like an actual full-blown Nazi.
Many people categorize as the leader of a terror group.
Well, the characterization of Saeed Nasrallah, the late Saeed Nasrallah, as an intelligent person, I would suspect that even the Israelis would concede that point. Professor Chomsky, who I hold in the very high...
By the way, Hassan Nasrallah, he stated that he wished for all the Jews of the world to collect in Israel so that they can all be exterminated without him having to go to, the ends of the earth to find them all. So Hassan Nasrallah was a Nazi. He wanted to exterminate all the Jews. And then here's Finkelstein saying it's a tragedy that he died. Christy donated $2. Let me see.
Looks like every average, everyday, ordinary eggs, doesn't it? Well, that holds true for 11 of these 12 eggs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, what about the last egg? The last egg is a terror.
You want to do the final honors?
Whoa. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Fuck. Oh, shit.
And those chicken nuggets in the dirt, we want to get those too. So we're going to pick those up later and eat them. And the chicken nugget. We want to boil that maple syrup.
This is good. Whoa.
Now we're cooking with fire.
Ben, get a better angle.
Okay, thanks, Christy.
highest regard and had very exacting standards of intelligence and mental capacity, standards which I never felt I rose to, even as I considered myself his. I studied under him. He was my mentor. He described Saeed Nasrallah, who he met personally. He described Saeed Nasrallah and Hugo Chavez as the two smartest political leaders in the world. And I think that's a fair characterization based on my own knowledge, which is limited because I don't read Arabic, but I did follow his speeches closely. As to the second comment of mine, you can't pick and choose what movements you embrace in the sense that options can be very narrow. So let's take the case of World War II. There's no question that the Stalin regime was very brutal and that many innocents in the millions perished under Stalin's rule. Nonetheless, your Prime Minister, Churchill, my president at the time, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, embraced Stalin, and everybody in the...
This guy at one point was a tenured professor, and he says the most massively insanely stupid shit imaginable. No one liked Stalin. Absolutely fucking no one. And the United States were actually planning, they had contingency plans to go to war with Russia after Germany was defeated. No one liked Stalin. They just knew that they needed to use Stalin to defeat the Germans. So that's why they pretended to get along, you fucking idiot.
So-called free and democratic world wished the best good fortune to the Red Army as it stood the ground against the Nazis. As you know, up until 1944, 90% of the Nazi troops were on the eastern border. And as you know, about 300,000 Americans died during World War II, about 400,000 Brits died during World War II, and about 30 million Russians died during World War II. So by a fantastical difference, it was the Russian Red Army under the leadership of Stalin, who was a brutal leader, that defeated the Nazis. In Europe, which you're familiar with.
By the way, one of the reasons why so many Russians died during World War II is, one, they didn't expect Germany to attack, and two, Russians have the absolute worst military strategy imaginable. They literally just launch human meat wave attacks and tell people to run into machine gun fire. So if they had used modern military strategy, you probably wouldn't have seen 30 million deaths. Probably would have still been pretty high, but you probably wouldn't have seen 30 million deaths.
All the underground resistance to the Nazis in the occupied countries. Without exception, those resistances were led by the communists. The communists were very brutal, but they led the
So he's just flapping his gums. None of this has anything to do with the fucking topic.
resistance to the Nazis. In the same way, the Hezbollah is now leading, even though it's been significantly degraded in its military capacities, it's leading the resistance to what is a genocidal regime.
Yeah, he said it. He literally is claiming Israelis are Nazis. As far as I can recall, Israeli Jews aren't rounding up Arabs and putting them into gas chambers. And in fact, Arab citizens of Israel have the exact same rights as Jewish Israelis. So what a bizarre comparison to compare a democratic, liberal, secular democracy to
Nigga,
Nazis.
This video and your armchair foreign policy commentary is so boring. Can we watch something else, please? No one gives a shit about your opinion on this sleep-inducing video. Let's watch videos of hot women working out or some shit. Do it, nigga, thanks.
Alright, maybe later. Thanks for the donation, I'm Negra.
In my opinion, Piers, and of course,
And by the way, there's absolutely no way you can argue that the war on Gaza or the war in Lebanon is a fucking genocide. It's just brain rot fucking retardation. Israel's trying to avoid civilian casualties far more than fucking Hamas is, clearly. They're also facilitating humanitarian aid. Like, this is the most bizarre genocide ever in human history. I've never seen a genocide where your attackers are trying to avoid killing you and are supplying you with food and aid.
of course, reasonable people can disagree. But my memory goes back as far as the early 2000s, when all the liberals in the world adopted this program called R2P, Responsibility to Protect. And that meant that if the other institutions of the international system failed to protect people who were suffering a genocide, it was the response.
Oh, so he's even going a step further. He's claiming this genocide has been going on for like 20 years.
Responsibility of states to protect where the international institutions failed. Hezbollah began its firing on northern Israel, when Israel embarked on a genocide in Gaza.
That's completely and utterly false. Hezbollah started firing rockets into Israel on October 8th, before Israel proceeded with any fucking military action. So he's flat out fucking lying here. Like he's just making this up. That is the most bizarre, insane lie I think I've ever heard Norman Finkelstein make. They didn't have any military action in Gaza on October 8th when fucking Hezbollah started firing rockets. They started firing rockets to show solidarity with Hamas. It wasn't to protect fucking Gaza.
R.I.P. Big Lenny. Is this guy being paid by Iran or something? He can't possibly be this stupid and you're crazy, can he?
At this point, it wouldn't fucking surprise me. Like, this is fucking crazy. It's just baffling that he'd lie like that. That is fucking nuts. Thanks for the donation, Axel.
And Hezbollah's position was, until the last day of Syed Nasrallah's life, their position was reiterated over and over again. When there is a ceasefire in Gaza, when the genocide ends, we will stop firing rockets at northern Israel.
So, yeah, dumbass, that's a lie, and these people are media trained, and they just say that. They just say that because they know it looks good to not only the international community, but useful idiots like yourself and dumbass kids on college campuses. Like, again, Hassan Nasrallah said he wanted to exterminate all Jews from existence. Like, you think this guy was going to abide by some sort of ceasefire deal once Israel stopped its assault on Gaza? Like, fuck you. This guy's a fucking idiot. They're an Iranian proxy. He's completely lost all fucking credibility right here.
They took as their own the responsibility to protect R2P, the people of Gaza who are suffering a genocide.
Okay, I need to bring in the others.
I hope either one of those just points out he made a flat-out lie. Hezbollah started shooting rockets into Israel on October 8th before any military action.
What I would say on that is, from my memory, hang on, I'll bring you all in. I'm going to correct something. My understanding, Colonel Kemp, was that Hezbollah fired the rockets before Israel did anything after October the 7th. They did it in solidarity.
Yes, thank you. Even Piers knows this. Finkelstein is just a fucking liar. I can't believe he'd make up a lie like that. That's just so fucking insane.
With what Hamas had done, wedding themselves in that moment to one of the worst terror attacks of modern times. That was my belief of what went down in those 24 hours. Perhaps you can clarify that from your perspective. But also, Norman makes a good case for something that a Lebanese friend of mine told me today, which I was quite surprised about, which is that to many people in Lebanon, Hezbollah are seen to be resistance, are seen to be people fighting for freedom, and they're not seen as terrorists. What do you feel about that? Do you feel that sometimes
Yeah, right. That's why there were celebrations all throughout fucking Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, Iran.
We in the West look at all these groups as terrorists, but they look at Israel as terrorists, and they look at themselves as resisting the terror?
Well, you're right. Hezbollah, the terrorist organization with its terrorist leader, thank goodness he's no longer with us now, Nasrallah. Norman Finkelstein's equivalent of Stalin, and there are definitely some similarities there. They began their aggression against Israel before Israel really began effectively to fight back in a defensive war, not a genocide by any means. The idea that what Israel's doing in Gaza is a genocide is nothing but an obscenity, and how Professor Finkelstein can utter those words is beyond me. But the reality is that Hezbollah is a proxy of Iran. It doesn't exist in its own right. It was created by Iran. It's funded by Iran. It's armed by Iran. It's directed by Iran. And it exists as part of a ring of steel of Iranian proxies around Israel with the intention to destroy Israel. This has nothing to do with protecting anybody. It's all about trying to annihilate Israel, which is one of Iran's agendas. And let's not forget as well that most Arab countries in the region, including Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and others,
Why did Israel bomb Syria? You can literally Google that. There were Iranian targets in Syria.
Are very firmly on the side of Israel because they recognise they want Israel to defeat Hezbollah. They want Israel to defeat Hamas because they recognise that Iran is as big a threat to them as it is to Israel, perhaps even a bigger threat.
It's not about
the idea
Iran.
that Iran
Again,
can
this
gain
is the
nuclear
PR
weapons is
machine that
absolutely
we keep
abhorrent
hearing.
to most of the Arab countries. And you just have to look at the way that Iran is motivating its proxy, the Houthis in Yemen, to attack international shipping.
Yeah, this guy's figured it out. Ignore the fucking screaming monkey child and just keep talking. Let them yell and scream and screech, and then it completely deflates them.
These people, these Iranian proxies, are the enemies of not just Israel, but the Middle East and the West. And Iran's primary objective is to gain supremacy over Sunni Islam in the Middle East.
Okay, well, hang on. Okay, let me bring in Rama. Can you say that's not the case? But Rama, before you respond,
I'm so sorry.
Hang on, Rama. Hang on.
I'm so sorry. This is not the case.
I'm about to say something to you. It is surely
Israel is now holding the Philadelphia. Okay.
Hang on. I just want to say
for example, he's stating now.
It is surely indisputable that Iran is funding and resourcing Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis with a combined ideology of trying to get rid of Israel. Surely that's indisputable, isn't it?
Listen, Piers, this is the thing, and this is the real issue. When you take something out of context.
There you go. Yeah, no argument. Can't respond to that. When you point out Iran is funding terror proxies, here's the thing. It's a genocide, and children are dying, and Jews are evil. They can't respond to any questions, and they get triggered as soon as you point out they're completely full of shit.
You are negating the fact that there has been resistance long before Hezbollah, long before Hamas. Actually, when you talk about some of the founders of the PLO, they were Christian communists.
None of that has anything to do with the fact that Iran is funding terror proxies.
It doesn't. The point is, you occupy, you will gain resistance. It is a narrative that is not ours. When you assume that a people should be occupied and do nothing about it, you have, for example, a mother who gave birth in Al-Quds to triplets, and she didn't get the permit. So Israel sent her back to Gaza. So she had to leave these triplets. When you go talk to this mother of three, what do you expect her to tell you? And these incidents have been happening long before Hamas and Hezbollah. And that is the point. It is a PR.
What? I'm sorry, she's saying because a mother couldn't get a permanent visa in Israel, they're going to commit terror attacks? Like, does this woman not realize that a lot of people can't get permanent visas in many other countries? Like,
or strategy of theirs that they regurgitate in mainstream media to tell you it's Iran or to tell you that it's.
I don't think it's a PR strategy.
Like, this guy's even laughing at her. Like, what she's saying is just so ridiculous.
What you are negating is that the whole world.
Okay,
hang on. Listen, I'm sorry, Piers, just let me finish my point.
Finish your point.
Just let me finish this one, please. There is a CIA report. Okay, I will. There is a CIA report, for example, that was founded, and it states the aggressively ideological nature of Zionism, which emphasizes that all Jews belong to Israel and must return to Israel, has had its drawbacks in enlisting support for intelligence operations. Since there is a considerable opposition to Zionism.
What does this have to do with anything?
Also, nobody cares if some stupid, worthless children who, by the way, were raised to be Nazis by Hamas die.
I mean, I sure as hell don't care. Thanks for the donation, Snoopy.
Among Jews from around the world. Aware of this fact, Israeli intelligence representatives usually operate discreetly within Jewish communities and are under instructions to handle their missions with utmost tact to avoid embarrassment to Israel. Obviously, this is not the same tact because Israel is extremely embarrassed at this point, and you are negating the fact that Tim Walz, in a vice presidential...
She literally just admitted that Israel strictly abides by human rights codes, while claiming Israel does not strictly abide by human rights codes.
Debate stated the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United
Sorry, Israel and its proxies? What?
States. Okay. Do you expect a people to have their land being taken and do nothing?
Like, she's laughing at her too. Like, what the fuck?
Emily, look, in the same way that when I have these debates, when I hear Israelis say, or pro-Israeli people say, that what else was Israel supposed to do but defend itself? I have a lot of sympathy for that. The scale of how they've gone about it, I have some issues with. But the principle of defending yourself against that kind of attack, I get it. But I also understand Rama's wider point, which is where there is a clear occupation and oppression of a people, as it clearly has been, whatever you want to call it, Israel has been controlling the lives of people in Gaza for a long period of time, and the general quality of life of people in Gaza is appalling.
Fuck this stupid ass cunt. Hope her friends from Hamas will kill her. Smile.
Yeah, I don't know where the fuck she's from, but yeah, if she lived under Hamas rule, I think she'd change her opinion pretty fucking quick. Thanks for the donation, Snoopy.
5 minutes after that last video,
they shifted positions. Alright. They moved.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Maui is sleeping on his right side because that is more comfy for him?
Turned around.
Oh my god.
Look how cute they are.
Wow, look at little Joey.
Why are they so cute?
Oh, so
Why?
handsome. Those are amazing kitties. That's great. Thanks for the donation, even though. April, thanks for the membership. Appreciate it. And Carlos Sukip, thanks for the donation, dude. Appreciate it.
Particularly by comparison to people across the border in Israel. And I think they should be entitled to the exact same human rights and hopes and aspirations for the same quality of life as their neighbors. But at the moment, Netanyahu is showing zero sign of wanting that to happen. He just talks constantly about destroying Hamas, destroying Hezbollah, destroying Iran, destroying everybody. But ultimately, what's the end game? What happens then? And how do you...
Yeah, the end game is Hamas is destroyed and Israel will help rebuild.
You not just fuel the ideology that created all this trouble?
This Coates guy is an Atlantic journalist who was heavily criticized for his October 7th takes. Here's him and Trevor Noah normalizing terrorism.
Let me see. Suggest he's not above taking part in an October 7th style attack? So this guy's saying he wants to, like, murder children and rape women? And I grow up under that oppression and that poverty, and the wall comes down. Am I also strong enough to, or even constructed in such a way where I say this is too far? I don't know that I am. What a piece of shit.
And I haven't said this out loud, but I think about it a lot. Where 20 years old, born into Gaza, which is a giant open-air jail. And what I mean by...
Gee, wonder why it's considered an open-air prison. Couldn't possibly have anything to do with Hamas.
That is if my father is a fisherman and he goes too far out into the sea, he might get shot by somebody off of, the side of Israeli boats. If my mother picks the olive trees and she gets too close to the wall, she might be shot. If my little sister...
This guy literally has no fucking clue what he's talking about.
Has, cancer and she needs treatment because there are no, facilities to do that in Gaza.
Well, gee, maybe you should blame Hamas. Maybe there would be facilities like that in Gaza if all the fucking Hamas leaders in Qatar weren't fucking billionaires and pocketed aid money.
And I don't get the right permits, she might die. And I grow up under that oppression and that poverty, and the wall comes down. Am I also strong enough? Or even constructed in such a way where I say, this is too far. I don't know that I am. I don't.
This guy, okay, if people are saying this, they're one of two things. They're extremist Nazis who want to kill Jews, or they're October 7th attack deniers. So this guy, I wouldn't be surprised if this retard thinks Hamas literally only killed, like, like Israeli military. Or he could just be a crazy Nazi who wants to kill Jews. I'm not sure. Oh, Trevor knows a piece of shit.
Question about, like on a human level. I honestly have to ask you this because I very seldom get angry on people's behalfs. But man, we haven't been able to stop talking about the CBS interview.
Wow.
We and I mean, when I say we, I don't just mean the people who make this podcast.
Yeah.
I mean like my friends, people online,
Really?
people.
Yeah.
And
I'm totally off.
Oh, you really?
Yeah,
Let
I'm
me tell you
totally
something.
off.
Oh, you're off?
I'm completely off.
let me fill
People
you
are
in.
not happy about that.
I mean, I'm obviously hearing this from other people.
Yeah,
Friend,
yeah,
let me fill you in. Let me fill you in. I don't think you understand the shockwave that interview created. Not because of what you said, but because of the way people felt like you were treated. Just the opening salve of that conversation.
Right.
And I'll never forget the question that you get asked, where I think it's Tony who says to you,
when I read the book, I imagine if I took your name out of it, took away the awards and the acclaim, took the cover off the book, the publishing house goes away, the content of that section would not be out of place in the backpack of an extremist.
Yo, I sat there. I don't get flabbergasted by much.
Right.
I genuinely don't. I sat there and I was like, what? My first thought is, yes, but if you remove every context from everything, then everything could go anywhere. You know what I mean? If you remove America's history and America's journey, then it's like, yeah, those people who fought against the British, they were terrorists.
Yes, because flying across a border wall into Israel with the intention of killing as many civilians as you possibly can is the same thing as fighting against a tyrannical military force. What's the difference between murdering children and raping women and kidnapping hostages and American freedom fighters fighting off the British military? I don't know what the difference is. Okay, these people are fucking Nazis. Fucking scumbags. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Not the insane psychopath dodged the question that Hamas and Hezbollah are funded by Iran and their goal is the death of all Jewish people. With a Gish Gallop also she won't show any condemnation for Jewish deaths by terror groups.
Well, yeah, it's because they want Jews to die. They're Nazis. I've seen enough of this where, like, it's not a surprise to me anymore. I know exactly what they're thinking. Thanks for the donation, General Grievous. Thanks for the membership, Snoopy Noob. Appreciate it. Thanks for the donation again, Carlos. Appreciate it.
Have you watched No Country for Old Men? Awesome movie.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite movies. It's pretty fantastic. Thanks for the donation, Carlos. All right, Eric Sanchez, since you're claiming I have no idea what I'm talking about and I've never been to Palestine, come debate me in Discord. If you don't join my Discord and debate me, you're banned. I'll give you 2 minutes. So there's the Discord link. You can advocate for your cause. You can prove to everybody that I'm a genocidal Zionist, and, you know, the only right way to do things is to support Palestine. You can do that right now. Here's your big platform. Here's your chance. So jump in Discord, debate me, or you're banned. Okay? So here's your chance to advocate for your cause. If you don't advocate for your cause, you're banned, and then you'll achieve nothing. So there's your opportunity. You want to prove to everyone that Palestine is so great and we should stand up against the Jews? Here you go. Show everyone you care. Oh, he says he's going to do it. Let me give you a prediction for what's going to happen. He's going to say a bunch of stupid shit. I'm going to immediately prove him wrong, and then he's going to run away and leave, just like everybody else has. You got 2 minutes. Clock's ticking. Yeah, he's not going to join. I would be absolutely flabbergasted if he ends up in my Discord, willing to debate me. All of these people are full of shit. I was just interacting with somebody on Instagram who said, "Oh, I'll debate you. I'll fucking prove to everybody you're a fucking moron." And then I tell him I'm live right now, come debate me. Then he just ignores me. That's what they all do. I'll give you 1 more minute or you're banned. Doesn't take that long to fucking sign into Discord. You don't even have to download Discord. You can just use the online client. You don't have to download the app, so that's not an excuse. All right, congratulations, you're banned. So much for, oh, I care about Palestine. Vegan Gains has no idea what he's talking about. What a fucking moron. Okay, I'll debate you. Oh. Okay, he said, I unbanned him. He says, it does take that long. I'm still logging in. Don't know. Okay, fine. I'll give you an extension. Nicotine, donate $2. Do you like good Nick Buzz? Do you like a good Nick Buzz, my guy? Yeah, it's pretty good. Worried about potential side effects? No. Dick shrinkage? No. Or is that a myth? I'm a bit of a fiend. Well, nicotine is a vasodilator, and if you take like a fucking shit ton of it constantly all day long, you might notice that it affects your erection quality, especially if you're like overweight and have issues with vasodilation as it is. But, you know, if you take moderate doses here and there, it's not going to be a big problem. Thanks for the donation, though, Nicotine. All right, I'll just wait for him to join Discord.
Well, I mean, there's a few things I want to address, and obviously I appreciate that you pointed out the fact that Hezbollah did attack Israel before Israel had ever responded. There's a lot of activity from the anti-Israel movements. Even they were protesting against Israel before Israel had responded. By the end of October 7th in the United States, there were anti-Israel protests. So there's something inherently wrong here because Israel hadn't even responded. So it's not actually about that. It's about supporting terrorism. Now, when it comes to the responsibility to protect, we have to remember that Hezbollah is not a state actor. Hezbollah is a terror proxy of the Islamic Republic of Iran. It is occupying and colonizing parts of the Middle East, including some parts of Syria even. And of course, we have other terror proxies in Yemen, in Iraq, in all kinds of other places that are being orchestrated.
Well, yeah, Hezbollah helped the Assad regime in Syria. But, of course, if you bring this up to any of the terror-supporting guests here, they're just going to scream, yell, shout, act like a fucking monkey, and then not acknowledge that.
Orchestrated by the Islamic Republic of Iran. And, you know, to Rama's point about occupation, you know, there are occupations, military occupations, many of which are legal, some of which are illegal, all over the world. And we don't see the people who are occupied carrying out the same savage acts of barbarism that we saw a year ago today. We don't see families being slaughtered, women being raped, tied to trees and raped and sexually mutilated, the same way that we saw Hamas do, same way that we saw Hamas do in Gaza. And I'm sorry, but what part of Yemen is Israel occupying? Again, this is an orchestrated campaign by the Islamic Republic of Iran. Just because the population is occupied under international law does not give them the right to kill civilians, especially civilians in an indisputed area such as the Gaza border community.
How dare you
we're very much
from killing your
These
child?
are people who support. These are people who support peace with the Palestinians. These are people who wanted a two-state solution. And instead, what did they get in return? They got thousands of casualties. They got thousands of terrorists, including Gaza civilians.
Okay, again, time out because we can't.
There you go. No argument. Start screaming, yelling, acting like a monkey. What a surprise.
I can't hear you. We can't hear either of you because you're both shouting. Let me bring in Norman again, waiting patiently as you two were shouting at each other. Norman, what happens here now? Putting aside all the "how do we get here" arguments, which we've had many times, what is going to happen here? I mean, you're a scholar of this region for many decades. How concerned are you now that we might be entering a really potentially uncontrollable phase of this conflict, which could lead to a much wider war?
First of all, I made clear my own opinion several months ago, and I think even on your program, but I could be mistaken there. When I was asked, what do you expect for the day after? I said already several months ago when people were contemplating the day after, I said, I don't want to be the bearer.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Initially, Hitler did incredibly well. I mean, his blitzkrieg, incredible. If he had stopped with the Anschluss, where he gets Austria and he's going to take Czechoslovakia, and then he says, I'm uniting the German people. If he had quit right there, he would have gotten away with it and probably be considered a brilliant leader by Germans. But then hubris, right? The blitzkrieg worked so well. His generals told him he couldn't do it, but of course it worked. And then he goes further and overextends, etc. When you look at what you think are great generals on the Western side, they are great generals. But their success has to do with a whole lot of other people. Think about it. If we hadn't broken the codes, which is the British helped us do that, and the Poles who brought out various Enigma machines and other things, would it have turned out the same? If you don't have Henry Ford, who's turning his cars into tanks, and the people who built Liberty ships, would it have been the same? If you do not have scientists doing the Manhattan Project, would it have been the same? And think about the enormous mobilization with the United States, where Americans are all on board, and in Britain and all over. We tend to personify it as the general. It ain't so. It's
I don't respect Neil deGrasse Tyson.
You don't respect Neil deGrasse?
No, I would debate him in a minute.
Really?
Absolutely.
Damn.
He's an actor. He has
what
a
about
SAG
Terrence
card.
Howard?
Terrence Howard is a smart dude, but he's off too.
The Earth is a triangle. Let me explain. There's isosceles, there's equilateral, and there's scalene. It's not a circle. It's not flat. It's a triangle. You're all wrong. All of you motherfuckers are wrong. And it's because I'm light-skinned that you don't believe me.
That's a good Terrence Howard impression.
I don't claim to be like a total expert in the holographic universe, but I'll share with you what I know. There are calculations you can do that shows that in a black hole and the event horizon, that's the point of no return, that if you fall through that event horizon, all the information contained within you gets remembered at that event horizon. That's a little bit spooky. You can ask the question, are we something real, or are we just some imprint of some other thing that's real?
Was real. Right.
That's correct. Is there some higher reality of which we are just shadows representing it? It's a spooky idea that has sort of theoretical taproots, but I wouldn't know how to test that. Maybe the folks who came up with this have thought that through, but I'm not there.
I don't understand the holographic universe theory, and that wasn't a great explanation.
We call them prime numbers, but are those values universal?
I think you meet an alien species. They come to Earth. You say, like, do you know about prime numbers? They don't know the language. They're like, what do you mean by this word prime? You start tapping out like 2 taps, 3 taps, 5 taps. You do that. The alien species has done like any thinking at all.
By the way, that dipshit in chat still isn't in my fucking Discord. How fucking long does it take to join Discord?
They'll be like, I gotcha. It's such a natural sequence. It's when, like, as soon as you have counting numbers and then you start to ask curious questions, any intelligent entity is going to stumble on like primes being a thing. You know, any AI, any alien, all of them are going to be in agreement that like this one's important.
They're tapping out the Glypsorpian sequence. Wow.
Exactly. Yeah.
Chuck, know your prime numbers just for this, just such an emergency.
I run into an alien.
Watch this part on Agent Orange.
Story gets better. Under President Kennedy, it's hard to see in jungles. Put Agent Orange on, you can see a little better. And we dump all sorts of Agent Orange. And it's, again, mostly on South Vietnam. It affects 4 million people, creates tens of thousands of birth defects. Imagine if the child missing limbs is your child. And then if you look where what's being Agent Orange, you'll notice it's hitting a lot of coastal population areas, and it's hitting areas where the preponderant ethnic group of Vietnam live. These are the people who you want to survive at the end of the day in South Vietnam. And in addition, it's going into upland.
Okay, we'll watch more of that.
You
Thanks
know,
for the
VG,
donation,
all
Dodo.
this serming and yelling makes me realize just how close we are to our Simon Cosion's disp what these Christian nut jobs say.
Yep. We're just an evolved form of ape. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Alright, so Eric Sanchez is banned. I'll unban him if he joins Discord, but I don't think that's going to happen. All of these pro-Hamas supporters are just completely full of shit. So I'll leave Discord open. He's probably never going to join. They all just lie, try to waste your fucking time. Dodo Donate Tellers, this is the best explanation of the holographic principle that I've seen. Watch till the end. PBS Spacetime also did a video about it. That was good.
It's time. If a 3D object like a black hole is best understood using only 2 dimensions, could the same be true for the entire universe? In the 1990s, these questions coalesced into a compelling...
Michaela donated $2, your favorite idiot.
Have you had residents with cognitive decline show improvement on the carnivore diet or on the ketogenic diet?
I have one resident who moved back, came to us showing a score on a MoCA test. I don't know if you know what the MoCA test is.
No, what's the MoCA test?
But I can't even remember what it stands for, but it's a...
So basically this is nothing but anecdotal claims.
It's a bunch of questions, a sheet of paper that helps diagnose dementia. And the scores are from 0 to 30. 0 to 21, I think, is you have some kind of cognitive decline, dementia. 21 through 26 is like mild cognitive decline. You're starting in dementia. And then 27 to 30 would be you or me, normal people. So this lady came to us scoring a 15 on her MoCA. She left us like 7 or 8 months later scoring a 26. Like
That's
she was
crazy.
just almost to the normal range.
Anecdotal claim, cool story, show me the fucking data. By the way, this isn't even necessarily attributable to diet. It is possible to just get an improvement in a cognitive score with no changes in lifestyle or medications. She's probably on medications, and that might also be attributable to the improvement on her cognitive score. And by the way, Michaela Peterson's trying to use this as an argument to promote like the carnivore diet or some shit. He didn't even mention that this lady was on a carnivore diet. She might have just been on a ketogenic diet. And I mean, it's plausible that some people with cognitive decline might do better on cognitive tests if they're producing more ketone bodies. But you don't need to be on a carnivore or meat-based diet to be on a ketogenic diet.
Yeah, she's living in an apartment in Seattle. She and Marie Emmerich are now good friends. He's completely off hospice. He was barely able to stand up. He's walking around, and he's...
Okay, so basically she found some random guy who just loves to make anecdotal claims. Cool story. Show me the data. Thanks for the donation, though, Michaela.
Compelling idea called the holographic principle. The holographic principle says that space-time is like a hologram, projected from the information available on some lower dimensional surface, like the boundary of the universe.
Well, yeah, that's another good point. Being under care could radically change your lifestyle. Like, that woman might have been an alcoholic and was drinking like crazy, and that was the reason why she had really poor cognitive decline. And then when she went into that care center, she wasn't drinking anymore, and that, like, it could be anything. This is why anecdotal claims are fucking worthless.
On the holographic stage, the fabric of our reality, space-time, and gravity actually emerges from a quantum description in a lower dimension. If the holographic principle is true, the math describing gravity and the geometry of space-time should be equivalent to the math of quantum physics in a space-time of one fewer dimension. In the last few decades, physicists have searched for these mathematical equivalences with the goal of creating a dictionary of physics that bridges the dual descriptions. The best example so far is something called the ADS-CFT duality. This is a well-understood quantum theory known as a conformal field theory, or CFT. It has no gravity in it. Let's consider CFT in two spatial dimensions and, of course, time. This is a kind of space-time permitted in general relativity known as anti-de Sitter space, or ADS. It has gravity. Let's consider an ADS space with three spatial dimensions and time. The ADS-CFT duality is a dictionary that relates the math of the two theories. You can use it to calculate anything in one theory in the language of the other. We might describe this situation by saying that the ADS spacetime is emergent from the CFT because some of its dimensions appear out of the dynamics of the lower dimensional CFT. But if spacetime is emergent, what are the quantum processes that produce it? Here, ADS-CFT gives us a compelling hint. The ADS spacetime geometry, along with Einstein's equations of general relativity.
Bamboosis donated $2. I would like to attend this meeting. Let me see. Oh my god. Whoa, look at that little baby beaver. Oh my god. I think I would also like to hang out with those beavers too.
Obama delivered an absolutely killer speech tonight.
Let me see.
Even local Republicans said it was not true. And now the people of Florida are dealing with another devastating storm. And And I want you to watch what happens over the next few days, just like the last time. You're going to have leaders who try to help, and then you have a guy who will just lie about it to score political points, and this has consequences. Because people are afraid, and they've lost everything, and now they're trying to figure out, how do I apply for help?
Okay, so that dumbass that I banned, Eric Sanchez, who said, "Oh, I'll debate you. Richard, you have no idea what you're talking about. You never traveled to Palestine. Never showed up in Discord. What a surprise. All these people who claim to support Palestine and all this shit, they just want to spread anti-Semitic hatred. As soon as they get an opportunity to advocate for their cause, they fucking disappear. So they just show up in your chat to say, Jews are evil, we need to kill Jews, I support Hamas. And then when you give them an opportunity to debate, to advocate for their cause in quotations, they run. I don't put up with it. You're all fucking banned.
And some of them may be discouraged from getting the help they need. The idea of intentionally trying to deceive people in their most desperate and vulnerable moments. And my question is, when did that become okay? I'm not looking for applause right now. I want to ask Republicans out there, people who are conservative, who didn't vote for me, who didn't agree with me. I had friends. Why would we go along with that? Business and somebody you're doing business with just outright lies and manipulates. You stop, and you wouldn't put them in charge of anything.
Yep. Well, that's Trump. Thanks for the donation, retard. Those are really nice beavers. I saw a beaver in person once. They're nice. Oh. Oh. Oh my goodness. What a nice friendly bison. That's amazing. Oh my god, he's so fuzzy. Oh, look how friendly he is. Oh my god. That's good. This part of the narration made me laugh.
The catkins of the pussy willow attract more visitors than any other. Each tree has either male or female flowers, so they depend on bees and butterflies to carry the pollen between them.
Did Pussy Willow make you laugh? Those are really nice bees. I like bees. Thanks for the donation, Bamboosis. Son Goku donated $2. I don't know if it's just me, but I think having shaving requirements for cops and military is just stupid. Under some circumstances, it makes sense, because you may need to wear gas masks, and gas masks don't work if you have a beard. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it. It might. With special forces like Green Berets, a lot of the time they need to grow a beard so that they fit in like the Middle East and shit. So that they can do covert operations. But it may have something to do with the need to wear gas masks in cases of emergency. Why would you want to have babyface soldiers, cops? They say beards look unprofessional, but I think that's dumb. I think I've seen quite a few cops with beards, so I don't know if that's just a department thing or not. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku. Death to Hamas donated $2. Was Trump's economy better or worse than Biden's? It was worse. Thanks for the donation, Death to Hamas.
That and crazy stuff like this.
Cheryl, our vet, called me and she said, "Can you bring your baby in and feed him in front of Zoe?" Because she had a baby. I just had my
Gross.
breastfeeding bra on and I was able to show her everything with zero.
Okay, well, you know, that's good. Orangutans can learn to breastfeed from people. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2, almost as good as his last speech. I wonder if he was high. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Retard donated $2. Do you like any weird food? What's your hottest food take? Can't really think of anything off the top of my head that's weird that I like. The only food that I like that could remotely be considered weird would maybe be sushi. Race relations are crumbling on food Twitter. I'm a non-white Middle Eastern immigrant from a Muslim background with many Ethiopian and Somali friends. It's monkey slop, and you are a disgrace to all white people. I think less of all white people because of your tweet. Hang your head in shame. I'm really racist and I love Ethiopian food, seriously. Love the injera, the infused ghee, the spices in the veggies and meat. It's super good stuff. Are these bots? Thanks for the donation, retard.
Emerge from entanglement is sort of quantum inseparability between the states of the particles of the CFT. The idea is that
Yeah, if I had the back of the shirt printed, it would have been considerably more expensive, so I just printed the front.
if two things are entangled in one description, they become physically connected in the other. So, at the deepest level of reality, it's possible that quantum entanglement is knitting space-time together, giving rise to the geometry of the space-time manifold and our universe. If space-time is emergent in this way, entanglement doesn't happen in space-time. Entanglement creates space-time. Below the Planck length, it's entirely possible that the quantum entanglement knitting space-time fluctuates wildly. Things are connecting and disconnecting all the time in such a way that distances as we understand it may cease to exist. Maybe this is why we can't measure distances below the Planck length.
I still do not understand what the holographic universe theory is.
River systems that are then supposed to provide water to lowland fields. Well, imagine this is what an Agent Orange landscape actually looks like. Imagine if these are your family fields, and you're looking at this and going, why would this ever glue loyalties to Saigon? Why would it make anyone hate Hanoi? Might it not produce the opposite effect if this is what you're doing to people? And in fact, people flood into the cities in unprecedented rates, creating all sorts of social problems. So the North uses this to drive a wedge between the South Vietnamese government and the South Vietnamese people, because they can use all of this to validate their propaganda And it's interesting, Diem had been dead against sending U.S. troops to Vietnam. He thought it was a terrible idea. He may well have been right. And then the North is keeping it secret, all the horrendous costs of this bombing, because they are losing a lot of people. So back to Sun Tzu, the strategist we like to emphasize at the War College, at least Strategy Policy Department. And what you find is the North Vietnamese are really attuned to the ideological terrain of their big power allies and the psychological terrain of their big enemy. And they first attack their enemy's strategies. So when Diem is pretty good at settling out the insurgency in rural areas, they do a targeted assassination program that removes all officials from rural areas. And when the United States tries to clear places, they're back and at it. And then also they're attacking the American South Vietnamese alliance. They want to drive a big wedge in there. And so there are all these negotiations between the North and the United States, over 200 of them, and they go nowhere. Why? Because, as one wit has said, the North Vietnamese are busy fighting while stalling. What they want to do is use these negotiations to discredit the United States. And like other recent negotiations, the South Vietnamese are not present, whereas the North Vietnamese are. So the South Vietnamese look like puppets because they aren't even in on it, and the North Vietnamese looks like they're getting legitimacy as a recognized government. And the North is going to weaponize this propaganda. They're going to highlight South Vietnamese brutality and the endless cost of U.S. casualties. And if you look at how they time their offensives, it's with U.S. presidential elections. So that American voters just look at this, and it's a quagmire. It just never goes away. More and more people die, costs are up. I mean, who wants to be in Vietnam? It's a producer of pineapples. And they're very successful at drawing this wedge in between governments and peoples. So it has very corrosive effects on the alliance, our alliance with the South Vietnamese. But two can play at this game. The United States also decided that it was going to wreck the Sino-Soviet alliance, the one that truly counts, and we're looking for solvents. And from Presidents Truman onward, the solvent we're going to use has got to do with trade and restricting it. If you think about the West and the industrialized world, it's like this wealth-producing juggernaut. And we're going to give the communists a timeout from the juggernaut. If you can't behave, you can't play with us.
Do you like Metallica?
Yeah, I'd say overall I like Metallica. I only really like maybe 3 or 4 of their songs, but, I like them. Thanks for the donation, Carlos Sukip.
And this is where blockades, sanctions, and embargoes come in. So if you take a non-performing communist economic setup, and then you put a lot of, it's going to on things. This is what the National Security Council can't afford enough of it. Lose blockade, the is challenge, and
okay, back to
Bad
Finkeldick.
news, but I believe we're closer to the beginning than to the end. So it was not entirely unpredictable that it would last a year, and it may go on for a considerably greater period of time. Secondly, I already said in an article I wrote in April entitled Cassandra and Samson, or Samson and Cassandra. Cassandra being the mythical figure who was always the bearer of bad news, and Samson is the fellow who brought down the temple in order to avert his own, in order to bring others along with him when his time was up. I said there were real dangers that we were heading towards nuclear conflagration, and those dangers loom as we speak right now, especially with the intention of Israel, or the desire of Israel, to go after Iran. It's very amusing to listen to Naftali Bennett speak. This was the same Israeli government who exhorted and encouraged the United States to go to Iraq. And you might recall, just as Naftali Bennett prophesizes that the Iranian people will welcome the U.S. force, you will recall on the eve of the attack on Iraq, it was said that the Americans would be greeted with flowers and chocolate. That was the famous image. Well, that didn't quite turn out.
That Iranian people would welcome the United States. The Iranian people do want regime change. That's been clear, and quite frankly,
Yeah,
their
I don't know.
population
I don't
is quite
think
different than the Iraqi population.
Ms. Schrader, I would appreciate it if you let me.
By the way, this is a little ahistorical and stupid too, because the Iraqi people were actually glad that Saddam Hussein was overthrown, People were throwing parties in the fucking street. It's just how Americans handled the conflict after they overthrew Saddam that made people really not like them.
If I know.
Let Norman
Piers,
finish his
I do
point.
not
Sure,
want to
go
get
ahead.
in the.
I'm curious. Go ahead, Norman.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, thank you very much, Ms. Schrader. You seem to be in charge of everything. You don't only want to control the Middle East, you want to control the airwaves in the entire world. In any event, I do believe that there are serious dangers now, and I think we should heed the lessons of history about invading large countries which don't want a foreign occupation. Now, having said that, you ask where we're headed. I think we have to have clarity first.
That it, like, again, the majority of Iranian civilians want a regime change. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, toppling the Iranian regime is going to be pretty fucking easy. They have an extremely unstable government, no support from their populace. They're broke. Their military is a fucking joke. They're absolutely fucking desperate to hold on to power. Like, it would be fucking hard.
On where we've come from. Now, I've followed Mr. Kemp for many years. He's kind of an official Israeli cheerleader who the Israelis bring out every time they carry out a high-tech killing spree in Gaza. Mr. Kemp is rolled out. I don't know if he's a true believer. Maybe he's one of those Zionist fundamentalists, Christian fundamentalists. Maybe he's being paid.
This is a guy who is singing the praises of fucking Hassan Nasrallah, by the way.
By Israel. I don't know. But what I do know is you can never attach any truth value to anything Mr. Kemp has to say. I wrote a book on Gaza, and if you turn to the index, you'll see there are many entries on the limitless lies of Richard Kemp. So let's turn to what he said now. He said he shot...
By the way, this guy lost his tenure as a professor because he lied about Alan Dershowitz plagiarizing his books. So, yeah. Speaking of lies...
that I would describe what's going on in Gaza as a genocide. Well, with the exception of 2 of the 17 judges in the International Court of Justice, 15 of the 17 judges, they themselves were persuaded.
That's an appeal to authority, so that's not an argument. That's a fallacious argument. Kid Boot on $8, your 2024 Democratic nominee on full display. Here we go, great. Do I have to watch this fucking bullshit?
Shows that a lot of people, especially independent voters, really want this to be a change election, and that they tend to break for you in terms of thinking about change. You are a member of the President's administration. Under a Harris administration, what would the major changes be, and what would stay the same?
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm obviously not Joe Biden.
I know.
And so that would be one change in terms of... But also, I think it's important to say with, 28 days to go, I'm not Donald Trump. And so when we think about the significance of what this next generation of leadership looks like, were I to be
Great, thanks Kid Boo. Going Andrews donated $2. I went to the club and all the baddies kept looking at me funny. I came home and realized that I had cum flakes on my fucking beard, yo. I don't know where it came from. I know because I smelled it. And it smells like cum. I don't suck dick. Where it from? I don't know. Maybe you jack off a little too furiously. Thanks for the donation, Going Andrews.
Persuaded that Israel was plausibly committing a genocide in Gaza. So it's not...
Oh yeah, well, I have a really, really smart friend, and he says there isn't a genocide in Gaza, so they're debunked. That's just an appeal to authority.
Not just this weird, aberrant Professor Finkelstein, it's the top judicial body in the world. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Kemp...
By the way, the evidence that was presented in front of them was all bullshit. And they didn't even say a genocide was being committed. They said there's a plausible genocide. So he's being incredibly misleading here. And on top of that, again, it's an appeal to authority. I could just say, I know a really, really smart guy. He's the smartest person on earth. And he says it's not a genocide. Is that an argument?
The following question. He says it's not a genocide that's occurring in Gaza. So here is a perplexity to me. Why is it that proportionately more medics have been killed in Gaza than in any other war zone in the world? Why is it that more journalists?
Oh, here we go. Israel has the best militant to civilian casualty ratio of any military that's engaged in urban warfare. So he can bring up these numbers. Oh, more medics have died, more journalists have died. That's an interesting observation. I don't know what that fucking has to do with a genocide. Doesn't necessarily mean they're targeting journalists or targeting medics. It could have something to do with how Hamas structures some of its aid workers. Might have something to do with it being an extremely dense urban location. Might have something to do with the culture of these people and them being willing to engage, in these very dangerous scenarios. That is not an argument for it being a genocide. That's fucking stupid.
Finkeltoes is literally lying and thinks no one knows. The former president of the ICJ who read the ruling said the court did not rule on a plausible genocide in an interview.
Interesting. Let me take a look. UN top court hearing Israel's response to blah, blah, blah. Israel, which is called South Africa's case, wholly unfounded, morally Republican, biased false claims. Delivered an interim judgment, and one key paragraph from the ruling drew the most tension. In court's view, the facts and circumstances are sufficient to conclude that at least some of the rights claimed by South Africa and for which it seeks protection are plausible. This was interpreted by many, including some legal commentators, to mean that the court had concluded that the claim that Israel was committing genocide in Gaza was plausible. Oh, so they're saying the facts brought before the court seemed plausible, but they didn't say the genocide was plausible. Purpose of the ruling was to declare that South Africa had a right to bring its case against Israel and that Palestinians had plausible rights to protection from genocide. Okay. So they weren't saying that the actual genocide was plausible. They're saying the arguments are plausible enough that they should be able to be defended in court. So yeah, he's completely full of shit. Thanks for the donation, General Grievous. Dodo donated $2. This is something I didn't know about the Cultural Revolution in China. If you have time on stream or off stream, you should watch the rest of this.
Time you get to 69, you got 27 divisions.
I'll probably watch that off stream, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. I was actually watching her a bit when I was working out today.
I would love to have Naftali Bennett as a commander in our military since he was Israeli Special Forces SD-1 point, but unfortunately he isn't a natural-born citizen of Richard Land, so I'll just have him as an advisor.
Alright, well that sounds fair enough. Thanks for the donation, Benedict Arnold.
Journalists have been killed in Gaza than in any other war zone in the world? Why is it that more UN workers have been killed in Gaza than anywhere else, any other war zone in the world? Why is it that yesterday, 45 doctors who served in Gaza this past year, 45
Anecdotal evidence.
doctors published a letter in which they said that every day in the hospitals, they had to deal with children who were shot in the head or in the chest. It wasn't.
Yeah, okay, so one, there was no forensic investigation. This is just an anecdotal claim from a bunch of random doctors. Two, they weren't able to establish that it was Israelis that shot these children. Three, even if it was Israelis or even if it was Hamas, they didn't investigate the circumstances around their deaths, so...
Big Lenny and Andrew Collar are at the 2004 Southern States. Plus Andrew Collar immense.
Yeah, he had a bit of a Lenny gut going on there. That is some bad Palumboism. Jesus. Yeah, his stomach is totally out of control. Well, Lenny did not diet hard enough, clearly. Dude, why even go on stage?
This will motivate you, Lenny. If you're afraid of fasting, this is 2 meals in the last 40 hours. Look at the pump.
He looks far better now.
Nice little snowy day here in the upstate. Weights for me, routine, etc.
Okay, well, thanks for the donation, Tan102.
Shrapnel. It wasn't indiscriminate bombing. It was children who were targeted in the head and the chest. Why is that, Mr. Kemp? Israel's favorite cheerleader with his pom-poms?
Okay.
Why is it, Mr. Kemp?
Like
Why is it, Mr. Kemp?
I think we should let Colonel Kemp respond now.
Allow me just to finish. Why is it, Mr. Kemp?
Let them start talking. I want to come. Let Colonel Kemp respond. There's a lot of allegations.
Allow me to finish.
Yeah, so all he has is anecdotal claims made by doctors. By the way, like, this is also relying on self-reporting. There's no actual documented medical examinations or forensic examinations. If you are working as a doctor in a war zone and you are regularly seeing kids get hurt, you know, like recovered from rubble, broken bones, stuff like that, and say like occasionally, so like maybe once every week or two, you see a kid with bullet wounds in their chest or head, it's very fucking easy for somebody to like hold on to those images and think they're seeing it much more than they actually are. This is a problem when it comes to self-reporting or relying on witness testimony. This happens all the time. Police will write out police reports and it completely conflicts with video evidence. Civilians, like just normal citizens, will write police reports and it completely conflicts with video evidence. It's not necessarily because they're lying, it's just that human memory is not reliable and witness testimony is not reliable. This is like the lowest form of fucking evidence you could possibly fucking have. And he's acting like this is a smoking bullet. Oh, how do you explain all these doctors saying they're seeing children with bullet wounds? One, I don't know why you'd rely on eyewitness testimony. Incredibly fucking unreliable. The most unreliable fucking evidence you can possibly have. Two, they didn't establish whether or not it was the Israeli military that shot these kids or the Hamas military. There was like another third thing that I was going to bring up too, but like point stands, he's acting as if this is a smoking gun and it's not.
I'm Big Lenny's belly. I was pregnant with an alien all along. The alien fetus got too big when you forced the vegan diet on Big Lenny, so I exploded, and he died. I will never forgive you.
Alright, well, my condolences. Thanks for the donation, Big Lenny's belly.
Watch my shit from start to finish, bitch ass nigger. Skip over my shit again, I'm coming and slapping the remaining black off your DNA and you gonna be my albino slave monkey bitch nigger.
Well, this is going to be a waste of time. Thanks for the donation,
fraud
dude.
case went before the appellate court this week, and by the time it was over, the closing arguments of the Democrat lawyers...
What's the accuracy percentage of eyewitness testimony? In almost every single case, there are major discrepancies between video evidence and eyewitness testimony. In almost every case. Happens almost 100% of the time. There is some major discrepancy. So someone will misremember what was said. People will misremember what was done. People won't be able to account for like the time it happened. They'll say it happened at 6 when it really happened at 7:30. They will misremember what somebody was wearing, what they're doing. It happens in almost every single case. When there's video evidence, there is at least one major discrepancy with eyewitness testimony. It's incredibly unreliable.
This is like saying the giant robot from that Brad Bird animated classic The Iron Giant is just because the people in the film claim they saw it.
Yeah, it's sort of like that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. By the way, that's why you hear so many stories of men getting falsely accused of rape. Like, look at the Central Park 5. That was a big case where a victim falsely identified a number of black males. It happens all the fucking time. Eyewitness testimony is incredibly unreliable. People will point somebody in a lineup as the perpetrator when they were never there. There was another big case that happened fairly recently in the last few months. A guy was imprisoned for, I think, 18 years for a crime he didn't commit. Eyewitnesses claimed they saw him shot someone, and then the video evidence 18 years later exonerated him. He was never at the scene. So you can't, like, this whole thing about 45 doctors have testified saying they see bullet wounds in children every day. You cannot rely on that. It's the lowest form of evidence possible.
Was just them begging to not get sanctioned. So look, many people aren't aware that the Trump fraud case went before the appeals court this week. And if you don't know how an appeals court works, there are 5 judges that sit in judgment for these cases. And they basically let the prosecution and the defense both lay out their cases. And their job is to consider whether or not the case was worth hearing in the first place. And it went so badly for the Democrat lawyers that by the end of it, their closing arguments was just them begging to not get sanctioned. So they argued a ton of different things throughout this.
That's great. Wonderful video, Kid Boo. That was worth watching.
Granted, I wish a giant robot like that giant was real just so it could be used to destroy Hamas.
Yeah, or at least, a clan of Bigfoots. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. I gotta go take another piss. I'll be right back.
Andrew Collura weighs in on Lenny's condition before his death. Watch until at least 3:30.
You didn't send me a link. If you send me a link, I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, 1010-2.
Andrew Collura weighs in on Lenny's condition before his death. Watch until at least 3:30.
Yeah, you still didn't send me the link, but thanks again for the donation. Appreciate it. Yeah.
I told you earlier that the X-rays showed high-velocity bullets. I was wrong. One of the anecdotes was that they recovered high-velocity bullets from children's heads. The X-rays show smaller bullets.
That doesn't look quite right to me. Israeli... Let me see. Does Israel use NATO ammo? Because, I don't know if they've switched to the NATO ammo or the green tip. The 5.56 round is pretty small. I don't know. I can't tell from X-rays. It's just very strange how these rounds would end up getting lodged in their skull or neck, because they would be using pretty high velocity ammunition. Like, that should just tear straight through a kid. So that's a little strange and suspicious to me. Like, you can see the bullet lodged in the kid's spine. And, yeah, that's just really fucking weird. I don't know if those are doctored. That could be actually completely fake.
That was the last time Mom tried hitting me.
They gave us more content.
Test it out. Right here, we do have a ballistic dummy. The ballistic dummy is as close as we can get to a human body without using one. That's...
So this is a SIG 5.53. The Israeli military uses the Tavor, which is a pretty long-length rifle barrel, so it would have more velocity in this, and they do also use like some variant of the AR-15.
So we have a
So this is fairly comparable.
big 5.53 commando. To be clear, I had a little hand injury, had to fell over the dog, saved the kid, saved the dog. Ammunition, firing military ball ammunition.
Like, it just zips through a
Andrew
human body.
Collura weighs in on Lenny's condition before his death. Watch until at least 3:30.
Okay, looks like you fucked up donating me that link a few times, but thanks for the donation, Tan10 too. I'll take a look at that in a minute. So 5.56 ammo just zips through a fucking human body, and a kid with a much lower body mass, it's just highly suspicious to me that you'd have these fucking x-rays with a perfectly intact bullet with no deformation, perfectly lodged inside their neck and in their head. It would zip through, even at a longer range.
Let's go ahead. If that's a foot, I'm packing a whole luggage train. I mean,
Okay, clearly the SIG Commando doesn't have it, but you know what? Maybe the M4 does. Let's make this work. Now, she's... Oh, hey guys, sorry about that.
So here's another one where he
Brackets are
uses the
missing.
M4. Again, this is the exact same ammunition that Israel's using.
And we're gonna use the best performing rounds, which for the 5.56 was like all of them. But we're gonna start with M193 and the 123 grain FMJ, and start working up, and we'll see what we get, right, Micah?
You get what you get, and you don't throw a fit.
It's facts right there. All right, let's go. All right, first up we have what everybody uses, which is what, Micah?
55 grain.
M193, baby. All right, let's see how it does.
Like, it just zips right through, and, like, the wound channel and how it just deforms your skeleton, like, just shatters it.
You know,
I don't know. That is super, super suspicious. Like, look at this. I'm assuming this is a top-down view of a child's skull. The bullet is lodged here, but I don't see any deformation of the actual skull. But, like, there should be just cracks and, like, shit opened up. Could be a ricochet or a stray. I don't know.
Oh, I forget that M193.
How many of these X-rays were actually sent to the New York Times? Was it just those 3?
This has it, dude. So we have the entrance began to flower out. But what's cool is as it hit bone and everything, it just explodes. Come take a look at the back. That is a wonderful exit wound out the spine. Took out chunks with it, exited. You could see the flowering off the projectile as it splintered. 100%, that is going to put you into the ground. You're
like again, I don't buy it.
You're donezo at that point. All right, first up we have the 123 grain, just standard FMJ from great.
That was incredible.
Out a nice little chunk. E3 did quite well. I'm very happy with.
Ring is crazy.
Yeah, there's a possibility that.
Incredibly.
You need chucks, dude.
These are Vans.
Ready?
Yeah. Oh.
So this is shooting literally point blank. It's not exactly comparable, but still.
Mike.
Like, by the way, I've seen execution videos on, like, Live Leak and shit where people are shot in the head from about 10, 15 feet away. If you look at the slow-mo, your head literally, like, expands and explodes when you get shot in the fucking head, even with a 5.56. So, when you're... I'm thinking these x-rays may actually be fake and they're completely and utterly doctored. I don't know how they got a hold of them. Either these doctors are being, like, held at gunpoint by Hamas and they're still within Gaza or something. Or there's some people there that have some sort of bias against Israel and they might be doctoring this. This is really weird. Like, really, really weird. Something doesn't, like, it doesn't pass the sniff test for me.
Then again, I wonder if the military can bullet a 100 feet giant robot to destroy Hamas. I might be setting my sights too high, but I can dream.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
How's lifting these days? I have been out of the game for a bit and decided to run starting strength with all raw lifts, high bar squat, and double overhand deadlift. Then once I hit a wall, I am thinking about getting coached by Candito. Peace VG.
I don't like Johnny Candido. I've seen some pretty strong evidence that he is a massive homophobe who wants to kill gay people. So I don't know. I don't know if I'd recommend his coaching just for ethical reasons. He was liking and upvoting posts like that were made by Nazis who were talking about like literally killing gay people. So I don't know. Thanks for the donation though, Matt. As far as starting strength's a good program if you want to get back into lifting. Definitely works. I would consider getting like the RP strength hypertrophy app or something like that over Johnny Candido just because of, ethical reasons. Because these are just like likes on Instagram pages, I can't say for sure, but Johnny Candido's ethical principles are highly, highly questionable. Thanks for the donation though, Matt. But lifting's going good for me. Still making gains, even though I'm dieting. Retard donate $2, yes. Just those 3. Here's the context under the photos. Yeah, okay. So they're claiming literally every single day they're seeing kids with bullet wounds in their chest and head, but they were only able to show 3 X-ray images. And again, I'm not seeing like massive deformation of the skull, even though supposedly they're getting shot in the head with military grade intermediate rifle rounds. So it's a little strange. Also, you sent me... Where was the fucking link? There's also a discrepancy with the bullet shape. So this round looks shorter. This round looks shorter and thicker. And this round looks very, very long. So it looks strange. I would not trust these X-ray photographs, especially since there's only 3 of them. You're not seeing massive deformations of the spine and the head in these X-rays. The fact that these are also children, and like we've seen in video what a 5.56 round can do to you, assuming this is Israel even killing these kids. They'll whiz right through. They're extremely high velocity, and Israel uses full metal jackets. So I don't trust this. I wouldn't consider this to be a reputable source, especially since they're relying on eyewitness testimony, and the only actual physical evidence they provided is 3 X-ray photographs that are highly questionable. So maybe it's possible that, maybe their stray bullets ricocheted, went through objects and like hit a kid, like it slowed down the bullet enough. It's possible, especially since they're only able to show 3 X-rays, even though they're claiming they're seeing kids with these wounds every single day. I think they're just lying, or their eyewitness testimony is unreliable. So it's plausible that these X-ray photographs are real, and they're just really weird circumstances where the round went through a wall, slowed down enough where it just entered the kid's body and didn't exit, something like that. Or they're just completely doctored. And I'm no expert, but it looks like they're likely doctored. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Oh, if you hate me now, you're really gonna hate me when Trump wins on election night. Bitch ass nigga.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I have my doubts. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
Get right to it. I hadn't heard anything from Lenny in a couple weeks. But last time I spoke to him, he was in poor health. You know, his ejection fraction was about 20%. He said he had bad brain fog. You know, he was in worse shape. He couldn't even walk up a flight of stairs. So I hadn't heard anything from him, just like you guys.
The lighting makes it look like there's a huge dent on the side of his head. C-Man, Donny Chillers, hey man, hope you're doing well today. By any chance, can you and chat review these songs?
Oh my. मैं आगे और खा रहा हूँ सीन को आंखें ये खुली है हुआ क्या नींद को जल्दी ना किसी पे होता यकीन ब्रो गाना ये दवा मैं हुआ कीम ब्रो मैं ही मरीज ब्रो सबसे बड़ा होता नसीब ब्रो पैसे नहीं मिलते चीर तू माइक मेरी क्वीन उसका मैं किंग हूँ लाइफ मेरी जंड फिर भी मैं चिल हूँ तू
This guy's Sri Lankan, right? I don't know why, but there's a ton of Sri Lankan kids who get this, dumb, hair dye. They all do it. All the Sri Lankan kids I knew in school got this, stupid fucking hair dye thing.
से नहीं होगा ब्रो बना जा रील भारी ये बीट और भारी मैं फील दूं फटी ना तेरी तो आजा मैं सील दूं हमारू गाना तो वाइब तो मिल तू काम सही आई भी मिल तू जीले तू जी भर के लाइफ नहीं मिल तू लग भी जो गला में नाइफ भी मिल तू सही जो राम.
Well, that wasn't good. He's the one that made that controversial song called Black Nigga. Yeah, I know. Jesus, he probably needs to eat some food.
शब्दों को तोल के लिखता जज्बातों को देखा जो तुझे नहीं इतने दिनों से तो चैन ना आंखों को मेरी तो बातें फिजूल.
Bro, he has to weigh 100 pounds.
मेरा तो यही उसूल है
Maybe not even that.
गाली दूंगा मैं कमी नहीं 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 कमी.
Okay, that wasn't good. Thanks for the donation, C-Man.
Hadn't seen alive, or the communication wasn't as frequent as it always was with him. So texted him yesterday because I knew that hurricane was headed through Florida. I know how bad it was going to affect him, and so I sent him a text if he was in. I wanted to see if he was in the direct path of the hurricane. Never heard back. I think he has T-Mobile or Metro PCS like me, so I would get, delivered next to the message or a red confirmation, nothing. So I had Mike T's number and communicated with Mike T. He hadn't heard from him either. So yesterday I called Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office to see if they could do a welfare check. They never got back to me. But Mike T called one of the hospitals Lenny was in recently, and they couldn't give much information as expected due to HIPAA laws, privacy laws. And they just said that he was released from that hospital, but he confirmed he was there. So Mike T texted me this morning. I was training at the secret layer. He was going to switch cars and head from Broward County up to Lake Worth to check on Lenny. So I got done training. Mike texted me. I called him right back, and Mike T said he's gone. And I said, "What do you mean he's gone?" I said he's passed away. So Big Lenny's gone. He died. I don't know when. I don't have all the details. Sometime within the last week, possibly due to stroke or the heart failure condition. So the guard shack let Mike T know that Lenny had passed. They said the paramedics came in, I don't know, 2-3 days ago, and they were there for him. And Lenny's brother called to do a welfare check, and then Lenny's passed away, guys. That's all I want to tell you. But know this, on his last days, say what you will about the guy. The guy had a good heart, because I was urging him to go to the hospital. He said he was at 20% ejection fraction, chest pain, brain fog. So all the symptoms, like, Lenny, you got to go somewhere now. And he's, you know, the black cat Onyx, he was worried nobody.
Dude, 20% ejection fraction? Yeah, you could die at any second.
He's going to be able to take care of it and feed it. And I understand, you guys know I love cats. So I don't know what, the details other than he's gone and he's passed. So, but he was checking on me because he knew I had no power from Hurricane Helene a couple weeks ago. But the guy was
it very likely wasn't a myocardial infarction. It may have just been cardiac arrest. His heart likely just stopped.
Thinking of me, he was thinking of the cat in his last days, and I'll just leave you guys with that. Say what you will about the guy, but deep down he had a good heart, had his issues, his demons, like we all do. So,
well, at least he was taking care of the kitty. Thanks for the donation, though. Who donated that? I can't even remember.
Allow me to finish.
Okay.
Why is it, Mr. Kemp, that Israeli snipers shot at 2 women in a church convent when all the details of their presence had been sent to Israeli military officials? Why did Israel fire 2 tank shells?
Here we go. Apparently, IDF soldiers cannot make one single mistake in warfare, or else it's a genocide. Like, this is just ridiculous. You can look up any conflict. There's always going to be really strange, questionable decisions and deaths. You weren't there, and worse yet, not only was he not there, he never actually describes the circumstances involved which led to the shooting or any of these deaths. Like, he'll mention the car that was shot up by the Israeli tank crew, but he won't mention that, yeah, they had to do that for security reasons because Hamas uses car bombs and shit, and they had no way of knowing whether it was an attack or if it was a civilian being stupid.
In the convent complex at a building housing 54 children with disabilities. Does that sound to you like a war?
Okay, well,
Mr. Kemp?
So, by the way, he's lying about this. Israeli airstrike kills 28 people sheltering in Gaza school. Israeli military said on Thursday it carried out a precise strike on terrorists who had commanded and controlled center embedded in a school. This is a further example of Hamas terrorist organization's systematic abuse of civilian infrastructure and violation of international law. So basically, they knew Hamas terrorists were setting up a base in that school, and they either forced civilians in there or tricked them to be in there, knowing that it would put civilians in harm's way. And fucking Finkel Dick here won't mention that.
Or does it sound to you like a
Norman, I
genocide?
want to let Colonel Kemp respond. You made a number of allegations against him. Colonel Kemp, your chance to
Here's
respond.
gonna add-
No,
can I just
Rama,
add
I
one
want
thing
no,
from the
Rama.
ground?
I want Colonel Kemp to be able to respond. So let him respond. Colonel Kemp.
I wouldn't accuse Professor Finkelstein of lying as he accused me of lying, but he's obviously badly mistaken about the decision or the pronouncement of the International Court of Justice, who did not say, no justice on that court said that Israel's plausibly committing a genocide. And that's been clarified by the
That's
former
a flat-out
president
lie.
of the ICJ.
And that's
who
a
said
flat-out lie.
And it was said...
We literally just read the article, so he lied about it, and he's right. They didn't say Israel's plausibly committing a genocide.
Poor Onyx, she's lost her mother not long ago, then lost Lenny. Hopefully she goes to a good home.
Yeah, hopefully. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum. At least Onyx is okay.
It was said that you want to control the airwaves now, Mr. Finkelstein, do you? It was said that that South Africa had a plausible case, was in a plausible position to bring a case of genocide, not that there was a plausible
That's a
genocide.
flat-out
been
lie.
dismissed by the
That's a flat-out lie.
International Court of Justice. And the second thing is all the examples that Mr. Finkelstein...
Yeah, so this guy's totally right. Finkelstein is a fucking lying retard. He lies constantly. Again, that's why he lost his tenure as professor.
gave, just he reeled off just now. I can't answer every single one of those allegations, but let's assume they all did happen, as he said. Let's assume that. I don't believe they did, but let's assume it. None of that is genocide. What is
There's
genocide?
video footage.
Is Hamas's
There's
policy.
IDF soldiers on TikTok showcasing their war
founding
crimes
charter
audaciously.
describes its mission as being genocide against both the Israelis and the Jewish people as a whole. Their actions on the 7th of October confirmed their intent to commit genocide. The words of their leaders repeatedly wanting to do more and more.
By the way, that she's mentioning Israeli soldiers are filming themselves committing war crimes. That is a TikTok meme. So Israeli soldiers just filming themselves engaged in combat is what they're calling a war crime. She's literally just repeating TikTok memes.
7th of October reaffirms that policy. It is Hamas that is a genocidal terrorist organization. Israel is a Western liberal democracy defending its own people according to international law. They've taken
No, it's not
the
a
greatest
democracy.
possible steps
Founding a
to provide
state on the
humanitarian
basis
aid into
that you
Gaza.
are a
They've
Jew
taken the
is
greatest
not a
possible steps,
democracy.
greater than any other army in history, to minimize the deaths of innocent civilians, while Hamas have been doing all they can to maximize the death of their own civilians,
Okay.
to bring the
This is
kind of
shocking.
international pressure we're seeing from the ICC and the
Okay, let me,
ICJ.
all right, Rama, I'll give you a quick chance to respond, and then Emily can respond to you, and then we're done. So, Rama,
you,
quick
Piers.
response.
Thank you, Piers. Listen, I was at the Rafah border. Starting 3 a.m., they wait until you sleep. Can you imagine the torture? They started carpet bombing, one bomb after the next. Lucky for you, sir, I was there. And what happens?
She doesn't know what a carpet bombing is. Okay, this is a stupid girl who listens to TikTok videos. Oh my god, when they say this stupid shit.
Is there are Palestinian families on either side getting their reports from families who are being eradicated. Over 900 families. I don't know 900 families. So when you have this, and you have the
Okay, that's a cool story. None of that made any sense.
audacious talent to state what you're stating, the way you are stating, I am flabbergasted, and I feel more sorry for you than the footage of a young girl drawing her last breath from the rubble. You have IDF, one second, you have IDF soldiers.
Like, by the way, they haven't made an argument. They're just moralizing. Think of the children. Like, none of this is an argument for the case that it's a genocide.
Dawning. So one second, Hezbollah is giving these IDF soldiers the lingerie of Palestinian women who are dead or displaced, or their toys that they are audaciously playing with and sharing on their TikTok as they're bombing. What about the boat? There is a boat that they organize so that civilians can watch the destruction in Gaza as if they're watching the fireworks of 4th of July. It was Hezbollah in the stones of Belba in Lebanon.
Okay, but Rama,
is Hamas in the car of a child who was shot at 355 times.
Okay, but Rama, did you feel as angry and incensed by Hamas using GoPro cameras to record the appalling atrocities they were committing in real time
That's
on
the thing,
October the 7th?
Piers. That's the thing, Piers. That's what I'm trying to state, Piers. I don't matter whether
But I'm asking
what
you.
Rahma thinks.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, the obligatory do you support Hamas, and they won't answer.
Do you feel
Does
strongly
not
about
matter.
that?
Was it 1 second, Piers? 1 second. Was it inevitable? That's what I'm saying. You cannot keep trying to
That wasn't my question.
dictate the narrative
Rama,
in such a way
Rama,
that we are watching
Rama,
the atrocities that we
There
are
you go. There you go. Bravo. You've completely, like, if any claim of legitimacy you had was ever there, it's completely gone. None of these people will condemn Hamas. Like, they're just such a joke.
Answer my question.
I will not answer your question.
Okay.
Can I tell you why?
Then that's fine.
I
No, you don't have
cannot
to tell me
answer
why.
your
It's
question because it takes things out of context.
Okay. Actually, it's a very
takes things
straightforward.
out of context.
It's a very
Oh, see, there's a context in which it's okay to murder children. When fucking Hamas does it, it's okay. When Israel does it, it's not okay.
straightforward comparison. And here's my problem.
Which it hadn't.
Here's
you
my
have
problem. The
Deir
people,
Yassin of massacre of
I understand,
1948 because that's.
I understand.
Piers, I'm going to finalize in one sentence. Piers, let me
Go on
finalize
then.
in one sentence. That's the propaganda machine of having the 7th of October. We have this Arabic saying, to keep regurgitating, which then negates what happened in Deir Yassin massacre, what happened in
Okay,
Ventura,
you made
what
your
happened
point.
in Kibya,
Okay.
what happened to all these people.
You made
If
your
you
point.
want to find peace,
Rama,
it is by
that's the end
listening
of your
to
one
others.
sentence. Okay, my point to you is simply that, if you feel that angry about what Israel's doing in showing off some of the atrocities they've been committing, you should feel the same way about Hamas, but you refuse to answer that.
More gish galloping by the insane in the membrane girl and Finkelilicious. He uses a firehouse of misinformation to overwhelm. Also note the smug look on her face when asked to comment on if she feels the same for Jewish people killed.
Oh yeah, she wants Jews to be killed. Like, again, she won't condemn any of Hamas's actions. And she tries to say, oh, well, you have to put it in context. You see, Jews don't deserve to live and I hate them, so it's okay when Hamas kills Jews, but I am just outraged when Israelis kill fucking Palestinians. Like, they have no moral values. This isn't about helping Palestinian people. They just want to kill Jews. Like, again, if they're claiming they're doing all this for humanitarian interests, then they should condemn Hamas, right? But they won't because they don't care about humanitarian interests. Thanks for the donation, General Grievous.
Emily, final word to you.
But this is
No, no, Rama, that's it.
We've received
Emily.
12,000.
what was inevitably going to
Rama,
happen.
stop talking,
The fact-
please. It's Emily's chance to just finish off.
The fact that we've received, it was released today, 12,400 rockets from Hezbollah in the last year makes it pretty clear. It isn't Israel who initiated this conflict. It isn't Israel who initiated anything on October 7th. We hadn't even responded when we started getting attacked on multiple fronts. We're now fighting on 7 fronts. None of those are things that were initiated by us. And it's also very clear that this is not just about land. It's not just about territory. It's not even about a Palestinian state. That is why we see right now in Tehran, there is a banner that says the state of Israel needs to be eliminated from the face of the earth. They even wrote it in Hebrew. In the heart of Tehran, that is what the regime put up. It's very clear what their agenda is, and that is what they have acted on with the hundreds of millions of dollars that they have funded these terrorist organizations with, which, by the way, are harming Arab Muslims, majority Arab Muslims throughout the Middle East, including Syrians, Lebanese, many of whom are very much against Hezbollah, who feel that there is an occupation of the Islamic Republic throughout the Arab Muslim world, as well as because I actually speak to them on a regular basis as a journalist. I was speaking to them earlier today, and many of them told me, please, when you go on, speak about the fact that the Lebanese are being occupied by Hezbollah, and we don't want Hezbollah. UNIFIL has been in place for how long? They've received $2.5 billion only from the United States since 2006 alone. What have they accomplished? They haven't kept.
You don't want a resistance, you stop occupation.
To withdraw to the other side of the Litani. They haven't disarmed Hezbollah. They haven't demilitarized Hezbollah, and so you can't be upset when Israel is forced to act because we have 60, 70,000 families who've been out of their homes since October 8th as a result of conflict.
Donate $2. Their faces just look like terrorist sympathizers, right? I bet they claim they support trans and gays too. When you ask them about veganism, they'd make the dumbest excuses imaginable. What do you think about these people? Or those people?
That we would be in terms
deactivate
of...
they would deactivate our IDs by 9 p.m., which...
PLS, do your best impression of Tay Girl in the Middle.
Alright. I'll, do my best impression. Let me see.
Okay, look, Piers, this is not just about October 7th, okay? October 7th has a context, and the context is Israel has been committing a genocide in Gaza for over 70 years. And obviously, when people are displaced and they're being occupied, they're gonna lash out. And I would say that the October 7th attack, you know, I don't necessarily support it, but, like, Hamas, what they're doing, they're trying to fight for Palestinian freedom. And these people, they're Zionist sympathizers, and they want to kill Arabs. They're racist, and this is a genocide.
There you go. That's my impression of the dumb girl in the middle. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Lenny left this world caring for a living being and he took care of her, but how ironic considering he couldn't take care for himself, but at least he left the world doing good. Also, can I send you mega autistic Monty vids later?
Yeah, you can send me autistic ment videos later. And yeah, you know, that's commendable of him. Hopefully when I go, you know, people will remember me for, some of the good things I've done. But, who knows? With all the stupid, assholes online, they're probably just gonna clip me saying that I want to stomp babies and blame my death on the vegan diet. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
This started as a debate as to whether transgenderism should be allowed and ended with justifying raping people during war. You don't have to watch, but I found the comment subtly hilarious.
Okay, I'll look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
Which didn't happen. I was able to use my ID this morning, but I guess it kicked in just now.
Yeah. I guess they decided to go through with it, but...
I thought they were bluffing, actually. Because this morning when my ID worked, I was like, okay.
But you guys are still staying.
Oh, no, we're gonna stay.
Yeah, we're staying.
Bro,
they can expel me and I'll stay.
They can suspend every single one of us and we'll still be here.
They can put us in jail.
You know, I wonder if they took out student loans or if their parents, like, spoil them like fucking brats and they're just wasting their own parents' money getting suspended from university for, like, some bullshit reason.
We'll come back, pitch a tent again. Like, yeah, we're not leaving.
I heard this is also like the designated protest, like this is where people go to protest on campus.
Yeah, but we didn't book the designated demonstration zone, so...
So that warrants suspension?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come have some matzah, come have some matzo ball soup. We're having a great time. We got plenty to go for everyone. And we'll be out here having a really lovely...
Yeah, I have established a new hatred for college. Fucking college kids.
I can't wait for TikTok to be banned by the end of the year. It's so laughable how they get their source of info about the war, and consider it more reliable than a simple Google search. Surprising how communist content and influencers are on TikTok.
Well, the Chinese Communist Party, they manipulate the algorithm so that, you know, that sort of stupid content gets promoted. But yeah, it'll be great when TikTok is banned in the US. That is if it's not sold, which it probably won't. It doesn't look like it. But the world will be a better place, or at least North America. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Just your average totally not unhinged far-left pro-Palestine supporters. After saying all Zionists should be killed and after being suspended cries about it.
Oh yeah, I know of that guy. Zionists don't deserve to live. Suspended Columbia activist said. Now his group rescinds its apology and calls for violence. Gee, wonder why he got suspended. Is he the guy who's getting deported in all likelihood because his visa is going to expire? What a piece of shit. Good riddance. Thanks for the donation, General Grievous.
Just want to live their lives.
Background.
Bro really brought up Saudi Arabia as a good example. Is rape more fine than having gay sex? Yes. Gay boyfriend didn't say hi to grandma. Being the example this guy gives is evidence that the country is careening towards doom and destruction has got to be the funniest shiz I've ever seen in a long while. Love how this dude based his entire negative view of gay people on his cousin's boyfriend being impolite once. Genesis said God made man and women, so being trans goes against God. Genesis also said that he made birds to fly in the air, so penguins also go against God. Oh, that's good. All right, well, thanks, Tyler.
1,000 people in this
I've got to leave it there. Thank you. Listen, I understand everyone has strong... I understand there are strong opinions on all sides. I really appreciate the whole panel coming together, and I thank you for your time. And these are worrying times.
Well, Finkeldick and the idiot in the middle here are just proving that they're all scum.
Will cost him more than...
What the fuck?
To this episode of The Common Sense Skeptic. Back after a summer hiatus that allowed us to enjoy the first summer since 2020. Basically, we celebrated our 4th year of producing feature film-length content by taking an unintended and impromptu summer holiday. And to get us back into production mode for the fall and winter, we're going to get you caught up to date on Andrew and Tristan Tate's multiple and accumulating legal cases through this interview that their American lawyer, Joseph McBride, did with Tim Poole from Tenet Media. After watching this interview, we reached out to Tim to provide a counter-interview to combat the steady stream of nonsense that was spewed by Joe on this episode. But it looks like Tim and company have some other business to attend to first. Something to do with receiving $100,000 per week to promote Russian propagandist talk points. So we'll cover this interview in our own episode and keep the offer open to any YouTuber or podcaster that would like to know actual, grounded facts regarding the Tate's legal issues, which got considerably more intense recently. As a recap, some of you will remember from our episodes last year regarding the Tates that they were arrested, charged, and detained, along with 2 female minions, for trafficking humans in a continuous form and setting up an organized criminal group. On top of the trafficking and organized crime blanket charges, Andrew Tate caught an additional charge of rape in a continuous form, which is a more serious charge than the 2 individual charges of rape that he was originally facing. Tristan Tate caught an instigation to commit violence charge for ordering Georgiana Nagal and Luana Radu to assault and rob a victim, which Gio carried out, so she caught an assault or other violence charge. And because Gio also revenge porned that same victim on her social media accounts, Gio caught additional charges of illegal access to computer systems and alteration of the integrity of computer data. So in that court battle, Gio has the most charges among the 4 co-conspirators. On the other hand, Luana Radu, a former Bucharesti cop, is the only one of the 4 to not have any unique charges from her file on the first indictment. As we go through these charges, remember, these are alleged crimes, not convictions, although the material is taken straight from the English translation of the Romanian indictment handed down June 15, 2023. However, as of mid-August 2024, there was another set of charges filed for a second criminal trial against Tate and his criminal organization, again providing the caveat and tell you to insert alleged as appropriate throughout this encapsulation and for the rest of the episode. As reported worldwide on August 22, 2024, Tate and 5 other associates were arrested on a great number of charges, some of which are far more serious than the first indictment. First off, this laundry list of criminal offenses includes 34 charges of human trafficking using the Loverboy method for the purposes of creating pornography. There is also a new charge unique to Andrew Tate of forcing a 17-year-old minor from Slovakia to produce pornography, first in Britain and then again in Romania after he transported her there. And Andrew Tate has also been charged with sexually assaulting a 15-year-old child on multiple occasions starting in 2020, including vaginal, oral, and anal sex. As a minor, even by Romanian consent law standards, this child could not consent to sexual intercourse with a man more than twice her age. At the time, Mr. Big Shot Cam Pimp would have been at least 34 years old while he was bedding this girl in junior high. Between the 6 co-defendants, they are accused by DICOT of human trafficking, including the trafficking of minors, sexual intercourse with a minor, that one's on Tate, forming an organized criminal group, money laundering, and influencing statements, the alleged crimes dating between 2014 and 2024. The 2-hour Tim Pool livestream featuring Joseph McBride aired on August 26, 2024, 4 days after the Tate's compound was raided based on the second dossier and the brothers were detained. They were kept overnight in prison and the following day were released in accordance with Romanian law into a state of judicial control. But the new charges against Andrew involving minors got him locked up again in his renovated warehouse for 30 days of house arrest, which is reviewable every 30 days. On top of nabbing the brothers, the arrest raid resulted in more asset seizures, as the Tates have yet to provide a legitimate source of income for the wealth they flaunt. So they lost another 16 vehicles, including Tristan's prized Lada and a minivan, a motorbike, probably the one in this video clip, as well as laptops, thousands of dollars in currency, luxury watches, and data storage drives.
That's a nice bike. I was actually considering getting a Panigale in the future.
All the Tates have to do to get any or all of these assets returned is show DICOT where the money came from that allowed them to purchase these items. So that pretty much gets us caught up to date with the broad strokes of the...
By the way, that's weird. I think that might be a V2. Let me see. No, maybe it's the V4.
Motorbike, probably the one in this video clip, as well as laptops, thousands of dollars in currency, luxury watches, and data storage drives. All the Tates have to do to get any or all of these assets returned is show DICOT where the money came from that allowed them to purchase these items. So that pretty much gets us caught up to date with the broad strokes of the 2 separate criminal investigations against Tate and friends in Romania, and we're going to fill in some finer details as we go along. Let's see what their American shyster.
I don't really like any of the Japanese 1000cc bikes. The Honda Fireblade, I don't like the styling or the paint, and it's a little boring. I pretty much can't get any Yamaha bikes because for some reason they're on this list for insurance where they're way, way more expensive to insure than any other bike. I have no idea why. The Panigales they have the best technology by far, like they're better race bikes. And they just look more cool. So I was thinking of getting a Panigale eventually.
Had to say about these happenings. Of course, we have already covered Joseph McBride a year ago in a special 1-hour Matrix of Lies episode that ripped apart an interview that McBride did with the 2 Manosphere morons, Fresh and Fit, a year ago this week. Definitely add that episode to your watch list because there is a lot of great information in there, some of which we will revisit. But right now we're going to keep going with the Tim Pool podcast. This 20-minute excerpt was cut from the 2-hour production, which also covered a large number of unrelated and uninteresting political topics. It's not until around the 1 hour and 17-minute mark that Toole asks McBride about the Tate case. We'll just join the conversation at that point and chime in as necessary.
Let's jump to one last story, and we'll talk about what's going on with Andrew Tate. We have this from the AP. Romanian authorities tow vehicles from Andrew Tate's home after new human trafficking allegations. So this has been ongoing for quite some time. Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan Tate, both of them were kickboxers and dual British U.S. citizens with millions of followers, blah, 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 charged with human trafficking and forming a criminal gang to exploit women. Andrew Tate was also charged with rape in that case. Now, they've been trying to go after this dude. How long has it been? Like 2 years, or what is it?
It's been since it's been almost 3 years now.
Almost 3 years now.
Yeah.
Such a simple question, and McBride can't even get that one right. The raid that began the first Romanian case against the Tates happened in April of 2022. After the raid was conducted, and the Tate brothers provided statements to DICOT, the two of them ran away to Dubai, with whom Romania does not have an extradition treaty. They and their female co-conspirators were caught by Romanian authorities when the boys returned to Romania for Christmas of 2022, so 22 months, less than 2 years ago. They were detained for consecutive 30-day stints because of their previous escape to Dubai. The formal indictment came down in June of 2023, outlining the official roster of charges that the brothers and associates would face.
Dodo $80. Can you answer this low IQ math quiz? If an area has a chance of being flooded 10% for 1 year, what's the cumulative chance of it getting flooded at least once in 10 years? Cumulative? Isn't that pretty fucking complex? I would guess it's somewhere around, what would it be? If it's 1 in 10 times 10, it would be something like 70-something%, wouldn't it? You flip a coin 3 times, what is the probability of getting at least one head? I think it's like 50%, technically. Something like that. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Along with another list of charges that were peeled out of this case and into the second full investigation. That was 15 months ago. So when McBride or the Tates tell people this has been going on for over 3 years, they are grossly exaggerating their timeline.
Yeah.
And you actually represent
I represent both of them. I represent Andrew and Tristan.
McBride does apparently represent both Andrew and Tristan Tate. However, and this is kind of important, not in Romania. His law firm, the McBride Law Firm PLLC, was founded in 2019, and it operates out of a virtual office suite, number 700 Federal Plaza at 305 Broadway, New York, New York. That facility has amenity packages for their virtual offices starting at $179 per month. For $499, you can upgrade to the executive package. Now, judging from the very sparse website, McBride really doesn't have much of a record as a litigator. He mentions the Tates and a single guy from the January 6th fiasco, but no major victories or accolades to his credit. So while McBride might be licensed to practice law in New York, the case he's commenting on is Romanian, and he is not representing the Tates in those proceedings. That dishonor falls to Eugen Vidiniak, a subservient yes-man that the Tates hired after their original lady lawyer gave them some hard truths.
Our lawyer's a G. Shout out to my lawyer. He is a G. But before we found him, we went and interviewed some bimbo in her suit who sat there and started talking about laws to us.
I walked in there and said, listen, I've committed multiple felonies. Am I going to go to jail? Oh, probably. Well, then see ya. Bye. I went into some other man. I was a female. I went to a man's office, said I committed multiple felonies.
There are things we can do. We can try this. We can try that.
No problem.
I make one call.
You don't go to jail.
There's no problem.
No problem.
We send somebody else to jail.
We send him. He is the new Andrew. He shave his head and he go. How much
Fix
does
my
it
problems.
cost to make this all go away?
That's what we want to hear.
It would seem that nothing is beneath Eugen. He even passed himself off as a member of the press to disrupt a news conference held by victims of Andrew Tate specifically, who are suing him in civil court in the UK through McHugh Jury and Partners.
Well, no, I just wanted to clarify who it was. You're Mr. Tate's lawyer. Sorry, that's what I wanted to establish. I think you should probably, again, for the sake of transparency and honesty and the manner in which your client and yourself have conducted yourself, maybe be honest.
After that news conference farce that was hijacked by Eugen and Tate's PR woman, we had the pleasure of chatting with Matthew Jury and Jack Beeston from that law firm in an interview on YouTube to make sure that the right information got out to the general public about the case regarding the 4 victims they represent who are suing Andrew Tate civilly for rape and sexual assaults that date back to 2013, reported to the authorities in 2014 and 2015. While the victims would prefer to see Tate face criminal justice and are pleading the UK authorities to reopen their criminal cases that were closed after Tate escaped the UK for Romania, a civil suit is their only recourse at this time for the vicious beatings, strangulations, and rapes that they have sworn in statements happened to them at the hands of Andrew Tate.
The evidence that was gathered at the time, we say, was more than sufficient for a criminal prosecution to have taken place. And it is baffling to us as to why the decision was made not to prosecute in 2019. It makes no sense to us. Whatever happens in the Romanian prosecution, he is now going to be extradited from Romania to face prosecution also in the UK. So the civil case aside, he's got a long, many years ahead of him.
Am I a bad person? Because the more you didn't like it, the more I enjoyed it. I fucking loved how much you hated it. Turn me on. Would you rather me pin you down and make you do things you didn't like, or would you rather you didn't like that I was thinking I can do whatever I want to? Are you seriously so offended I strangled you a little bit? You didn't fucking pass out. Chill the fuck out. Jesus Christ, I thought you were cool. What's wrong with you?
So as we're moving forward, just remember that McBride is not the legal representative of the Tates in Romania, a point that he fails to clarify. Seems a little dishonest, but not nearly so much as the stories he's about to tell about the woman we'll refer to as the American victim of Tristan Tate.
You're saying these allegations are not correct?
The allegations are 1,000% false.
You want to walk us through what the story is and what's going on?
From day one, Andrew and Tristan, obviously they were all over the place, all over the world, very famous, very influential people. Tristan met a girl in Florida from Miami. The girl asked to go back to Romania with him. He was like, I don't know, I don't think it's such a good idea. Romania's a different place. You have a good life.
By the way, I'm pretty sure this girl was 17 at the time.
Here, she's like, no, I want to change. I want to do this with my music career. I want to have a career online, so on and so forth.
So the great thing about the first trial against the Tates in Romania is that the formal indictment was published last June, and we have managed to obtain a full copy of it. So we know exactly what went down according to those records. When the Tate trial date is finally set, we are going to release a mega series that goes through that 400-page document word for word. So there will be no doubt with regards to the misinformation that will be distributed by the Tate camp during that trial. But for now, as McBride monologues, we'll give you the Coles notes as to what the formal indictment says happened from the text messages taken directly from the WhatsApp chat logs between Tristan and the American victim starting on November 15th of 2021. In December of 2021, Tristan and Andrew were going to be in Miami for a war room conference. Tristan went fishing online for some companionship for while he was there, and he located the American victim on Reddit, but they quickly moved over to WhatsApp for a private conversation that Tristan initiated. After 45 minutes of flirtatious small talk, where Tristan admits to initiating the conversation between the two of them, and also stating that the victim is exactly what he's looking for, Tristan drops the fact that he'll be in Miami for what he calls a business conference, and pretty much begs the victim to attend with him as their first date. She agrees. 7 minutes later, Tristan starts talking to the victim about the possibility of bringing her to Europe, in his words, quite often. He was seriously already pressing her about future prospects, without even telling her yet where in Europe he lived. Actually, he sounded kind of desperate. This was November 15th of 2021. In the days that followed, the text conversation between the two continued, and Tristan arrives in Miami 2 weeks later on the 29th of November. The two of them hook up, and things seem to be going well for both of them. By the 6th of December, Tristan directly asked the American victim if she would move to Romania, 3 weeks after he fished her off Reddit. By December 11th, Tristan is already hounding her, asking her at 4:45 in the morning if she is moving to Europe and if she has her ticket yet. He tells her that he's putting his management team in charge of her OnlyFans page to take her to 100,000 followers in a month. The catch here is that her OnlyFans page at that point in time was dedicated to her music and her amateur photography. A plan was made for her to join him in Romania as his romantic partner by January of 2022. Mid-January, the victim is getting cold feet. She texts him on January 17th at 4:35 p.m. because she is feeling awkward and tested about their interactions together. Tristan pulls the whole "do you trust me" routine when the victim expresses her doubts to win her over again, and he does convince her to come to Romania. On March 28, 2022, Tristan books her ticket from Miami to Bucharest on April 3rd of 2022, and when she landed, Tristan was there to pick her up in a blue Rolls-Royce Wraith that was registered to Andrew to transfer her from the airport to the walled compound. That is the official record of how the American victim came to Romania. Completely different from the garbage that McBride is spewing here. But let's continue.
She goes to Romania. She meets up with him. She's there for 6 days. After the 6th day, she found out that she wasn't going to be Tristan's wife. Tristan had other women in his life, lo and behold, surprise, surprise. And she turned on them and accused them of a litany of crimes that are unfathomable and 100% unequivocally false. That triggered, she sent text messages into Florida.
$, the solution is that chance of no flood is 90%. 1 minus 0.01 equals 0.9. Probability of no flooding happen in all 10 years is 0.9 times 10 equals 0.348. 1 minus 0.348 equals 0.652, 65% chance of flood in 10 years. You can do the same with the coin question, but it's 87.5 for heads. Okay, well, I was close on the first one. I can't remember how to do probability equations. Thanks for the donation there, Dodo.
To parents and to other people, which triggered an investigation and a swatting, if you will, of their house in Romania.
Yes, the American victim was in the company of Tristan and or his associates for only 6 days. According to the chat logs, she was staying in the compound with Tristan and at his beck and call. On April 6th of 2022 at 7:43 in the morning, while she was in the bathroom, Tristan summoned her via a text saying simply, "rape in the smoking room, downstairs." That afternoon, Tristan had already started to pressure her into performing sex acts on camera, which was something the victim was uncomfortable with. And Tristan tells the victim that she can make good money doing stuff like this. Tristan then offers her a meeting with the manager of her OnlyFans account, which would either have been Luana or more likely Georgiana. Both Georgiana and Luana have the American victim on their list of trafficked girls that they are being charged with. The next day, April 7th, the American victim wants to have a face-to-face with Tristan as he's been otherwise occupied while getting the girls to try to convince this victim into cam work. On April 8th, the American victim was relocated by Georgiana from the compound to the cam house, which is a short walk away in what's called the American Village. And once there, the American victim saw what the Tates and the bottom bitches were all about. At 4:09 a.m., she texted Tristan, asking if she could stay in a hotel instead, saying, "I don't mean to be rude, but I can't live like this." Tristan responded 6 hours later, ignored her concerns, and told her not to leave the house. Meanwhile, the American victim met a girl in that house, whom Andrew had brought to Romania from Moldova under the false pretense of marriage, to raise a family as he promised her. Instead, she was dumped off at the cam house after being picked up by Georgiana at the airport, then steadily pressured into performing on camera. This woman was reportedly raped twice by Andrew as he tried to break her down. Once in an orgy where he used liquor and other women to break down her defenses, this occurring in the Marriott Hotel in Bucharest on March 20th of 2022. And the second time a week later at the walled compound where the Moldovan victim swears Tate physically and sexually abused her, threatening to rape her to get her pregnant, and further threatening to lock her in a room until she went crazy. And that happened on March 27th of 2022.
Fuck.
The American victim befriended the Moldovan rape victim, and they planned to leave the locked house together under the cover of night, hoping to make it to London, where the Moldovan's sister lived. The American victim, who was in touch with her parents by text, let them know what was going on at the house and what their plans were to escape. But her parents understood that she was in far more trouble than she was aware, and they contacted a family friend, a Marine with training in how to deal with human trafficking situations. He informed his commanding officer, who alerted the American embassy, and according to the indictment, at 7:05 a.m. on April 11th, the local voluntary police force was notified, but Dicot took over the case by order of the Baftea District Court Prosecutor's Office. Dicot commenced raids on the walled compound and the cam house, and upon entry, Dicot removed 4 female persons believed to be human trafficked from the cam house. This is what McBride refers to as the swatting of the Tate houses. However, swatting refers to a false call-in of a situation requiring an armed response. Dicot did in fact rescue human trafficking victims as a result of their successful raid.
Dude, he is cooked.
At no point did the American victim accuse the Tates of a crime. She did not contact local law enforcement. She had nothing to do with the raid that was conducted. She gave her sworn statement and provided the text chat history from her phone as evidence of her truthfulness, and Dicot took the reins from there. Dicot is the only entity accusing the Tates and their accomplices of the crimes listed in the indictment.
Now, it's worthy to consider, we must consider the fact that at that point, the United Kingdom had already spent over $2 billion in trying to cancel Andrew and Tristan. So there are a lot of opportunistic people, nefarious characters, who would love nothing more in the world than to see these guys jailed and silenced forever.
So now, McBride is talking about the UK, and he drops the figure of $2 billion that he says the UK has spent to silence the Tate brothers. And we thought that this was a number that he just pulled out of his ass, with no validity at all. But as it turns out, due to the radicalization of youth in the UK, the government has had to provide an extra £2 billion to their nationwide education system to fund programs meant to stamp out the misogyny being spread in schools by boys who have been brainwashed by Andrew Tate. So it's not $2 billion to silence Tate, it's £2 billion in the UK alone to counteract the massively negative effect that Tate has had on UK youth.
The Romanian prosecutor was able, under Romanian law, to bury the facts of the case and not even present all the material facts to the judge or the Romanian public for the first year of the case.
That statement is blatantly false. The Tates were arrested in Romania on December 29, 2022. The formal indictment was filed June 15th of 2023, less than 6 months after the Tates were arrested. They were indicted based on the collection of evidence and through the seizures of electronic equipment from December 2022 to June 15th of 2023, following the investigation that was in process while the brothers were hiding from Romanian authorities in Dubai, and evidence is not released during an investigation. McBride's claim that prosecutors held onto the evidence for over a year? Complete bullshit. Also, this is a single copy of the evidence file that was collected for this case, 75,000 pages worth. This was never going to be released piecemeal. It's cataloged, indexed, and distilled down to the indictment, which in itself is in the neighborhood of 400 pages. That's what the Tates were handed.
Retard donated $2. Let me see. Black trans woman argues with white Palestinian over their freedom of speech to call counter demonstrators a fucking Jew.
That's not what this is all about. Don't tell me what's not all about. It's not about. I'm a black trans woman, so don't tell me nothing about it. I'm grown. I can say what I want to say out my mouth. So shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I'm grown. I'm a grown. She's Palestinian. And all right, bro. For y'all to say anything to me, y'all wrong. Y'all can mind y'all business and keep it pushing. The fuck? We don't want that representation. Okay, well, guess what? As a black kid woman, without our rights, y'all wouldn't have no fucking rights, even a word to say. So know your rights and know your history and know your place. So keep on going. Move. You're mad because I called him a Jew or her a Jew? Are you fucking serious? It's freedom of speech. It's freedom of speech. I don't get.
The very alpha man Andrew Tate will make a lovely mail order bride in a Romanian prison. Very ironic.
Yeah, he's probably not going to get treated so well in jail when everybody knows he's a child rapist. Thanks for the donation, though, General Grievous.
Give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care. Bye. I don't care, bitch. Fucking mayonnaise, bitch. Don't fuck with me, bitch. I'm from Missouri. West Coast, bitch. Not East Coast. Fucking whore. You're a whore. Relax. Get off your knees, you little fucking cum dumb, bitch. Go back to Europe. Go back to Europe. You're not from Palestine. Go back to Europe.
I don't know if society is going to make it. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
On June 15th of 2023. The Tates have had it in hand now for over 15 months.
We were brought on at some point. We investigated the case thoroughly. We knew and we continue to know that all the allegations against them are false. We understood that the minute that woman from Florida, once she sent these defamatory missiles into Florida, that she was on the hook for defamation in Florida and conspiracy in Florida. So we sued her in a Florida court. We just survived motions to dismiss in that court. That case is proceeding. That case is going well.
So yes, you heard that correctly. The Tate brothers enlisted McBride to sue their American victim for defamation and conspiracy in a Florida court for telling her parents in confidence what she saw take place in the cam house and why she was going to leave early. This is complete victim intimidation. The American victim did not contact law enforcement directly to accuse the brothers of a crime. She did not contact the media. She has not, as an individual, spoken out about her experiences. She is not doing interviews or making money on the talk show circuit. Therefore, even if Badcock had not located 6 other victims through their investigation, defamation did not occur. The American victim merely wanted out of the house after finding out what was actually happening there. What's worse is that in this lawsuit, this idiot also named the victim's mother and father, the Marine they contacted, and the Moldovan rape victim who never even set foot in the US. Also, part of the $5 million suit against the victim involves a claim of conspiracy. Well, there's a big problem with that claim, since 4 of the 5 people charged in that civil suit have been released by the court after considering their circumstances on a case-by-case basis. The Moldovan girl who never set foot in the US was removed from the case because she's outside Florida's jurisdiction. The Marine was released from the case because he followed proper reporting procedures up his chain of command, and the victim's parents were the people most recently removed from the suit after the judge went through the details of the case involving them, and he also removed most of the complaints against the victim herself. You cannot be a conspiracy of one. One needs to have a co-conspirator to be involved in a conspiracy, and all the other parties have been dismissed on all accusations contained in the suit. Further, the law may require that at least one overt act be taken in furtherance of that agreement to constitute an offense of conspiracy. In the lawsuit, Andrew and Tristan Tate are accusing the victim of trying to extort them for $200,000, and they have filed text conversations between the American victim and the Moldovan victim that they have sworn into evidence as being proof of conspiracy to defraud. Recently,
Wow. They're really not smart. Holy shit.
a new Twitter account called Tate Updates SX put out screenshots of these text conversations, branding them as official WhatsApp chat logs, in an attempt to prove to the Tater Tots that these two were trying to frame the brothers. The problem is, these text logs are obviously faked. The first clue is that in this screenshot, every date and timestamp is identical, 10:42:29 p.m. on April 6, 2022. That's the first giveaway. And on April 6th, the American victim was still living in the walled compound with Tristan the same day he tried to convince her into starting cam work. She was not moved over to the cam house until April 8th, so big fail on that doc. The second clue is, the full conversations have been leaked, and we can see how the chats evolved with proper date timestamps before they were rearranged by Tate or his associates. For example, this page contains 2 different segments that are glued together, when in fact they are separated by over an hour of time on the thread. The first on April 10th at 10 to 10 p.m., where the American victim tells her parents that she's remaining calm, deceiving the brothers to make it easier for her to leave, and the one at the bottom of the page where the American victim's mom is talking about the Marines and the American squad being activated. The conversation and context in between these posts has been omitted. If these apparently forged documents are how Tate was planning on proving his case in Florida, he's going to be in for a rude awakening. Additionally, as we mentioned, the Marine who was involved in this chain of events was removed from the case in February of 2024, Judge Robin Rosenberg stating at the time, the sergeant provided valuable information to help investigative authorities when he forwarded a woman's allegation of human trafficking against Tate to a U.S. embassy and military officials. He did what the legal system encourages people who suspect criminal activity to do, alert authorities with the power to investigate and act. According to court documents, the sergeant's actions set in motion the investigation that culminated in a raid of the Tate's Romanian property, where prosecutors in the Balkan nations say Tate and his younger brother Tristan coerced multiple women into making porn on OnlyFans, while the duo pocketed a large portion of the revenue. Considering the Marine sergeant was commended on his actions, it would stand to reason that the American victim's actions, statements, and fears were entirely reasonable considering the outcome of the raid.
Yeah, I do cardio. Right now, I'm just doing the elliptical machine that I have.
So, the Florida lawsuit is frivolous at best. But while we're on the topic of conspiracy, the Tates filing these cases against their victims can reasonably be described as a planned conspiracy by the brothers and their legal team that allowed them to publish the victims' names, addresses, personal details, etc. out into the public domain, enabling the Tater Trash army to harass and intimidate both victims and their family members. This is a despicable act that, again, should be enough to get McBride disbarred. McBride filed that Florida suit on July 13th of 2023, and even the laundry list of complaints was met as an overwhelming intimidation tactic. Damages exceeding $5 million for defamation, defamation per se, commercial defamation, false imprisonment, tortious interference of a business relationship, civil conspiracy, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and negligent infliction of emotional distress. These two gangster pimps apparently felt the need to bully a 20-year-old female victim into silence. As a result of the harassment from Tate fanatics, the judge in the case ordered the names of the victims to be anonymized, making it illegal for the Tates or the representatives or their associates to name these persons in public. That motion was filed on September 8th of 2023. That same day, Joseph McBride appeared on a Fresh and Fit podcast that is still up on Rumble, complete with a link to the original unredacted filing document in the video description, which is in itself a violation of the court order as it contains the names and personal details of the victims. On top of linking the document, throughout the conversation, McBride, along with Thing 1 and Thing 2, constantly named the victim whose name McBride was now forbidden to speak. And since the link document is not redacted, Fresh and Fit should be held liable for breaking the law where that victim is concerned. But they were not the only large podcaster channel to pull a stunt like this. Candace Owens also named the victim on August 5th, 2023, doing so continuously in her episode 202 on YouTube while she was still associated with the Daily Wire, even as other hosts on Daily Wire such as Ben Shapiro and Michael Knowles had publicly denounced the Tate brothers.
Bootycam donate $2. Let me see. Oh, that's cute. They can't get any real motorcycles. These are Chinese copies of a 125cc Honda motorcycle. That's hilarious. They look so gay on their little retard 125cc bikes. That looks so silly. Yeah, those were the American Humvees that they stole and that they won't be able to run for much longer because they can't get any replacement parts. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, all this equipment they have, it's not going to be... Like, they're not going to be able to run it for very long. They're going to literally have to decommission a bunch of them just to get replacement parts for another one. Oh, that's funny. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
Not only did Candace Owens repeatedly name the victim, who was a minor at the time of the legal scenario she was describing, Owens censored out the name of the 57-year-old man who had repeatedly raped the American victim while she was a minor. After taking 6 years to get this case to trial in Delray, Florida, Keith Fox, also known as the Yoga Fox, was sentenced to 24 years in prison for sexual offenses against this same victim and another female victim, and he's also now a registered sex offender. To wrap up the segment, McBride told Poole that this case in Florida is going well for them.
That case is proceeding. That case is going well.
That's another huge exaggeration. The case is now whittled down to only the defamation claim, and is moving forward into discovery against the lone remaining American victim. And as soon as Tate's doctored text conversation logs are clarified using the real deal from the Romanian indictment, or straight from the source, Tate will be suffering another brutal defeat that will cost him more than his serial tax evasion charge out of the UK that was tried earlier in the year. In a very quietly reported civil case, UK law enforcement authorities determined that the Tates owed back taxes on money seized in their UK bank accounts, money that the Tates cannot show investigators how they came by legally, which may again lead to more criminal investigations. The Tates did not offer any exhibits in their own defense, and a critically thinking mind would churn over whether or not those exhibits would have given law enforcement more meat to chew on. When this ridiculous intimidation tactic was originally announced in February of 2023, Tate declared it was going to be for $300 million, but they decided to walk that number back a bit, so as not to appear greedy. Here is the sum total of the thought process that went into determining how much to sue Tristan's lover-boyed American victim for.
What are y'all suing her for? How much?
Right now, it's $5 million.
Okay.
Look.
But she doesn't have that. She
Compared to what they lost?
Yeah, that's nothing. I think this is more of a sending a message than,
you know.
A lot of people are like, this is Andrew and Tristan Tate. Like, why isn't that $5 billion? And there's a few reasons, right? It's number one, we know she doesn't have it.
Hell no. She never got 1M.
Number two, We didn't want the court to think that this was strictly about money.
Yeah.
Do they deserve to be compensated for the damages?
Way more, yeah.
Of course. But this is about the pursuit of truth. So when we were bouncing around the ideas of money and what should we do, it's got to look, and we were like, what is $5 million? $5 million is the cost of a Bugatti.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, I think I need a Bugatti out of this at least.
Yeah,
so,
okay. Wow.
he's slick. I just took that away from him, but he's slick like that. And, well, he deserves to get it.
It will definitely be interesting to see how loud these jackasses are laughing when the cell doors close behind the Tates in Rehovot prison, because that is what they truly deserve.
Yeah, that is not going to be pleasant.
It up, fuzzball. What we were able to do was publish the truth of everything that happened related to that story into the Romanian complaint, right? The complaint has hundreds of paragraphs. The entire story is told there. Once that complaint was published, the Romanian prosecutor, the Romanian judges, the Romanian courts, the Romanian public consciousness, and certainly the Romanian defense team got a hold of it, was able to educate the Romanian public and the court there. As a result of that, they got out of jail. They got off of house arrest. They were able to travel the country, and they were just recently granted the ability to travel the EU. Somebody freaked out someplace and made a call and said, we have several theories as to why this happened, and said double down the prosecution on them.
At this point, we have to make some additional clarification. The loosening of judicial controls governing the movements of the Tates during their criminal trial in Romania was in no way whatsoever affected by the American civil case. 2 points before we directly tear these claims to shreds. First, McBride fails to mention that before they tried to sue the victims in Florida, they attempted to file criminal complaints against the American victim and the Moldovan rape victim in Romania. That suit was filed on April 12th of 2023, exactly 1 year after the first raid on the Tate compounds. 2 weeks later, the Romanian judiciary rejected the criminal charges against the two women. The Tates appealed that decision and lost again, with the decision declared final in June of 2023. As the article in the Romanian national press stated, the closure of this case regarding the misleading of the judicial bodies gives credibility to the two female injured parties. Certainly a quote for them to keep on hand for future use. Second point, McBride seems to be under the impression that in Romania, the Tates are going to be tried in a court of public opinion, that whatever he publishes will somehow affect the outcome of their criminal trial. And nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, there will not even be a jury of the Tates' peers deciding their fate, leaving the Tate legal team no one to confuse with misinformation. No, there will be one single judge deliberating the facts here, in a courtroom that sees human trafficking and criminal indictments every day as a matter of course. If you take away the Tate social media accounts, the brothers are very quickly reduced to being very pedestrian criminals. They only think there's something special. Meanwhile, the conviction rate of prosecutors in this court for human traffickers reportedly runs around 9.
Whoa, dude, they are cooked. 97.7% conviction rate. Bro, they are done. Holy shit. Like, they're gonna get, like, especially Andrew and shit with the rape charges. He's looking at least 20 fucking years, man. He's gonna be put away.
97.7%. Maybe these two criminal trials against the Tates and their criminal organization can finally bump that number over 98%. So because there is no jury to snowball, with a seasoned judge presiding over the case when it goes to trial, no matter how much fake news material the Tates publish, for the benefit of the Romanian public, it will have no effect on the court proceedings, as they have not to date. So let's set the record straight. The reason why the brothers were released from prison, then moved to house arrest, and on down the line, is because Romania has civil rights, and a process in place that allows for defendants to move toward eased restrictions if they are following the rules. The reason why the two boys were locked up in the first place is because they fled to Dubai after the April 2022 raid. After their initial preventative detention and 2 extensions of 30 days, the Tates were granted release to house arrest. After several months of being on house arrest, because they had played by the rules, they were then allowed to move throughout Ilfov County. Then conditions were relaxed to travel throughout Romania. And although at one point they had been granted conditional movement throughout the EU, that was immediately challenged by prosecutors and rescinded in July of 2024. That rescission was in no small part because Andrew Tate had told a useful idiot podcaster named Aiden Ross that if he wanted to get in a final interview with the Tates, he had less than a week to get to Romania.
Andrew had hit me up. He said, hey, I'm going to be leaving Romania soon and probably never coming back. If you want to come over and do a week of long streams and content before I leave, I think it'll be big. And he said it's basically now or never.
That video was sent to the lawyers for the UK civil case at McHugh Jury and Partners to pass along up the chain to the constabularies that were actively investigating Tates for criminal charges in another jurisdiction. And within days, the UK issued arrest warrants for both brothers along with the extradition request. Both brothers were arrested and dragged into the cop shop and before the judge, where an extradition request for what is the third criminal trial for the brothers was granted. This one in the UK involving dozens of sworn sexual assault and trafficking victims of both brothers. The only caveat before enacting that extradition order from Romania to the UK is that Romania gets first crack at these defendants. One other thing that this set of events brought about was closing off the Tate's possible escape plan to Dubai. See, the UAE does not have an extradition treaty with Romania, but it does have an extradition agreement with the UK. And now that criminal charges have been filed in the UK, should the Tates get picked up in Dubai, they would immediately be sent to face justice in Britain. That trial is ready to go as soon as their two scrawny asses land at Heathrow. As for their current level of judicial controls, Tristan remains free to move throughout Romania, so long as he checks in with the local police department on a regular basis. And Andrew, the mastermind of the outfit, is restricted to house arrest, being reviewed every 30 days, and was already renewed for another 30-day stint, mainly because his new charges in his second criminal case in Romania revolve around minor children. McBride was either being intentionally misleading and or completely ignorant regarding the Tate's current restriction levels when he told Tim Pool that the Tates were recently permitted to move freely throughout the EU, then never providing these very important updates. And again, going back to the opener, the Florida civil case had absolutely nothing to do with any of it. We're 40 minutes into this breakdown already, and we're only about halfway through, so we're going to take a break here, and we'll upload the finale shortly. The link for Matrix of Lies, Brothers in Crimes Part 2 will appear here when it's ready to go.
Yeah, they are absolutely fucking cooked.
As requested, I'm going to be reviewing a video called Asking Strangers to Go Carnivore in the Most Vegan City in America by Steak and Butter Gal.
Welcome to Venice Beach, a neighborhood in one of the most vegan-friendly cities in America, Los
It's one of the most vegan-friendly cities because it's one of the most brainwashed places on Earth.
Angeles. Let's see what happens if I try to convince strangers to go carnivore. So, Martin, what questions do you have about a carnivore lifestyle?
Yes, I'm just curious, how do you feel? You know, you said you've done for about 5 years.
It changed my life because I lost weight, it healed my skin, so...
Her weight used to be somewhat normal. Now she's pretty much underweight. At least that's how she looks like. I don't think there was a positive change as far as the weight loss goes.
Like my whole teenage years, I would have cystic acne, like pizza face.
Yeah, for sure, and that's normal. Acne is just pus, toxins leaving your body. When you cut out most of them, then of course it will go away. It's no surprise.
So I felt like it really brought up my confidence. So it really healed me and also helped me lose weight.
That's not how acne works.
Energy is literally through the roof. Like before, I would wake up and just want to stay in bed, but now I just feel like I have endless energy that's very stable. Whenever I talk about carnivore online, the first thing people say is, what's your blood type? Because you must be a blood type that's perfect for carnivore, but that actually is a myth. Any human can do good on eating more meat. First step.
That's like asking a cow what the blood type is, and then you can see if the cow is supposed to eat meat, grains, eggs, butter. It doesn't make any sense. Obviously, an animal is supposed to eat what the animal is naturally supposed to eat, regardless of the blood type.
My recommendation is just eat more meat, maybe cut out the processed food, like the sugars, will really help with energy.
What about Rick?
Actually, cutting out the sugars won't help with energy. Of course, she means processed food as in processed sugar, but we'll get to it. She clearly has a lot of issues, especially when it comes to sugar.
Like, do you start with meat?
Absolute bacon, eggs, perfect breakfast.
Your favorite
That's what a lot of people eat for breakfast anyway, except that they usually add orange juice and bread to it.
dish, or like, what do you usually go to? Like chicken, steak?
Yeah, so my favorite dish is steak, butter. I actually...
She shows the raw steak, but in reality, she doesn't eat a carnivore diet because she cooks her food. No carnivore does that on this earth, obviously. Then she would actually be a carnivore if she would eat what she would show there.
Eat butter like right out of the stick, and when you eat a lot of animal fats, it actually helps you with your hormones a lot. So
obviously, because you're eating the precursors of the hormones, it's way easier than to create.
She literally just eats sticks of butter. These people are just like they have fucking eating. It's an eating disorder. I don't think it fits perfectly within the definition of anorexia, but no one does that.
Create them yourself. Cholesterol, vitamin A is also needed to create testosterone, estrogen, all of those hormones. It's really mostly about cholesterol and vitamin A, although most people don't talk about the vitamin A. You're not going to be hormonally healthy if you don't consume a lot of it, and liver is the best source. You will get some good amounts from butter if it's good quality grass-fed butter, and raw, of course. It has to be raw.
I eat a lot of steak, I eat a lot of butter, I eat tons of eggs. That's basically...
Butter does not have high amounts of vitamin A. It's very low.
Also, well, now, I feel like I want to try.
Check out the channel if you want recipe anytime.
Stay tuned.
I'm here to speak with
Hendy.
Hendy,
Yes.
nice to meet you. My first question is, have you ever heard of a carnivore diet?
Is that usually what carnivores eat? Yeah.
But no, it's not. Most of the carnivore humans who follow the man-made diet don't eat anything that real carnivores eat. Yes, they eat meat, but they eat cooked meat, and usually very overcooked meat. You will never find a carnivore who voluntarily eats that. If they are starving and you don't give them anything else, as in you force them to eat cooked meat, then they will do it in a zoo, but naturally.
You can get just about any animal to eat cooked meat. There's literally a video online of a guy feeding a deer steak.
Naturally, no. It just goes against your senses. That's why this carnivore diet is fake. Most of them don't eat any raw meat at all. And they eat dairy, which also doesn't exist in nature. Not saying anything against dairy necessarily, but it for sure is not something that should be a staple in your diet. It should be a supplement or something that you eat when you don't have any other food, such as the butter. You eat the butter when you don't have other animal fat, but of course, it's not ideal.
But not like specific, no. What is...
It's a diet that humans are now eating.
Okay.
Like, have you heard of a ketogenic diet?
Yes.
Yes, so a carnivore diet is like a step further where you only eat meat. Yeah.
But you don't even eat only meat. You eat eggs and dairy also.
That doesn't sound very healthy.
Why do you think that?
Because it's a lot of nitrates on your liver, and a lot of people drink way too much alcohol.
Yeah.
So if you drink alcohol, ketogenic diet sounds perfect. It's like...
Because nitrates are bad for your health?
No, nitrates can be helpful, but it'll throw you off.
It'll throw you off.
You don't want to overdo it.
But what if you only ate meat and you didn't eat sugar, you cut out all the processed foods, and you're just focusing on eating real foods, which is meat?
It's so hard for people to think about this topic because they don't have an explanation as to why meat is bad. It's just something that's implanted in the...
Yeah, it's not that it's associated with heart disease, diabetes, cancer. Who knows why meat is bad?
their heads, so to speak, since they were children. Which is why when you hear only eating meat, you think, it's not good. Automatically, it's just these so-called thoughts in your head, these religious beliefs. But then when you need to explain it, you can't give an actual reason as to why it would be bad to only eat meat.
I don't think I understand your question.
What about eating all the sugars and the refined foods in a standard American diet? Wouldn't that be unhealthy for you as well? Are you confused?
I'm thinking. I have an answer. It's just extremely weird.
Oh, no, say it.
Oh, yeah. I literally study food.
Oh, really? Okay.
The truth is, people don't understand what food is, so they eat all the time.
Yeah.
You are a member of the planet Earth.
Yeah.
Earth is made out of wood and many other nutrients. Some you can find in meat, some you can find in plants.
Right.
I think plants are doing it perfectly because plants don't produce trash. They produce oxygen. And that feels great. It's called prana. Prana, water, liquid data, food of the gods.
Awesome. What is your typical diet like?
I drink Jaeger juice.
What is Jaeger juice?
Jaeger juice is coffee made from a French press with ground ginger, Huel, mud water.
Whoa, really? What is that? Ginger is toxic. It's an antibiotic. Coffee has caffeine, theobromine, toxins. Mud water? Man, that's crazy.
Nutmeg, cinnamon.
Also, nutmeg, cinnamon, also toxic. That's way worse than normal coffee. That just completely messes up your nerves.
Those things are not toxic.
You will be so adrenalized, you will have adrenal fatigue in no time.
And greens. Shake that up. Put that in the blender and you blend that together, and that's Jaeger juice because it's literally everything your body needs to live, survive, and be amazing.
Wow.
And there's
But it doesn't have over 15 micronutrients. The reason you would feel good or have energy when you eat that is because, as I said, you would be on stress hormones. That's what you would be running on. You cannot call that actual natural energy. It's not ATP produced by your mitochondria. If anything, it actually...
By the way, carbohydrates are needed to produce ATP.
Inhibits the production of true energy because it inhibits your mitochondria.
No meat involved.
Very inspiring.
Because meat is both expensive and produces a lot of trash and methane in Central Valley, California.
Would you ever try carnivore?
Typical Californian.
I would try carnivore diet.
Really?
Yes, for a day. For a day.
For a day? What would you start me off with?
If it was a carnivore diet, if I was actually doing carnivore diet for a day. I just want some goat.
Oh my god.
Fucking chocolate comes on the skewer.
Cheers, yes.
Yes, cheers, yeah.
You know that's good.
I know. It's delicious.
So they're going to do a competition, see who can do more here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Can you tell who eats meat daily? And it's funny that this is how men compete with each other nowadays, proving who's the best. It's just an absolute joke. Maybe he just does it more often and is more used to it. Even
Bend over $20. Is this a Freudian slip coming from Trump?
Is going to be like, you want to know the truth? It'll be like Detroit. Our whole country will end up being like Detroit if she's your president. You're going to have a mess on your hands. The whole country is going to be like, you want to know the truth? It'll be like Detroit. Our whole country will end up being like Detroit if she's...
He said this at the Detroit Economic Club? Okay, that's a little stupid. It's funny too, because he's bankrupted, he's been bankrupt, like, what, 6 times? Thanks for the donation, Ben.
a vegan could technically adapt his body to it. Of course, not as good as somebody who eats meat, but still, if you train for long enough, it's possible. It doesn't really prove anything at all. Maybe the other guy just doesn't do it.
Wow. So I'm at Venice Beach with 2 beautiful girls. What are your names?
Laura. Elsa.
How young are you guys? What's your age?
I'm 23. I'm 22.
Okay, so I have a question. Do you know what a carnivore diet is?
Ooh, I don't know. I've never heard of
it. Okay, I'll explain it to you. So you only eat meat. That's it. You don't eat any vegetables. You do not eat any fruit. You just eat meat. What do you think of it?
Is that healthy? Always meat? I don't think it's really good, but I'm not sure. It sounds a little unhealthy, actually.
Why do you think so?
Man, that's so hilarious. That's literally what they would be eating in nature, for the most part. Sometimes only for periods.
Because it's only meat, so you put just meat in your body, that's it. Yes.
Looking forward to streaming till 6 AM today VG. Silent Hill later? I think you need to put it on easy. You were sucking a little D yesterday. It's okay, I still love you.
I'm not going to be able to stay up too late. I have to do a lot of fucking driving tomorrow. I might be driving for like 10 hours. And I likely won't be able to stream. But I'm going to have to just see how things work out. But yeah. So yeah, I can't stay up too late. We'll probably play Silent Hill in just a few minutes, and then I gotta get some sleep. Thanks for the donation, though, dumbass.
Yeah, literally what has every nutrient. Not on a cooked carnivore diet. Maybe it has every nutrient, but some are so severely destroyed. You can easily become deficient in B vitamins, for example.
Sounds a little dangerous. Yeah, no, diabetes, a little bit. When you grow up,
Wait, what did she say? Diabetes from meat? That's so funny, man. People are so brainwashed.
they tell you you have to eat vegetables to be strong. Right. All the supplements that are in the vegetables and the fruits, like, aren't they missing?
These are all really good thoughts, and I'm glad you guys are so honest. So I, myself, I've been eating a carnivore diet for 5 years.
What? Really? No way.
I eat beef, eggs, butter.
Breakfast, dinner.
Breakfast, lunch, dinner, meat.
Okay, look, I have to have meat 3 times a day. Okay, good. But also vegetables.
You love vegetables?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. If you love your
Yeah, but you don't. That's the thing. You're eating them because you've been brainwashed. That's the only reason people eat vegetables.
salad or your vegetables, have it on the side. If you're experiencing symptoms like lower energy than usual, headaches, or muscle cramping, these are telltale signs of electrolyte imbalance. What you can do is just salt all of your carnivore meals a little bit more generously. And of course, use a high-quality salt as opposed to table salt. If that doesn't do the trick, you can also lean on a very high-quality electrolyte supplement. This is the one that
I love it, yeah. Yeah, that's the same one that I just saw recently in a video. Of course, it's alright to promote something if it was good for you. In this case, it's probably not, because usually the ingredients here are not even...
You know, it's so bizarre. These people are acknowledging that this diet dehydrates you, causes muscle cramps, irregular heartbeats, dizziness, and then you have to take some fucking electrolyte supplement to try to prevent that. And even, like, oftentimes that doesn't even work. So how is this the ideal human diet that we evolved to eat, but it gives us these health problems?
Even bioavailable, and I'm sure that they aren't in this case. It's also that she appeals to these fake carnivores who will have these issues. They will have a lot of nutrient deficiencies for sure. It's not that they are not getting the nutrients at all. It's just, as I said, they are getting the nutrients in much lower amounts, which is why they won't feel so well. If you eat overcooked meat all the time, and even overcooked eggs and some pasteurized butter, you're going to be lacking in a lot of nutrients. It's just not sustainable. Even eating some fruits, if you eat that kind of a diet, which are high in electrolytes and lower in sugar, will be way better for you. But these fake carnivores will fall for this because a lot of them are experiencing these issues.
I thought like to gain weight and, you know, like get a little bit of muscles and everything. I think that would be perfect. But also, I don't know. That's okay. I should ask my doctor.
I will tell
Yeah, ask your doctor. They will for sure tell you that it's good for you, right?
you. A lot of doctors are going to say, don't.
Pro Meat MDs. You have Saladino. I don't know who that is. Sean Baker, of course.
A lot of young girls are doing it. They're completely changing their body, their health, their skin is getting better. And yep, it really helps. Okay, that's what I need. I'm really low now. Oh, really? Eating more meat will really help. If you just try
Overall, what she's doing is good. She's telling these girls to eat more meat. Of course, their health is going to get better.
for one day, you can see if it helps your energy or just see how you feel.
But can I mix it like you said with eggs and butter? So like with protein? Or I have a chronic, I don't know how to say it in English.
Digestive disorder. Wow, she has Crohn's disease? Jesus. You have a vegetable disease. You have a fiber disease. As in, you're eating what you're not supposed to eat. All of these people realize that after they cut out the vegetables, that their so-called disease is gone. It's actually just you not being able to digest what you're eating, and it's because you're not naturally supposed to eat it.
Like yeah, more Crohn, I don't know how to say it. Yeah, it's like something like that.
Okay, did you know a carnivore diet can help with that so much?
Okay, and how that doesn't work?
My poop is perfect.
Wow.
Carnivore diet, and if your doctor doesn't know what it is, you can say a keto diet.
Okay, no, that's what I know.
A carnivore diet is basically one step further.
Where she makes carnivore bread. We'll see what it is.
Today, I will be making carnivore bread, and this is by far the
This so much reminds me of Keto Connect. I've reviewed them years ago, and they were eating keto chips and whatever. They crave carbs so much that they try to imitate a really junky carbs instead of just eating some fruits and honey, or actually fresh meat full of glycogen.
best carnivore bread recipe I have ever.
This is so similar to veganism. Vegans crave meat and try to imitate it because they are not eating what they naturally want to eat. They are restricting themselves, and the fake carnivores also restrict themselves and are also deficient in nutrients, which is why they make fake bread instead of eating some fruits and honey. Then they wouldn't have these crazy cravings.
Luna, for this amazing carnivore bread recipe, I will be making 2 versions. One is
Yeah, why would you need these kind of recipe books? Why do the vegans need the recipe books of fake meat? It's all the same.
Here's an overview of all of the ingredients that we will be needing for both versions of the bread. For the non-dairy bread, we are going to need tallow, which is just pure beef fat. We also will need pork rind crumbs, also known as pork pinko, and 12 whole chicken.
Just the lengths you go to create fake bread. It's just the same as the vegans, man.
For the dairy version of the bread, we're going to need some salted butter, cottage cheese, pork pinko, and again, 12 chicken eggs. I'm using 9x5 loaf pan.
How do you not realize that you crave carbohydrates? That this kind of a diet doesn't exist in nature?
It is now exactly 60 minutes. I'm so excited to take a look at our bread. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, you crave bread. You literally see some kind of sludge that you created and baked it. You go through all of these steps just to create bread because you crave carbohydrates. And then you're impressed with this?
I did not expect it to rise. I did not put any yeast or gluten activators of any. Slid them out of the loaf and slice them up. As you can see, the inside.
Oh my god. Saying that that's healthy.
That has to taste really fucking weird.
But being so stressed out about carbohydrates is also not healthy. Maybe even worse. If you're constantly thinking about carbs.
Buddy here watching also grew up every single day eating bread. So I did what Courtney suggested me to do, and that is air fry each slice of the bread for that extra toasted, crispy crunch. I'm using the air fryer tray that it comes with, and it actually has these cute little...
Oh my fucking god.
How do you come up with such great recipes?
Recreate old favorites and just carnivorize them. Pork panko.
Carnivorize them, veganize them. It's literally the same. They're just obsessed with carbs.
Target and Walmart, there are simple recipes in there.
You can absolutely go with very little carbohydrates. I'm not saying anything against that as such for some periods. Maybe that would now and then happen in nature, for sure. And there's also nothing wrong with ketosis as such. You can eat carbohydrates but still be in ketosis, and babies are also in ketosis. Don't misunderstand me. I'm talking about these guys who religiously, like vegans, don't eat any carbohydrates at all and then recreate meals with carbohydrates, with fake carbohydrates, foods that look like they have carbohydrates, because they crave carbohydrates so much, because their bodies are so stressed. Their bodies are literally asking for carbs, but they don't give themselves the carbs, and instead, religiously, because they are in this, pretty much in this cult, they recreate all of this garbage.
Not everything has dairy. There is Lion Diet, dairy-free recipes, meal plans, Carnivore 101, everyone that...
When you eat naturally, when you follow your instinct, your senses, you don't need recipe books or...
I've never seen this before, and my abs have never been this defined. Definitely.
There's nothing really good about this. Again, that's why she is not hormonally healthy. That's probably why she doesn't think about having children. She's not a good influence on women whatsoever.
Okay, that was relatively tarded. All right. And we are very low on health here. So we picked up ammo. I'm assuming we're probably going to come across a gun sometime soon. Be fucking great if I could find some health. It's fucking dark as shit, too. More handgun ammo. Oh, I can't even open that door yet. I can't even see shit. That's closed. That's closed. Oh, we can go upstairs. There might be a gun upstairs.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Great. This is perfect. Oh, is this where the mannequins... Yay, flashlight! Oh my god. Oh, great. Oh my god. And I'm dead. I might consider downloading a trainer. Bro, why the fuck didn't they give you a flashlight earlier on in the game, for fuck's sakes? Can't see fucking
Hello?
anything.
Is anyone there?
What in the shit? Oh, okay, yeah, you know what? You literally can't even fucking dodge. Alright, here we go. Silent Hill 2 Remake Trainer. That is fucking stupid. Like, suck my ass. This might work.
Said 30k for one. I will get you one to play Silent Hill for you till 6 AM.
Oh, this is live. That car looks like, shit. Yeah, there's no way I can play until 6 AM, dude. I've gotta get up at like 7. But thanks for the donation, dumbass. Appreciate it. Yeah, Tesla sucks. There we go.
Don't vac this on screen. Saw this vid after this person replied to my comment and clicked on his channel. I thought tits weren't allowed on YouTube, and this vid has been up for 2.5 years without even age restriction.
Let me take a look. What in the fuck? Okay, that's very odd. Usually that type of nudity you can get away with posting to YouTube, but that was very odd. Thanks for the donation, first name. Oh my god, dude, I can't fucking see. Stupid fucking bullshit.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Like, you don't even have enough room to fucking dodge the thing. It's so stupid. Oh, and it can dodge you, apparently. That's great.
These clothes.
I have to say, the combat system in this game is, like, actually fucking annoying. Is that a health drink? Okay, great. Like, it's so annoying, too, the stupid red things across the screen. I gotta download that mod that gets rid of it. Like, that actually is fucking annoying. Okay, well now we can actually see, which is nice. Okay, that doesn't work for that door, apparently. More ammo. When the hell do we get a gun, for fuck's sakes? Can I run for president? Sure, I'll do that next election. Oh, what was in the video? It was some fucking black chick entering a store. And then she was being followed by some black chick with big floppy tits. who was like trying to start a fight. And then they both left. It's really weird. Apartment 217. Wait. Okay, let's... (201 to 203). That's the courtyard key. And I'm assuming the upper floor is like 3 something, right? Yeah. Favorite video game franchise? Probably either Metal Gear or Devil May Cry, something like that. Where's the save thing? Oh yeah, there's the... Wasn't there... Yeah, there it is.
Is this a girl?
Let me see, dumbass.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know? What can be unburdened by what has been. 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 What we can see, what we believe can be unburdened by what has been. What 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 can be unburdened by what has been. Who we can be unburdened by who we have been. What can be unburdened by what has been. Where we can be unburdened by where we have been and unburdened by where we are right now. What can be unburdened by what has been. What
She said this a lot, assuming this isn't like AI or something, but that makes absolutely no sense, and people haven't told her to stop saying that because it's stupid.
can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What could be unburdened by what had been. What
You know, you could probably play a similar clip, like get a clip compilation of me telling people to like fuck their mothers or something.
can be unburdened by what has been. What 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 can be. Have a sense of vision about what can be unburdened by what has been. By what has been.
That's still not nearly as bad as any of the Trump gaffes. Thanks for the donation though, dumbass. Oh, there's the... more ammo. Alright, courtyard. Garbage chute out of order. I don't know if that's gonna play a role for later. Why in the fuck hasn't he left yet? Think after getting fucked up by monsters and shit, you'd be like, alright, I guess I'll just leave. No. So what are we doing in this courtyard? Yeah, that's locked. Oh, here we go. I have to move this. We keep finding ammo, but where the fuck is the gun? There's definitely a monster in here. Kind of sounds like it's coming from this room. Maybe it's in the next room over on the left. Okay, can't even open that. Is it just a spider? Yeah, there it is. Fucker.
Wait!
Fucking bitch kid. Dude, when we find that gun, we're gonna shoot that kid. What a dickhead.
What's a kid doing here?
That's a good fucking question. Okay, is there another spot that we can climb up to? Okay, so now that's just magically open. Guess we'll save. I'm only squatting 185 for 7. Does that have anything to do with my ridiculously long legs? My other lifts are pretty good, but my squat absolutely sucks. Well, that could be a reason. Certain people with odd, oh, great. Certain people with odd body proportions, they are going to have more issues with certain lifts compared to others. Is that walking towards me, or am I... Ah, what the fuck? Dude, like... Okay, bro, the dodge mechanic, like, literally doesn't even fucking work. This is the most awkward-ass fucking game. Just give me a gun. It literally doesn't work. Is it okay to eat zombies? I'd imagine so. No, for real, the hand-to-hand combat mechanics in this game, like, genuinely fucking suck. They don't give you adequate tools to actually evade enemies. It's super fucking annoying, and when you're playing on a harder difficulty, it just feels like you're getting fucked with. Okay, it looks like that's one of the items we need. For that puzzle thing. Hallway 2F.
Huh. Quite the artist.
Yay. Here we go. Yeah, Like, it's so weird, too, because, like, you fight these enemies in, like, these tiny little fucking hallways. And then, you're often in a situation where the dodge mechanics are so awkward you can't move. Deliver these to Miss Millie from 102. Really worried about her. She's being cooped up alone. Okay, 102. 103. Guess 102's down there. And there's like 2 of these fuckers. Yeah, okay. There we go. Infinite health. Eat shit. Literally can't be fucked anymore. Like, whatever, that's... Yeah, this is a situation where I think they stuck a little too close to the mechanics of the first game, like the original. Number 4. It's just the hand-to-hand combat is so fucking bad. It's just not fun. Hit, run away, hit, run away, hit, run away. Like, okay, I get it, you know? Did the flashlight suddenly get darker when I entered this fucking room? I don't know what that was. It's like something scraped against the wall. Yeah, God of War Ragnarok plays a lot better than it looks. Dude, I'm getting so much hand... Oh, there we go. Finally, handgun. Alright. Took a while. Oh wait, 217? Oh wait, that's the room we were in, right? The person who had the gun, but they were not sure. Apartment 212. Fucking 1990s flashlights. So I'm guessing we have to do something to unclog the garbage chute or some shit. Was that there before? Can't even remember. Should probably ration my handgun ammo a bit more. Is there anything more to explore here? I think I've already been in here. Oh, there's some more ammo. Fuck you, bitch. See what I mean? I'll fucking dodge, and then it just won't let me. Yeah, it's stupid. Whatever. Is there anything else in here? Yeah, some more handgun ammo. Where am I going? I have no idea where I'm going. So how do I, No, that wasn't it. Nope. I'm just gonna save right now, and then I gotta go to bed, so I gotta get up pretty early tomorrow and do a lot of driving, so I'm gonna have to go nighty night, but I hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Very high likelihood that I won't be streaming tomorrow night, so just warning you all. But I should be on Saturday, so I'll see you all Saturday. But we'll see. I don't know what tomorrow's gonna look like exactly. But sweet dreams, everybody. Thanks again.